Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. People from the upper realm arrive. Lee Su went deeper and deeper. While moving forward, he began to practice the sky-cutting hand. Although the right hand opened the cyclone, it was completed in an instant, forming 108 stars between the palms. At the moment of evolution, the palm was like facing the starry sky and could penetrate the void at will, reaching the limit of the golden core breaking law. However, the first level of the sky-cutting hand has not been completed yet. Far from it. The sky-cutting hand is a law, and it is also a domain. Mastering it on the palm is just the completion of the law. Going further is a domain, using the galaxy in the palm to transform into the sky-cutting domain. In this domain, everything can be cut, the so-called refining the law into the domain. This practice is undoubtedly difficult. The law is inside, and the domain is outside. Especially in the golden core realm, the mana is not much, and it is undoubtedly more difficult to form. After running for 10 minutes and going nearly 20 miles deep, Lee Su was able to open the domain for 10 meters. Faced with this result, he was a little dissatisfied. In addition to the Lingbao chapter, he also mastered the Yuking chapter. The law of the Yuanxi Saints is undoubtedly the best in the power of space. As a result, it took 10 minutes to reach the 10-meter domain, which was really unexpected. Or the technique was too difficult. There were many things involved in this domain, which formed the effect of a sure hit when entering, so it was much more difficult to practice than on the palm. However, this technique was really good. It was very effective in clearing small monsters. Whenever a wandering soul entered 10 meters from him, it would be immediately locked by the domain and instantly crushed to death. It was just that the consumption was a bit high. The heaven-severing hand launched an attack through the Dao rhyme, and this process itself would produce huge consumption. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. And when a domain was formed, it would double again. Fortunately, he was now a 10-fire golden core, and there was an etherworld under his feet that provided him with seemingly unlimited mana. Otherwise he might not be able to bear it. It was getting close. As the strength of the wandering souls in the golden core stage around him became stronger and stronger and began to show the level of 8 or 9 fires, Lee Su paused slightly. He did not walk fast 40 miles. It took about 3 hours. The heaven-severing domain was basically cultivated by him to the limit of the technique description, close to 100 meters, which was the maximum level that the 10-fire golden core could reach. Of course, if you break through the 10 fires and enter the legendary realm, then this realm can be even larger, reaching a full 200 meters. According to the records of GGO, there was a genius who reached this realm in the golden elixir stage, reaching the legendary 500 meters. This content is undoubtedly a bit shocking. If each fire after the 10 fires represents a leap, then that person is undoubtedly walking into the legend, letting the legend reflect on reality, achieving the amazing 14 fire golden elixir, breaking the limit 4 times. Not intending to really meet with the skinny monkey, Lee Su prepared to take a detour. Behind. About 1 kilometer away, there are people, a lot of people approaching quickly. They are coming so fast. In a short moment, it is almost 1,000 meters. In this fog, running fast will cause trouble, especially when there are many people, and running fast will attract a large number of wandering souls. His pupils suddenly shrank, and Lee Su flashed and flew to the other side quickly, not intending to confront the people rushing behind him. Is it someone from the upper domain? I didn't expect that he has come in. I thought that even if they arrived, the other party should have to wait for a day or half. Judging from this situation, they should have decided to set off soon. He changed direction and was discovered. He is so far away, either his inspiration is different from that of ordinary people, or he has a magic weapon. Go 5 people and surround him. Take the slave ring and be gentle. Don't kill him. There are not enough people. If you really kill him, you will have to fill the pit behind. Do you understand? The leader of the team at the back frowned and looked at Lee Su, who was not far away from him on the compass in his hand and suddenly accelerated to move horizontally. He directly signaled to the subordinates behind him who were running fast and killing the wandering souls at a fast speed. Yes. With a reply, 5 figures rushed forward quickly. Not only did they walk very fast, but the direction was facing Li Su. Everyone speed up, hurry up, hurry up. The Sansheng grass must not be allowed to be obtained by a group of sinners. The large army was accelerating continuously, and rushed straight to the front, where the giant unstage wandering soul and the Xiangxin stage wandering soul met. Chasing me? In front, Li Su frowned slightly, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. He was targeted? Why? He clearly didn't feel that way. With a frown, he accelerated directly and broke through to the other side at a faster speed. The speed has increased, and it can be detected. The 5 people who were chasing looked at each other, and in an instant their golden elixirs began to glow. In the shining of the 9 fires, the people turned directly into streams of light and rushed towards Li Su at a faster speed. TSK. With such a fast speed, aren't you afraid of attracting the 10 fires? With a touch of displeasure on his face, Li Su didn't speed up. At this distance, it would take at least several minutes for the other party to catch up with him. Several minutes is enough time for the wandering souls in the fog to sense it. As long as one of the 10 fires appears, they will not be able to find trouble with him. Sure enough, the guy behind attracted the attention of a large number of wandering souls, and a 10 fire ran over. However, the speed of several people only paused slightly, and then rushed towards Li Su again. Solved. So fast? How? 10 fire wandering souls are naturally not as strong as 10 fire golden pills. After all, the former rely on instincts to act, not to mention that they rarely have physical bodies, and those that do are rotten, leaving only souls. But even so, it is still 10 fires. How can a mere 5-9 fires kill instantly? Before Li Su could think about it, the 5 people behind him caught up. Out of domain slaves, why don't you stop? With a roar, one of the 5 people took action. His eyes flashed, and light burst out from his body, turning into a huge golden wheel, and chopped directly towards Li Su. Don't kill him, the young master needs slaves. The people next to him saw it and spoke quickly. The attack still didn't stop, and the killing force was undoubtedly reduced. The golden wheel, with a mountain-like aura, smashed directly towards Li Su. Innate divine weapon. Made of red gold? Li Su's eyelids jumped, a little surprised. No wonder the 10 fire wandering souls were solved so quickly. This innate divine weapon is probably not worse than a person who has cultivated into 10 fires. Are all people in the upper domain so arrogant? The golden wheel came very quickly and entered within 100 meters of Li Su. In an instant, before Li Su moved, the flying golden wheel shook and cracks appeared on the Dao pattern flowing on it. The dazzling light began to dim and lost its original light. Puff. In the distance, the face of the man who took action changed instantly, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. His face became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of shock and anger. He shouted, "This man has a big problem. He can mess up the connection between me and the magic weapon." The faces of the other few people also became very ugly when they heard it. They looked at Li Su with murderous eyes, and sped up again. Damn slave, running away, resisting, you deserve to be killed. Fight him in close combat, form a formation, break his body, and leave a residual soul. Li Su frowned and stopped directly. He stepped on the golden wheel that lost its power, because the Dao pattern was cut off, and his pupils were filled with murderous intent. Go, just don't want to get into trouble. In the depths of this fog, let alone the 9 fire golden pill, even if Zhuangxin is in front of him, what can he do? Do you dare to explode? If you dare to explode, the wandering soul Zhuangxin in the fog can't kill you, and the Daluo outside will also kill you. Who are you pretending to be with here? Seeing Li Su's actions, the owner of the golden wheel was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his pupils turned red instantly. He usually regarded the life weapon as a treasure and cherished it. Now it has fallen to the ground and was stepped on by someone. You slave from outside the domain. Are you looking for death? The other party ran away and rushed over first. The eyes of the other 4 flashed, and they immediately changed their angles, formed a formation, and used him as a horn to crash into Li Su. It must be mentioned that they are indeed people from the upper domain. The 9 fires cooperated extremely well with each other, and from the feeling, everyone held a magic weapon. Not to mention being rich, this kind of battle formation could actually add momentum to each other. The moment they rushed into Lisu's domain, they felt like they were facing 10 fires. Boom. 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 However, as soon as they entered, several people were struck by lightning, and huge abnormalities appeared in their bodies. The Taoism was broken, and the Tao patterns were cracked. Ah! They screamed, and the 5 people sprayed blood at the same time. The luster on the golden elixir was dimmed. There were huge problems with the operation of the internal skills. The mana ran wildly without control, as if they were possessed by a demon, and they fell directly to the ground. Among them, the worst was undoubtedly the leader. He rushed the fastest, so he was the most terrified by the domain. Not to mention the golden elixir, the Tao rhyme in the spirit was in chaos, and the spirit veins were shaking. Because of the power of the runaway, cracks appeared. Falling to the ground, the 5 people couldn't help showing fear on their faces, and looked at Lisu with horror. What kind of skill is this? Why can it affect the operation of their own skills without any feeling? Could it be that the other party holds some kind of immortal weapon? Lisu was speechless, and took a step forward. He didn't plan to say anything to these 5 people. The mythical world protects the soul too well. The oath involves the great way. Even if he has the supreme soul, it is difficult to get complete information. He can only find the answer from the fragments. With a raise of his palm, the galaxy shook, and he was about to kill these guys directly. I didn't expect that a mere casual cultivator could actually knock down 5 9 fires in the upper domain. This is a bit unexpected. At this moment, a voice sounded. A figure came suddenly and strangely. It was Lisu. He only discovered it after he stepped into his own domain. This is not a real person, but something like a clone. The Jishan domain is activated, and it must use the Tao rhyme to penetrate into the other party's body and destroy the other party's Taoism. Boom. With a loud noise, Lisu was stunned for a moment, and the same feeling came from his palm. The other party's Tao is very powerful and indestructible, as if holding a steel bar, heavy and unbelievable. Immortal? Moreover, he was not an ordinary immortal, his strength was amazing. When the other party attacked, he raised his palm and chopped it casually. That palm was like an antelope hanging its horns, mysterious and inexplicable, and he could not dodge or escape. That casual chop directly reflected in Lisu's heart, and it seemed that a continent was about to be broken by him. His mind was instantly covered with dust, suppressed by that terrible palm. Elder. The 5 people let out a long breath, with excitement on their faces. They didn't expect that the lagging elders had actually arrived. They should have sensed the situation here, and came over in an instant. However, when they thought of their own dusty appearance, their excited faces showed cruelty. Just wait for this person to put on the slave ring and make him live a life worse than death. His methods must also be understood. How exactly the other party managed to disrupt their magic power. Clang. With a light sound, the shanking Dao fruit in Lisu's heart glowed, and the sword intent burst out, instantly cutting through the huge haze that was pressing on his heart. His face was a little ugly and a little angry. This guy, who seemed to be calm and easy, was quite vicious. Although his destructive power was not strong, his suppression of the Dao heart was extremely sinister. If he really lost, his Dao heart would be covered in dust from then on, and he would never be able to walk out of the shadow of the opponent's palm. The golden elixir lit up in an instant, making a roar like thunder, and the 10 fire colors directly illuminated the surrounding area. The terrible mana exploded like a tsunami. Lisu's pupils glowed, and his right hand covered the galaxy. If he couldn't cut it off, he would hit him head on. He raised his hand, and the 108 stars in his palm spun. He grasped the Dao rhyme in the sky with his bare hands, and the terrible mana spurted out and poured into the thousands of Dao rhymes, directly turning into thousands of star rains, smashing towards the opponent. How dare you? The man snorted lightly, and a terrible light burst out from his body. The light formed an image and turned into a one-eyed evil god. The evil god's pupils opened, and thousands of evil lights overflowed from them. The space seemed to be polluted by it, and the soul seemed to be frozen. Boom. 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 In an instant, the two attacks collided, and the starlight and the evil light directly exchanged fire with the two as the center. The void was shaking because the power between the two people kept colliding, directly forming a wall of several feet, which was pregnant with terrible energy. That was the power that could tear the space apart. It's actually the 10 fires. What a surprise. The other party's eyes flashed, as if he was a little surprised at Lee Su's realm, but the 10 fires outside the domain were just like that. The 5 people lying not far away were also shocked. 10 fires, and most importantly, he was able to fight with the elders. This person's strength was amazing. If he was in the upper domain, he might be able to become an inner disciple, and his status was far above them. Unfortunately, he was a casual cultivator. Therefore, he was dead. Even if not now, he would be dead later, and before that, they would make him regret coming to this world. Accident? Lee Su's eyes were like fire, and his face was cold and fierce. Just a clone. Think you can beat me? Question mark. He took a step forward, the underworld rose, and the power of the law was like a mountain and a sea, gushing out crazily. His golden elixir completely shone, vibrating wildly at a frequency of 10 times per second, so fast that it was shocking and extremely terrifying. The palm of his hand was even brighter, and there were terrifying Deo patterns flashing inside. The 108 cyclones all lit up, as if they were about to turn into real stars. The terrifying manner continued in the Deo rhyme around him. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Deo rhymes vibrated wildly, turning into the sky of stars, tilting down. Boom. 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 The terrifying sky of stars is getting bigger and bigger. Ha. The other party's face changed rarely. The evil light of his evil god's phantom was suppressed. It was not a realm problem, but a number. Too many, too many. With his realm, he couldn't even catch up with the other party's release. How is this possible? The man's face changed, and he was no longer relaxed. He stretched out his hand, and strengthened the outpouring of his own power, before it exceeded a certain level. Unfortunately, it was useless. Not to mention one hand. Even if he stretched out both hands, within the possible range, he used all his strength. The exploding energy wall was not only not pushed back, but kept approaching, and was suppressed by Lee Su, and pushed in front of him. Arsehole, insolent, damn it. The man's face changed, becoming extremely ugly. As an immortal, he was actually suppressed by a giant on stage. Even if it was said that this was a clone, even if it was said that this was because he could not use his full strength. But there is no doubt that for an immortal, this is a great shame. Especially when he saw the other party's eyes. The man's pupils twisted. He was a dignified Zhuangzi, but he was actually looked down upon by a 10 fire giant. With a loud bang, the phantom of the evil god was affected, pierced, penetrated, and torn apart by Lee Su's starlight. In an instant, it rushed down, and the figure under the phantom was also pierced and crushed. Slave, you deserve to die. Lee Su stopped, and shook his head. If you are still so pretentious after being defeated, sooner or later your real body will be killed by you. However, his side suddenly turned, and looked at the 5 people who fell to the ground, and his pupils spit out amazing killing intent. These 5 bastards, just a second ago, they actually thought about how to torture him in the future, making him live a life worse than death. Making him want to live in pain, and even wanted to torture him, wait for the information of his family and relatives, and then deal with them properly after this matter was over. Undoubtedly, this touched Lee Su's reverse scale. Feeling Lee Su's gaze, the 5 people's faces were pale at this moment. Unbelievable, the elder with the strength of a Zhuangzi was actually repelled? What a joke, that is a Zhuangzi who has achieved the 10 fire golden pill. This is not true. This is not true. Elder save me. Elder save me. A few bastards. Die. Lee Su's Xingxiao tilted out directly, instantly piercing the 5 people into ash, crushing them into mud, and bursting into blood plasma, splashing all over the ground. After doing it, he jumped up directly, his body escaped into the void, and quickly went away. Not long after, 2 figures appeared, one of which was the Zhuangzi whose clone was just killed. Not just 1, but 2, with almost the same aura. Fortunately, Lee Su left, otherwise he would definitely complain like crazy. What kind of person is this? Zhuangzi actually called someone. Where's his face? Where's your face? At this moment, the Zhuangzi whose clone was dispersed looked very ugly, especially when he saw the pool of blood not far away. It became even uglier. A dignified Zhuangzi, he actually failed to save the sect disciple from a mere fire. His face was swollen. Where is the person? He went to the depths. The Zhuangzi gritted his teeth. His eyes were fierce, and he said directly, "Chase." He swore not to stop until he killed this kid. Chapter 452 Killing Zhuangzi. Caught up. Feeling the fluctuations coming from behind, Li Su's face remained unchanged, and he directly increased his speed. He ran very fast, and his goal was simple, to go deeper, deeper into the fog, where the wandering souls of the celestial immortal stage were. Once there, the Zhuangzi would be more restrained, and unable to go all out. Here, it is not a realm suppression. If you are not careful, you may exceed it, and once you exceed it, it will immediately attract a large number of wandering souls of the celestial immortal stage. Even for the Zhuangzi, it is a very fatal problem. He can't run. He must disperse the celestial immortal stage that has gathered inside. Once he walks around, the celestial immortal stage is likely to break through the area and enter the giant inside. The responsibility of the Zhuangzi is huge. The other party is going deep into the direction of the celestial immortal stage. One of the two Zhuangzis chasing behind spoke up. "Want to lure us in?" The Zhuangzi who was full of murderous intent towards Li Su sneered. "Do you think we can't go all out in there? Naive." He took out a jade talisman and directly sent a voice transmission. "UNLIU. 10 fire golden pill. Kill my 5-9 fire disciples of Shangming. Intercept him in your southeast direction. HMM. Good." Moving towards the depths and approaching the Xiangxin area, the leader from the Supreme Domain was stunned for a moment, with a murderous look in his eyes. The 5 disciples who were sent out suddenly had their jade cards shattered, and they knew something was wrong. They didn't expect it to be 10 fire golden pill. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that the other party actually knew that the 5 of them came from the upper domain, but they still dared to attack. This is simply a slap in the face of the Shenyan sect. Turning around, he directly explained it and asked someone to continue leading the team forward. He moved and headed directly to the south to intercept Li Su. The basic way was that they were not far from the Xiangxin period. Now they are in sight, and there are only about 3 or 5 miles left. It was very inconvenient to move forward in this fog. Not only were there wandering spirits from the Jiandan realm rushing to block them, but the most troublesome thing was that the fog itself was too much of a hindrance. Under normal circumstances, 1,000 miles would only take a few breaths, but in this case, running 1 mile in one breath was already very fast. Another breath, or coming straight from the north. The breath was very strong, and it was the leader of the previous team. To deal with the Jiandan, 3 Zhuangzis were dispatched, and they were from the upper domain sect. "Do you still have shame?" Li Su continued to accelerate, frowning slightly. If this continued, the probability of a collision before entering the Xiangxin period area was undoubtedly very high. Sure enough, after running for almost 2.5 miles, when they were only 200 or 300 meters away from entering the other side, the other party rushed over. The moment he saw Li Su, UNLIU took action. He raised his palm, and pieces of red gold flakes like fish scales floated up. There were thousands of them, and as their power was injected, each one grew to a height of about 1 meter. The scales began to vibrate, forming an unimaginable high frequency, and the atmosphere was shaking. There were patterns inside, dragon patterns, just like the young horns of the real dragon that Li Su had obtained. The scales in this person's hand came from the real dragon and were attached with the real dragon inscriptions. There was an extremely strong aura, and even the fog was affected and restrained. He waved his hand, and the dragon scales moved immediately, making an astonishing dragon roar, and rushed straight to Li Su. Li Su's pupils shrank, the netherworld under his feet shook, the 10 fire golden pills exploded, and the terrifying and boundless mana tsunami exploded. In an instant, countless cyclones gathered around his body, turning into stars one after another. The stars shook, and countless Dao rhymes were resonated by him, and infused with energy. The heaven-severing hand, the Dao rhyme attached to Li Su's power, turned into stardust all over the sky, and rushed directly to the flying dragon scales. Boom. 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 As soon as the power of both sides came into contact, a dazzling sky broke out. The penetrating force and the vibrating cutting force kept exchanging fire, creating shocking sparks. The earth couldn't help but shake, and was affected by the power of the two, penetrated, and chopped. The grass, trees, mountains, and rocks were instantly broken, and the giant unstage wandering souls that were attracted by Lisu and UNLIU and rushed over frantically were directly wiped out by the two, and more than hundreds died in an instant. 8 fires, 9 fires. Finally, with the two fighting for only a few breaths, the 10-fire giant unstage wandering souls appeared. As soon as they appeared, there were dozens of them, and the number was extremely astonishing. Not only that, the terrifying thing is that some of them still maintained their physical bodies, and the golden elixir on their physical bodies glowed. Reaching the 10th fire, there is no doubt that a qualitative change has occurred. The eyes of these wandering souls flashed, and they had no thinking ability, but they had quite amazing instinctive consciousness. They took action directly. Someone waved his hand, and a large number of ghost babies appeared. They were ghost cultivators, belonging to one of the 5 cultivation systems in the western regions, and also corresponding to one of the 4 top sects in the western regions, inherited from the ghost gate. Someone punched, and there was starlight on his fist. When he punched, a huge star would form. That was a body cultivator, practicing the extremely famous star body refining technique in the western region. He absorbed the power of the stars in the sky and integrated it into himself, turning himself into a large universe with countless galaxies flowing inside, which was extremely amazing. That was the inheritance of the Cheyenne Wu Palace. The so-called flesh and blood are like mountains and rivers. What they pursued was a supreme way of the flesh. Their origins can be traced back to ancient legends, the supreme saints who created the world. Some people have a trace of flesh and blood on their bodies, but more of them are metal, which is a special wooden armor. That was a weapon cultivator. Regardless of the flesh and blood, the Mozuan sect in the central region and the Shenlan sect in the upper region all follow this line. However, the directions are slightly different. The Mozuan sect takes the wood armor into flesh and blood, and the Shenlan sect takes the life magic weapon as the most precious treasure. The person who took action in front of him seemed to have practiced both. He had a magic weapon, and most of his flesh and blood had been replaced. When he took action, his body was like a cannon, and his weapon was like ammunition. His body deformed in an instant, and he directly hit out his life magic weapon. There was a loud rumble, and inside was a terrifying force infinitely close to the 10 fires. There were also people who used magic and magical powers. They were the most orthodox cultivators, just like UNLIU, a cultivator of the Shangming sect. They were mainly based on Taoism. There were 2 major sects as representatives in the western regions. The first one was naturally the Ji sect where Li Su was, and the other was the Zichen sect. The Chan sect also existed in the east. It was once a large sect, but later it was divided into 2 sects. The reason was related to ancient times. The Dangchen sect and the Zichen sect had a grudge, and did not tolerate each other, and both sides did, not like the Ji sect. Amitabha. Li Su was a little surprised by the last kind of power. This was the first time he had seen it. Buddhism. Unlike the other 4 systems, this sect was very unique. There was only a large sect, and there was no distinction between the upper domain, the middle domain, and the lower domain. They acted secretly, and were almost difficult to see. All the disciples were in the depths of the western regions. UNLIU's face changed, and it was extremely ugly. Although he was a mysterious immortal, he was naturally not afraid of what people said outside, but now in this fog, it did not mean that he had the ability to easily control the 10 fires. Otherwise, the guys chasing behind wouldn't have called for help, and even notified UNLIU to block the road. Under the realm suppression, they were only at the 10 fire level, of course much stronger than the average 10 fire. The weaker ones could easily suppress 7 or 8, and the stronger ones could beat 3 or 5. But the ones in front of him were different. Very, very different. They were not weak, nor were they stronger, but they had touched the perfect level, and reached the end of the 10 fire. This was very scary. Even if we were talking about Zhuangxin, everyone was below the 10 fire level. Not to mention the number of people, the realm height was actually about the same. Therefore, if he beat one, he could still suppress the opponent through the power of the law and win in the end. But if there were too many, it would be very troublesome. If they were not careful, they would get into trouble. Damn, it was actually the extreme 10 fire. There are still such people in the central region. And they are also casual cultivators. 10 fire and extreme 10 fire. That is two concepts. In order to quickly take down the opponent, UNLIU undoubtedly used his strongest power in the realm of 10 fire. Naturally, he did not come to intercept, but to directly stop and kill. If the other party dared to kill the Shangming monk, there would only be one result. But he did not expect that the other party would explode directly and withstand his attack, affecting hundreds of 8 or 9 fire golden pills, causing dozens of wandering souls with 10 fires, and at least 5 or 6 of them were at the limit of 10 fires. Those few were undoubtedly geniuses, and they had gone further than UNLIU. They were probably pursuing another realm above the 10 fires, which belonged to the legendary mythical realm that only a very small number of people in the entire Shanghai who had the honor to reach. Although they did not succeed, and were delayed for too long, turning into wandering souls, there was no doubt that their combat power was unparalleled. 3 of them were eyeing him. The other 2 were targeting Li Su. Not only that, what made UNLIU's face turn green was that, because of the battle, there was a figure floating in the Xiangxin period domain not far from them. It was a wandering soul of the Xiangxin level, and they were attracted. The power of the explosion here was too huge, which was much more than that of ordinary immortals. However, they did not come over because they did not feel the power of the immortals. But they were undoubtedly attracted and gathered together. Once they found the power of immortals, they would immediately rush out from inside and attack the existence with the power of immortals. Therefore, those wandering souls in the celestial immortal stage stared at him. Li Su was a real 10 fire golden pill, which would not attract celestial immortals. He was different. He was essentially a mysterious immortal. He had immortal power in his body, but it had not erupted. He had a fatal attraction to the wandering souls of celestial immortals. Too close. Boom. 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 The 2 had just warmed up in the battle, but they had to stop to fight against the 10 fires that attacked them. Most of the dragon scales flew back directly, forming a real dragon to protect themselves. Boom. 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 The stars fell, and the ghost baby arrived. However, it didn't matter. What UNLIU cared about was not this, but the attack of the weapon cultivator. The magic weapon he hid contained power beyond the level of 10 fires. Most of the dragon scales gathered and blocked directly in front of him. The vast power surged out, forming an absolute defense. Boom. With a loud bang, the magic weapon arrived. The dragon scale was shaking. Because of the suppression of the realm, it could not exert all its energy. It was broken through by the terrible magic weapon. 10 fires, and more than 10 fires. They are undoubtedly two concepts. UNLIU's face changed. Even if he was already a Zhuangxin, would it still be so difficult to resist the power of more than 10 fires? He retreated quickly, and sparks were rubbed under his feet. His flesh was affected by the power of the magic weapon that penetrated the dragon scales, and blood flowed out. Golden blood appeared, and the wandering souls of the giant stage and the wandering souls in the Xiangxin area went crazy in an instant. The people who besieged Li Su trembled, and most of them rushed towards UNLIU. As for the Xiangxin stage, because they could not feel the fluctuation of the immortal power, although they were crazy, they were still restless in place, and did not break the space. The main reason was still because of the fog. At this moment, the density of the fog was not enough to meet the standard for their end. Damn, UNLIU's face looked very ugly, very ugly. The only good thing was that the 2 extreme 10 fires that were heading towards Li Su didn't come, and they were still besieging him. He was a Zhuangxin, and he was like this when facing the siege of the extreme 10 fires. The other party? Question mark? Turning his head, UNLIU couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and a look of horror appeared on his face. This is impossible. But Li Su was holding a human head in his hand. It was the extreme 10 fires of Taoism. He was easily suppressed by Li Su and the head was taken off. And the one who seemed to be the extreme 10 fire of Buddhism retreated and ran far away. The instinctive panic made his face show a look of fear. Li Su smiled faintly. Sure enough, you have to fight monsters of the same realm. the sky-cutting hand, the 108 cyclones. What is that concept? It is the extreme and has entered the 12 realms. In other words, in terms of height, not to mention the number of golden elixir flames, Lee Su has exceeded the level of 10 fires in terms of the height of the magic alone. At the moment, when the Jishan domain was formed, it was hard to say if there were more than 10 fires. 10 fires, no matter if it was the limit or not, would enter his domain, and there would be only one result: defeat. Today's 10 fire golden elixir was not even qualified for him to take action. 7 Saint Deo fruits, golden elixir with 15 fires. It would take time to fight a low realm. What kind of Taoism was Lee Su still cultivating? Glancing at the extremely embarrassed Zhuangsun, and then the Xiangsun area not far away, the crowded Xiangsun, after feeling behind him, there was another Zhuangsun who would arrive in about a minute. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and murderous intent rose in his heart. The people of this sect were very annoying, with a high and mighty face, as if they were very great. His golden elixir began to glow, forming a terrible tsunami. This time, it was a little different. The power of the vibration was extremely huge, far beyond the realm that the 10 fire limit could reach. It failed to completely transform and completely transcend, but it was undoubtedly 3 points stronger than the extreme golden elixir of that instrument cultivator. Liu widened his eyes and looked at the other person in disbelief. His mentality exploded. He was jealous and angry. It was not the limit, but even higher. This lower domain cultivator, an extremely lowly existence, actually touched a realm that he had not even reached. As if it was a silent mockery, Liu's entire face was distorted by jealousy. Kill this bastard. How could he let a trash from the middle and lower domain step into a realm that he had not yet reached? The next second, the sky full of stars tilted down and hit Liu from an oblique direction. Boom. 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 Facing the extremely terrifying impact, the power beyond the 10 fires, Liu was passive, extremely passive. Even with the dragon scale defense, he was still pushed back by Lee Su. Lee Su's eyes were full of light, and he couldn't help but laugh. It's not an illusion. Facing the power of more than 10 fires, even if it's a Zhuangsun, there is no way to compete unless it explodes. Liu almost exploded when he heard this. He wanted to say something, but the next second, his face changed drastically, revealing a look of fear that he had never had since he became a Zhuangsun. The other party was pushing him towards the Xiangsun area. Normally, Liu was naturally not afraid, but this time it was not the case. There were a bunch of Xiangsun standing in the Xiangsun area, with red eyes, staring at him intently. Even with Lee Su's behavior, the Xiangsun wandering souls went crazy and screamed, making bursts of roars. The next second, the giant unstage wandering soul that was originally attacking Lee Su was shocked, stopped fighting, and turned to attack Liu. Is this helping him push together? Lee Su was shocked by the wandering soul's coquettish operation. Liu's face also changed drastically. He retreated faster and faster. The distance that was only 200 or 300 meters was quickly shortened and kept approaching. No, you can't do this. I'm the Zhuangsun elder of Shangming sect in the upper domain. If you kill me, Shangming sect will hunt you down to the death. Liu screamed in horror. There were too many wandering souls in the Xiangsun period. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that he had a seal. How could the people above be assured that Zhuangsun would not be restricted and would rely on themselves? Are you kidding? No one would hesitate when faced with a life and death problem. Therefore, those who came in were locked in their realms and locked tightly. Although they could use their immortal power, they could not make a breakthrough in their realms. Therefore, if they wanted to restore their Xiangsun strength, they needed to enter the Xiangsun realm in advance and unlock the shackles. This time was a breath. Lee Su smiled, saying this as if they were not chasing him now. Seeing the murderous intent in Lee Su's pupils, Liu knew that the other party would not stop and would definitely kill him. He was anxious and panicked. Looking at the celestial immortal area getting closer and closer to him, he struggled madly. The immortal power compressed in the depths was mobilized by him. He didn't care. He wanted to leave and escape. He still had an infinite future and couldn't die here. However, before his immortal power could burst out, a Deo pattern appeared on his head. There was lightning flashing in the Deo pattern, which instantly pierced through him and dispersed the immortal power in his body. Ah! With a scream, blood spurted out of UNLIU's 7 orifices. The power of resistance was shattered at once. The dragon scales surrounding him directly lost their power and were broken by Lee Su. Countless stars instantly hit his body and knocked him away. No, no, no. Ancestor, I'm in danger, in danger. UNLIU let out an extremely incomparable wail, and his body passed through the Giandan area and fell into the celestial immortal area. In an instant, the wandering souls of the celestial immortal stage rushed up directly. They had been waiting for a long time and were already hungry and thirsty. UNLIU, who was in the realm of Zhuangsun, was directly torn to pieces by a group of celestial immortals. Ah! The screams were louder and louder, and the soul was pulled out and torn into countless pieces. Amid the wailing and screaming, it was devoured by the group of immortals. Standing in the Giandan realm, listening to the screams inside, Lee Su couldn't help but grin. This scene was really explosive, comparable to a mortal surrounded by zombies, but even more miserable. The body once, the soul again. Finally, the people chasing him arrived, and the two got out of the fog, and their expressions were stunned when they landed. There was nothing else but the dragon scales all around Lee Su, which were UNLIU's things. As far as he could see, he saw behind him, the wandering souls of the immortals were chewing and devouring frantically, and golden blood was spilt. Little beast, what did you do? What did you do? The Zhuangsun who was slapped in the face by Lee Su went crazy. His eyes were red, and his eyes were full of violence. Lee Su smiled when he heard the words. He waved his hand and directly collected the dragon scales on the ground. Whoosh, he ran into the immortal realm. Slipped away. Slipped away. Chapter 453 Scenery of Hades. The celestial immortal realm is very different from the outside. The fog here is thicker, and the air is very heavy, like water, pressing on one's body. Moving here, even a small movement will cause a lot of noise. Just like in the water, the vibration will spread far away. After entering here, Lee Su's speed has been reduced again and again, and he has tried his best to suppress his speed to the minimum. Not only that, he also used the heaven-cutting hand to penetrate into the Deo rime in the air and barely reduce the impact of his actions. Even so, he still provoked a lot of wandering souls in the celestial immortal period. Fortunately, the celestial immortals with 4 or 5 fire achievements have a combat power not as good as 10 fires. Otherwise, once a big noise is made, it will be very troublesome. But the points are okay, much higher than killing 9 fires. Of course, what Lee Su cares most about is the environment under the fog. Before the celestial immortal area, he was undoubtedly in the mountains, but after stepping into this side, the ground under his feet became a road made of bricks. This road is very fast, about 100 meters. Although the fog on both sides is very heavy, you can see the floors of the buildings. He couldn't help but walk closer. As the mist cleared, he saw rubble and severely damaged rooms. Both inside and outside the room were extremely tragic. There must have been an extremely brutal battle here. Along the way, he saw more than one collapsed house, thousands of them, all broken. Either they were destroyed by blunt force, or they were left with marks of knives and axes. The strange thing was that he could still see bloodstains, both inside and outside the room. The amount of blood loss was extremely terrible. It was definitely not 1 or 2 corpses. It would take tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to bleed dry here. But what was strange was that he didn't see any corpses, not even one. It was as if after the fight was over, the battlefield was swept up, and all the corpses were taken away, leaving only this tragic rubble to tell the people who came later what had happened here. The wandering ghosts destroy the souls. I heard that it is because the tides in the underworld at the end of the west are reversed, blowing out the fog, and bringing the wandering souls who should have gone deep into the underworld back out from the depths of the west. Leaving aside the wandering souls, could the rubble in the fog be the scene in the underworld? Lee Su stopped his steps and couldn't help but reach out and grab a piece of ruins to confirm the truth. Without much force, he pulled down a corner of the broken wall. The stone was not heavy and the structure was very loose, giving people a feeling that the interior had been invaded for countless years and had long been sanded. Feeling the fine sand flowing on his fingertips, Lee Su was a little stunned. It was actually true. Did the fog in the underworld directly bring out all the buildings inside? Lee Su was a little confused, with confusion on his face. His face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but raise his head and look at a place not far away where people were fighting. After a moment of entanglement, they both continued to go deep. This is the breath of a living person. No, it is the breath of foreign blood food. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This was undoubtedly the first time he saw an outsider who had the same identity as him. Give up, outsider. Give me your body. You're dreaming. The voice came over, and Lee Su's face changed drastically in an instant. It was the teacher's voice. He couldn't help but take a breath. He stood up suddenly and chased after him directly. The person being chased was in a bad condition. He was seriously injured, and his body was bleeding. Asterisk 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 at this moment, at the junction. Almost an hour after Lee Su entered, the main force came. There were 3 camps, which were relatively far apart, and one side occupied a hilltop. There were Lee Su's old acquaintances, people from the Zhuangkang sect, and people from the Shanghai Shangming sect who he had just met, located in the center. And on their left was the Shenlian sect, also a sect from the Shanghai, and together with it was the Marxuan sect from the central region. Then on the right was the Ghost Gate, the Ghost Gate of the upper region. The Ghost Gate, one of the 5 major forces in the western region, was divided into 2, the Outer Ghost Gate and the Inner Ghost Gate. Among them, the Outer Ghost Gate is in the upper domain, while the Inner Ghost Gate is close to the Hell. Although both of them are from the same lineage, in fact, the Outer Ghost Gate is a place for retired people to live in their old age. That is to say, the real core is in the Inner Ghost Gate. Taming Palace is the organization established by the Outer Ghost Gate in the central domain, responsible for training young disciples and sending talented ones to the Outer Ghost Gate. Of course, the Shenlian sect and the Mozuan sect are different. Although both are instrument cultivators, they have different philosophies. Although the 2 sects are one above and one below, they are not in a superior subordinate relationship, but one manages the upper domain and the other is responsible for the central domain. In the upper domain, there is a way to the outside world, where there are special metals needed for instrument refining. In the central domain, there is Jianmu Mountain. After the Jianmu, that once connected the heaven and the earth was broken in ancient times, a branch fell down and landed somewhere in the central domain, turning into the huge Jianmu mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. The Mozuan sect was founded there and has been collecting Jianmu for thousands of years. The GGO and the body refining sects did not come. To be more precise, the GGO was not interested in managing power. They had no territory in the upper domain. As for body refining, although the upper domain had a Xianwu palace, they were not interested in souls. As for the upper domain, it rarely appeared. The most special sect in the western region, Buddhism, did not come either. After the discovery of the underworld, the Buddhist western heaven moved to the front of the underworld. It has been sitting there for tens of millions of years, suppressing the evil spirits escaping from the underworld, and has never moved. Occasionally, someone went down the mountain, but it was because the opportunity came, and they went out to recruit disciples. Boom. 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 The sky was making noises. A terrible shadow was moving slowly in the fog. It was not a cloud boat, but a palace called the Cloud Palace. It was a means of transportation that only the top forces in the upper domain could own. It was the most expensive, and it was also a magic weapon that could lock onto targets from the sky and launch attacks directly. The attack was a beam of light that could penetrate everything. The diameter range was a kilometer. If a 10-fire celestial immortal was hit, it would be instantly burned. Zhuangxin was not immune, and would be severely injured. Moreover, this thing is a tool, and the energy inside is not immortal power or magic power, but the immature sun captured by the golden immortal from the outer world, and put into it. Therefore, it will not cause wandering souls to go crazy. In this place, where wandering ghosts destroy souls, it is undoubtedly a strategic superkiller. The palace slowly moved forward, and chains fell from the sky. Below, there were people who were casual cultivators, thousands and tens of thousands. They wore purple rings on their heads, which were slave rings. Everyone was put on them. If they had any disloyalty, they would have a splitting headache and be in agony. At this moment, they desperately pulled the arm-thick rope connected to the huge chain, step by step forward, and beads of sweat kept falling like rain. The Cloud Palace can float in the sky, so it naturally has kinetic energy. However, at this moment, it just keeps floating, allowing these wild cultivators with slave rings to pull it forward. This scene is not uncommon. It often happens in the upper domain. This is called taming. Although the slave ring can make people unable to resist, Sanai's heart will not surrender immediately just because it is put in a ring. It will continue to resist for a long time until it is completely desperate. Therefore, in order to speed up this process, the taming method was born, creating some unnecessary hardships to make them struggle, make them resist, and then make them recognize the reality, and finally despair, turning them into obedient dogs, unable to resist anymore. Although time is a bit tight at this moment, it is still very necessary to make them recognize a reality that they absolutely have no room for resistance. Want to die? In the celestial realm, an old man slapped the new guy away with a slap. The force was so great that blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and his golden elixir vibrated. He flew more than 10 meters before stopping. The old man looked unhappy, looking grimly at the rest of the people around him, and roared, "Everyone listen to me. No one is allowed to touch the things in this fog, no matter what it is, even if it is a stone, a piece of rubble. There is no fluctuation. Don't touch it. These are things from Hades. They are both illusory and real. They are brought out by the fog, and they are attached with the breath of Hades. Once you actively touch them, it is equivalent to Hades touching your souls. Do you know what it means to have your soul touched by hell? Death. No, when you wake up, you will find that death is the easiest thing." Chapter 454 11 Fires. There were quite a few people in the Cloud Palace. Zhao Zixuan and Mo Chen were both there. Among them, the 2 people at the Ghost Gate were a man and a woman. The man had a green face, and the woman had a red face. One wore a black mourning dress and the other wore a red wedding dress. The man had a dead face, green and hard, with chains wrapped around his body. A mourning stick flew beside him. The stick was white with black air flowing through it. It was extremely yin, and was designed to hit souls. The woman had a rosy face. Her brows were full of joy, but she was also complaining and self-pitying, as if a girl in the boudoir was about to get married, happy and worried. She was entangled with red threads, and there were ghost babies crawling back and forth under her skirt. There were thumping sounds like heartbeats on her body, multiple, in her hands, feet, and body, about 7 or 8 of them, making sounds non-stop. The sound was very strange, and as you listened to it, your heartbeat could not help but connect with it, and be controlled by her heartbeat. The 2 people had extremely strong auras, which had exceeded 10 fires, and involved higher. The strange thing is that the 2 of them surrounded Zhao Zixuan and arched her in the center. Zhao Zixuan's reaction was not enthusiastic, with a helpless look on her face, while the strange doll lying on her shoulder showed a very resistant look, holding Zhao Zixuan tightly with its little hands, as if a chihuahua whose territory was invaded, and kept making humming sounds. As for the people of the Shenlian sect, he was somewhat similar to Du Fei, and was also a descendant of the Du family of the Shenlian sect. However, the difference was that he was not a direct descendant of the Du family, but was born to a maid. He was inferior to the collateral line, and was as lowly as a rat. To use the words of the Du family, it was that the rat usurped the noble bloodline, and gave birth to a deformed head. Shortly after he was born, his mother was executed. Since then, every day living in the Du family was like hell. He suffered from ridicule and abuse. He was a ruthless person. While practicing the method of Shenlian, he transformed his own flesh and blood until he became a 10-fire golden elixir, surpassed the 10 fires, and touched another surface. Finally, he was noticed by the people above and gained status. Of course, the abnormal environment made his character extremely twisted. He regarded his mother's identity as a great shame and humiliation, and did not allow any mention of it. His mind was even narrower, and he took extremely crazy revenge on those who had bullied him. Therefore, he came here specifically for revenge. That's right, Doofenshmirtz. The Du family's legitimate son, who had been high and mighty, and had ridiculed and beaten him countless times, and described him as a lowly bastard, was stripped of his legitimate son status because of a big mistake, and became a sinner. He came here to kill him. However, he did not expect that he would hear the news of the Sansheng grass by accident. This made him very excited, and a trace of burning appeared in his pupils. Although his status was improved because he surpassed the 10 fire golden pill, he did not completely cross over and enter the legendary realm. He just pushed open a corner of the door and saw the scene inside. But this was basically his limit, and there was no way to break through. The Sansheng grass undoubtedly had the possibility of breaking this limit, so that his killing intention towards Du Fei was reduced a lot, and it was no longer his top priority. Finally, the one who came to the underworld sect was an extremely arrogant young man. His eyes were unruly and looked down on everything. He sat on a chair made of red gold, on which was carved a fire phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was not a dead object, giving people a feeling of being alive. Under his feet, he was stepping on the fur of an unknown black creature, which had a flowing diorama and an extremely terrifying aura. This creature was very extraordinary before, and its fur alone revealed a violent aura. Its realm was at least above the heavenly immortal. Even if it died, there was a terrible power entangled. This blanket made of fur, let alone stepping on it, would probably feel suffocated, even if you approached it. It would not take long for you to be killed by the aura on the blanket. At this moment, the young man was a little unhappy, and his unruly eyes were unusually cold. One of the reasons was naturally Dooley from the Shenyan sect. The moment the young man heard about the Sansheng grass, he had already decided that this thing could only be his. It was supposed to be his thing, but someone dared to have such a thought, and the other party was just a bastard from the Du family, like a bug in the mud. But they just had the same idea, which made him extremely sick and unhappy. Not long ago, he received news that his subordinate, Zhuangxin Yuanliu, was killed by a casual cultivator from the lower domain. The moment he heard the news, the young man's good mood about the Sansheng grass disappeared instantly. Of course, he was not angry because his subordinates died, but because there was a slave who rebelled, and his subordinates failed to suppress and tame it, but died instead. This was wrong, and violated his philosophy. Slaves should crawl on the ground and accept their fate, and subordinates should obey and do everything they were told. This is the truth of this world, and it is also the truth in his heart. The slaves rebelled, his subordinates were at a disadvantage, and the bugs coveted what he wanted. All of these things were stirring his nerves and making the anger in his heart burn more and more. What's the situation? The young man from Shangming sect looked at the people around him and asked. There are a total of 24,0495 independent cultivators on our side, including 5,000 foundation building cultivators, 9,001 fire golden elixir cultivators, 3,002 fire golden elixir cultivators, 1,003 fire cultivators, 804 fire cultivators, 505 fire cultivators, 136 fire cultivators, and 65 fire cultivators. So far, all 5,000 foundation building cultivators have completed their advancement and become golden elixir cultivators, all of which are at the second fire level. All 1 fire golden elixir cultivators have also broken through, and half of them have directly entered the 4th fire realm. Upon hearing this, the young man interrupted and said, I don't care what happens to that group of ants. What I'm asking about is the number of slaves of the 9 fire and 8 fire cultivators, as well as the production of their blood. There are 18 9 fire cultivators, and 178 fire cultivators. 180 liters of 9th layer immortal blood, 1200 liters of 8th layer immortal blood, and about 70%, about 3500 liters. How much longer will it take? The fastest will take about 3 days. Speed up the process. I'll give you 1 day. Yes. What about the hunting of wandering souls? Because the overall strength of the independent cultivators has been greatly improved, the heavy fog has been suppressed. Very good. It's not just the Shangming sect, the other two sects are actually similar, and these independent cultivators were not captured, but they took the initiative to surrender and attach themselves to the sect after they arrived. Most of the real independent cultivators are too poorly gifted to join the sect, so they can only be alone, struggling to find ways to break through and live a precarious life. Not to mention the Shanghaiju, even if the forces in the Zhanghaiju are willing to have them, they will immediately kneel down. The ones who really don't want to, unless they are extremely powerful like Li Su. The thousands of independent cultivators who were locked up under the Cloud Palace, they didn't directly rebel against the Shanghaiju and were put on slave rings. They surrendered to the Shanghaiju from the beginning, but they had their own little thoughts and other ideas. How can such thoughts be concealed in the eyes of the Shanghaiju forces? They were directly put on slave rings, thrown down to pull the cloud boat, and beat the other party. The goal of the Shanghaiju Xianjiao is the Xiangxin area, and they want to enter the wonders of the underworld to obtain breakthrough treasures or ancient relics. But the Shanghaiju forces themselves, this time is undoubtedly to solve the matter of wandering ghosts and destroying souls. This is a major event that the saints are concerned about, and it is impossible for the Xianjiao to do anything recklessly. Moreover, the Xianjiao of the upper domain is not the Xianjiao of the Great Sect, and is not that valuable. These Xianjiao themselves are also very clear, so even if they know that the Sansheng grass is in the Xiangxin realm, they are impatient and still do not act immediately, but wait in place until everything is ready. Asterisk 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 in the Xiangxin realm. Deep in the wonders of the underworld, there stands an extremely huge palace. It is very strange that it is not shrouded in fog. The nearest fog is at least 1 mile away from it, and at the intersection of the fog, there is an extremely huge transparent cover, and 9 people are sitting inside. It is Xiaohao and his friends. At this moment, they are quietly waiting for the people of the upper domain to enter and come here. The news of the Sansheng grass was naturally released deliberately. Of course, it is true, it really exists. In the palace not far away, there is not only the Sansheng grass, but also many treasures. If you take out each one, even the Xiangxin will be jealous, and the Zhuangxin will be moved. But unlike usual, that palace is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. First of all, there are restrictions in the palace itself. They once approached, and after reaching a certain range, they found that not only was the realm suppressed, but also the methods of the immortal level could not be used. Not only that, there are guards in the palace, not wandering souls, but soldiers wearing black armor. They are all in the celestial immortal stage, and their strength is terrifying. Not to mention that each one is comparable to the 10 fires. The black armor is also extraordinary. He once took action, but he was almost beaten to death by the opponent. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have passed the first 7 days. Brother Shen, whose mansion do you think this is? Even the gatekeeper is so strong. One of the 9 people spoke up, with a puzzled look on his face. According to my research on ancient times, the specifications of the underworld are divided into 8 levels and 1 super. Super refers to the saint of the underworld, transcending it. The 8 levels, from top to bottom, are the first level Fengdu Emperor, the second level is Dangayu Emperor, Ksatagabha Bodhisattva, the third level is the 5 Ghost Emperors, the fourth level is the 10 Kings of Hell, the fifth level is the 6 Cases Gankeo, the seventh level is Samsara, the Judge, the 3 Officials of the Underworld, and the 8th level is the Ghost Commander of the Underworld. Now the huge mansion is close to the Emperors and specifications. The skinny monkey took a deep breath and said slowly, it is very likely the mansion of the 5 Ghost Emperors. It can also be said to be the Daluo mansion. Hiss. The other 8 people couldn't help but gasp, with a look of horror on their faces. Brother Shen, if you say so, it's useless to bring more golden elixirs to this mansion. It's impossible to break in. That's right. There are already 100 black armored guards in the mansion alone. And the black armored captain who chased out, if he couldn't leave too far, I'm afraid it would not be as simple as vomiting blood and retreating. The few who spoke were also sinners, but they were not from the upper domain, but from the central domain, or even not from the central south domain, but from the central west domain. By the way, among the forces from the upper domain that came this time, only Gimenguan belonged to the cross domain, and the other 2 belonged to the southern forces in the upper domain, and the western forces did not come. Half of that place is Buddhist sand dunes, and the other half is a weird force that does not belong to the human category. The skinny monkey smiled and turned to look at King Wu and Du Fei, 2 guys from the upper domain who had extremely noble identities before. Where did you get the information from? The corner of King Wu's mouth twitched, and Du Fei also had a strange look on his face. When they saw this mansion, they were somewhat silent. If it still had its original status and identity, it would still be possible. The strange objects from the underworld and the upper domain can open the mansion, to pass on the Taoist tradition, open the main gate to enter, and obtain the qualification for the trial, but the price is very high, and it will not be used easily. King Wu said softly. Du Fei also nodded. Yes, if this is really the mansion of the Ghost Emperor, the outside world will probably be completely shaken. A not so big ghost extermination actually blew out the mansion of the 5 ghost emperors. Well, someone is coming. Suddenly, the only woman among the 9 people spoke, with a strange look in her pupils. Is it him? Everyone was startled, and couldn't help looking at the woman. It's Yang Jian, the guy that Brother Shen had invited. But his breath is not right. Is this touching the wonders of the underworld and being controlled? As the woman spoke, several people couldn't help but look at a look of astonishment on their faces. The wonders of the underworld are usually not to be touched, otherwise something serious will happen. The soul will be affected, and it will completely lose itself. Where is the person? The skinny monkey was a little confused, and couldn't help but speak. The female cultivator felt it for a while, and after a moment, he said in surprise, he is walking towards this side, in the northeast direction, which should be the Ghost Emperor's residence. Once the soul is infected by the underworld, there will only be one direction, which is to go deeper and deeper. The direction is north, which means he is walking towards the southwest, instead of going straight to the west. Not long after, the remaining 8 people also saw Li Su, who came out of the fog, passed them directly, and rushed towards the Ghost Emperor's residence. He was very fast, especially after leaving the fog. In just a moment, he had arrived in front of the residence. Do you want to save him? The female cultivator turned to look at Shen Chen. The other party was quite powerful. He was a 10 fire, and he was practicing in the 3 realms. He had completed the descent to the underworld, and his combat power was undoubtedly quite amazing. No, the soul is affected, and can't be saved. The thin monkey's face was full of strange colors. He invited Li Su. In addition to the fact that the other party's breath was comparable to the 10 fires, the other party's breath also made him feel very special, and there would be a cause and effect intersection. Being able to cultivate into the 3 realms, it stands to reason that his luck should not be too bad. Could it be that he cultivated to the underworld and used up his luck? Soon, Li Su arrived. The mansion reacted instantly, and the black armored guards immediately rushed out. There were more than 10 of them, and they killed Li Su directly. There is no doubt that they are very strong, so strong that it is simply terrifying. Fuck, why did so many come out at once? King Wu couldn't help but change his face slightly. When they touched each other, only one came out, and he almost vomited blood with a punch. He's dead, he's dead. Du Fei also took a breath, and couldn't help saying. The others also shook their heads. Not to mention that the thin monkey said he didn't care. Even if he wanted to care, there was no hope now. Boom. In the eyes of the 9 people, Li Su reacted, and in an instant, the breath like a tsunami exploded, and the golden elixir flame soared into the sky. He didn't retreat, but went straight to the black armored guards. In the fight, Li Su suffered a great loss, was shocked back, and was surrounded by the black armored guards. Get out. With a roar, Li Su's 3,000 black hair fluttered up, and a terrifying shadow of the underworld appeared under his feet. The golden elixir began to emit a terrifying roar, and the terrifying pressure exploded from his body. A new color appeared on the outermost edge of the 10 color flames. In an instant, the flames were like the sun, shining for several miles. Boom. 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 The mana tsunami was steaming, turning into a huge wave of 100 feet, impacting the world. Li Su raised his hand and punched. Boom. With a loud bang, the void was crushed by his fist and suppressed by the terrible mana. Dozens of black armors trembled, were suppressed by Lee Su's fist, retreated, flew out, and hit the wall of the mansion heavily, and fell apart directly. With a step, he stepped directly into the main gate, and disappeared in the Ghost Emperor's mansion. Oh my god. 11 fires. Myths, shining into reality. How is this possible? Chapter 455 Myth Road. Outside, the 9 people watching this scene, even the skinny monkey couldn't help but be shocked, looking at Lee Su, who entered the mansion in disbelief. Shocked. It's not about surpassing the 10 fires, but stepping into the 11th fire, breaking the limit of the 10 fire golden elixir, and entering another new level. Fuck, where is the justice? King Wu's face turned green. How much effort did he put in to break the limit of the 10 fires? As a result, he is still stuck on that road and can't move forward. However, what about the other party? 2 fires, a set of 3 realm skills, actually broke through the realm. Not far away, Du Fei was also so angry that his neck was thick. His mood was really indescribable. He felt like he was screwed. If he was the 11th fire, breaking through the realm, would he still blame him for the mistake? Yes, but it would definitely be more than that. Above the 10 fires, it belongs to the legend, and only people in myths can reach it. This is an extremely huge threshold. On the other side of the threshold is a vast and boundless world. There are too many things in it that cannot be described. Crossing over and not crossing over are 2 concepts. This concept is so great that it is even more terrifying than the fact that 10 fires can fight against a garbage celestial being. This fire has a completely different concept. The power that bursts out instantly can reach 1 times that of 10 fires, and the mana is full of rigidity. In other words, not only in quantity, but also in quality, it is far more than 10 fires. And when it comes to the immortal realm, the gap will only become more obvious. 10 fires will turn into immortal power, and the 11th fire can become a gang. The 2 are like brass and black iron. Once they touch, they will become minute fractures. Brass will be shattered, and black iron will be invincible. 9 people, at this moment, couldn't say a word. They kept shouting fuck in their hearts, and then greeted each other's old mother in a rather frustrated manner. Boom. There is an impact, and it sounded. Lee Su, who entered the mansion, did not rest, and was still fighting. The terrible impact could be felt by everyone outside the mansion. The huge palace was shaking. There was no doubt that the fight inside was very fierce. Damn it, he is the 11th fire. His fighting power is far beyond imagination. He will not directly break through the mansion, right? Suddenly one of them spoke. His face was almost like he had eaten shit, fast and anxious. In an instant, several people's faces changed. Damn. 11th fire. Unless he is an immortal, and he must be an extremely powerful immortal. A celestial immortal with 7 or 8 fires will not work. He must be a celestial immortal with 10 fires, or directly a Zhuangzi. But an obvious question is there a Zhuangzi in the mansion? Or is there a celestial immortal with 10 fires? If not, facing the 11th fire, as long as you can't break through the realm, no matter how strong you are, no matter how many golden pills you have, it will be useless. Impossible. If that is really the Ghost Emperor's mansion, the strong people inside are definitely beyond your imagination, and there is no need for a celestial immortal to appear. King Wu shook his head, very directly. Du Fei also nodded. That's right. The horrors of hell and heaven, these 2 extreme places, are beyond your imagination. Why do you say that the 11 fires are a myth that has come into reality? Where did the concept of the 11 fires come from? The skinny monkey smiled and said, it comes from these 2 places. According to ancient historical records, there was a genius who went to take the assessment and entered these wonders. That genius only had 10 fires at the time and had reached the giant limit. After he defeated the one with the same 10 fire limit, he thought he could enter the next level, the primary celestial realm, and gain more benefits. Then a man walked out of it, lighting 11 fires, and almost killed him with 1 punch. From then on, it appeared that the 10 fires of the giant were not the limit, and there was still a way to go. 11 fires, let alone breaking through the mansion. He can't even get through 1/3, and he will be killed in the giant section. Beat to death. Several people were stunned. Yes, he was beaten to death. King Wu nodded. If he still doesn't come back to life, He will definitely die on the road to the golden elixir. Isn't he the 11th fire? Even if there are also 11th fire in him, it should just be a draw. Dufay smiled. Who said that there are only 11th fire above the 10 fires? Ah. The others were completely shocked, with incredible looks on their faces. The skinny monkey also sighed and said, above the 10 fires is a myth, and the road to myth is long, and has no end. If my memory is correct, 1,500 years ago, there was a genius in the East region who stepped into the 14 fires, and created a new height of myth. It can be said, that there was no one before and no one after. With the realm of golden elixir, he swept the 10 fire celestial immortals. That battle was earth-shattering. The 14 fires golden elixir was like a myth, illuminating everything. Even the saint ancestors were shocked, and went to experience it personally. In the end, they sighed that, if this boy could achieve the path to sainthood, he would be invincible in the world. King Wu and Dufay, they undoubtedly knew about this, and couldn't help but sigh. They were stuck at the 10 fires, while the other party reached the 14 fires. There was nothing to say about this gap. Even in the east and west, he was a mythical existence. The 10 fires are already so difficult. Is there still a way behind? Someone sighed. No, it's difficult for 10 fires to break through 11 fires, but it's not that difficult for 11 fires to break through 12 fires. The skinny monkey said slowly, breaking through 10 fires is breaking through the realm, seeking myths and legends, and shining the past realm into reality. Once you get on it, the road will appear, and you can see it. That's why there are so many people who are trapped in the golden elixir 10 fires, and are unwilling to break through immediately, but keep sharpening their way forward, wanting to open up the mythical path, and walk on it. Boom. Before the skinny monkey finished speaking, a terrible roar exploded from the depths of the mansion, and the shockwave gushed out like a tsunami. Directly above the mansion, an unprecedented wonder was formed. It was an infinite galaxy, an endless sword rain, and there was a realm of earth collapse, and there were images of mountains and rivers shattering. The atmosphere couldn't help but vibrate, and was affected by this terrible impact force, and cracks began to appear. Hiss. At this moment, no matter who it was, even the skinny monkey couldn't help but change his face. There was no immortal power or magic power, but the intensity of this fluctuation was too strong and too terrible. Let alone the battle in the mansion, the formation of the wonders alone was extremely terrifying. It felt like one could not touch it or someone would die. Is this the height of the 11th fire? After the 10th fire, each level has a special description. The 11th fire is hard, which means that the magic power has transformed and is equivalent to the immortal power. Except for the 10th fire heavenly immortal, it is not afraid of anything below it. The 12th fire is God, and the magic power has gone a step further, with texture, as if it is real, and it is a sign of the world. The 13th fire is scenery, and the world has completely transformed, and is highly integrated with the magic power. Is this the god of the 12 fires? Or the scenery of the 13th fire? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The terrible vibration and the terrible scene were not only witnessed by Xiao Hao and the others, but also formed a huge storm above the sky, and the fog was fluctuating, transmitting outward layer by layer. You said that there was a big battle in the heavenly immortal area. There was a fluctuation transmitted through the fog. At this moment, at the intersection of Jinden and Xiangxin, the face of the upper domain Xianjiao changed slightly. Has that group of people already taken action? This is undoubtedly very different from what was expected. They thought they were deliberately releasing this information to lure them in, and then find an opportunity to steal. Now, a big battle broke out inside. It can't be for no reason. The Xianjiao of Shangming sect said angrily. How are the preparations going? The opportunity is his. The treasure is his. How can he allow some mudlegs, some sinners to take it? Almost 50%. 50%. That's enough. Let people prepare immediately and set off. Other things don't matter. The Sansheng grass must be obtained. In any case, it is related to whether he can break through the realm, break through the 10 fires, and enter the myth. Du Li of Shenlian sect also had a fierce look in his eyes. Killing Du Fei was the purpose of his trip, and the Sansheng grass was also the same. And no matter what, this treasure must not be allowed to Du Fei, and he must not have a chance to turn over. As for the man and woman at the ghost gate, after looking at each other, junior sister Zixon, are you going in with us, or just stay outside? The Sansheng grass is a good thing. In addition to breaking through the 10 fires, more importantly, it is extremely beneficial to the soul. For the cultivators at the ghost gate, there is no way to let go. Zhao Zixuan thought about it. Maybe it was more dangerous inside, but was it really safe outside? She didn't think so. And when she came in, the ancestor also told her to go with the ghost gate outside the upper domain. She had a special physique, and any ghost cultivator would try his best to protect her. I'll go with my senior brothers and sisters. Okay, come with us, and we will definitely guarantee your safety, junior sister. Soon, the geniuses of the upper domain took action. Each camp brought a team of people, not many, about 100 people, and directly crossed the Chindan realm, and entered the Xiangxin realm. Asterisk 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 boom. 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 A big battle was taking place in the mansion. Li Su's murderous intent was extremely heavy. The depth of his realm was terrifying and beyond imagination. 7 Saint Deo fruits and 15 fire golden pills reached the maximum limit that the two worlds could reach. At this moment, his murderous intent, like substance, suppressed his way forward. Once all matter entered the range of his will, it would be strangled. Both of his hands were glowing, and the sky-cutting hand turned into a grand domain. The endless Deo rhyme was mastered by him, turning into a rain of stars all over the sky, pouring down. Not only that, Li Su was also using the golden elixir breaking technique to break the body, spells, and magic weapons. He rushed into the mansion following the bloodstains left by teacher Yaron. As more and more blood was spilled, his face became uglier and uglier, and his pupils were burning and about to explode. Get lost. With a roar, Li Su was extremely domineering and directly knocked the black armored soldiers who rushed over and shattered them. He used the heaven cutting domain to cut off all the techniques related to the law, and then used the magic power to form an impact, trying to crush them all the way. However, as he walked forward, more and more black armors appeared, and their strength became stronger and stronger. Finally, 11 fire black armored guards like Li Su appeared. In an instant, Li Su couldn't help but pause for a moment, and was blocked by the opponent. Of course, Li Su stopped. The opponent was in a bad situation. The Taoism, the skills, and the magic weapons were instantly touched by Li Su, and they were cut off for about half a second. Although it was only a short half a second, it was undoubtedly enough to decide the outcome. However, before Li Su could move forward, 311 fires jumped out at once. Die. Li Su was extremely furious. There were a lot of bloodstains at the end. He could feel the decline of his breath. The teacher was undoubtedly in the most dangerous situation. He took action. He was not fighting with magic power alone, but with his physical body. How strong is Li Su's physical body? The 15 fire golden elixir was tempered, and the 7 sects gathered. With his explosion, the 311 fires could not stop him at all. He was quickly suppressed and torn apart. 3 won't work, 5 won't work, 5 won't work, 10 won't work, 10 won't work. Boom. With a loud bang, a terrible god fell, far exceeding Li Su's magic power, and there was another power attached to it. This time, even Li Su was beaten back a step, and his body began to emit light, washing away the power of the other party, to kill into his body. 12 fires? His face did not change. His eyes were extremely cold. You have it. I don't have it. His golden elixir shook, and the 12th spiral appeared. In an instant, the netherworld under his feet shook, and another color was added to the 11 fires. The power is God. Li Su took a step forward, and punched with his hand raised. It was a simple punch, with starlight flowing on it, as if there was a universe. This is not the heaven severing hand. This is the Jade Purity chapter, one of the great deeds of Pangu Banner, the chapter of creation. The man opposite, under the black armor, had a rare look of surprise in his eyes, and a slight change appeared. His body shook, and there were mountains, rivers, and scenes of the earthen territory floating up. The same punch, without hesitation, hit Li Su. On one side was the chapter of creation, and on the other side were mountains and rivers. In an instant of collision, the mansion vibrated, and the giant and domain here could not bear it, and the power directly overflowed. Boom. With a loud bang, the two people who fought each other vibrated. The flesh seemed to be pressed down by the mountains and rivers. Even though Lee Su's flesh was extremely strong, he still couldn't help but take a step back, and the pain from his fist. And the opponent was undoubtedly much more tragic. His mountains and rivers were directly torn apart by Lee Su's chapter of Opening the Sky. As one of the most powerful chapters of Pangu Banner, this meaning of opening the sky can really cut everything off. Even the sword of Zeux and of Shanking Saint has some gaps in this regard. It is a crack from the inside out of the space. No matter whether it is matter or energy, as long as you are in this space, you can't resist it. This is the road, the holy road. His fist cracked and cracked all the time. His body exploded like glass along with the broken space. After smashing the opponent with a punch, he did not move forward, but stood in place, looking at his palm in great surprise. Pain. Because of the pain, he came back to his senses inexplicably. What's going on? It was as if a person suddenly woke up, looking at the blood squeezed out of the skin from the pores in astonishment. Although he completely recovered in the next second, he still looked puzzled. Who did I fight with? Wait, where is this place? Where the hell did I run to? Lee Su looked up in astonishment at the strange surroundings. He had just moved a piece of rubble down, so how come he was in an inexplicable place? And he had a fight with someone. Just when Lee Su was puzzled, 3 people in black armor appeared. They had no expression on their faces, and had terrible killing intent. What made Lee Su dumbfounded the most was that the 3 guys in front of him, were actually the 12 fire golden pills. Damn, what the hell is this place? Why are there 12 fire golden pills? And as soon as they appeared, there were 3 of them. Before Lee Su could ask any questions, the 3 rushed up, and the power of the 12 fire golden pills exploded. In an instant, 3 huge oceans pressed directly on his body. Lee Su's face changed, and he stretched out his hand, and the true dragon sword came out. The long sword was raised high, and the sea of consciousness vibrated. In an instant, the spirit swords that he had forged in advance rushed out. There were thousands of them. On each sword, there was an astonishing sword intent, forming an extreme sword pressure. ZHU Zion, Sword Formation. Chapter 456 Go All Out. You're a bitch. Lee Su's face turned black. Looking at the 10-12 fire golden core cultivators who rushed out, his face was as ugly as it could be. He had just suppressed 3 with the Zeux and sword formation, and immediately a bunch of them rushed out. What the hell are you playing? What on earth is this place? He swung his long sword, and the true dragon sword made a violent dragon cry. The true dragon inscription on it shone, the red gold streamer vibrated, and the Dalo mother gold Deo pattern flickered. On it, it carried a wisp of the sword intent of the 4 swords of Zeuxan, integrating Lee Su's sword heart, sword god, sword soul, and sword intent. Combined with his natural sword bone, it turned into the supreme sword way. One sword cut off the head, split the body, and shattered the body. These guys acted like crazy and fearless. 5 of them were killed by Lee Su in an instant, but they didn't care, and still rushed towards him. The 12 fires were like the bright moon in the starry sky, layer after layer pressing on his body, and all kinds of weapons were stabbed at him. Faced with this behavior, that seemed to be dragging him down with him, Lee Su was also quite troubled. It was very difficult to deal with. The 12 fires were at the breakthrough level, and had entered the legend level. The attack was pregnant with terrifying power, and even the physical body of the 7 saints would be injured. It should be over. Kill the last guy who rushed over madly, Lee Su thought in his heart, but the next second his face changed, and there was a touch of shock in his pupils. Someone walked out from inside, and the fire spewed out by the golden elixir was like the sun. That tsunami formed by the mana had real lethality, illuminating the scene in his mind into reality. Is this the 13th fire? Even in the mythological world, this is definitely the end of the golden elixir. Lee Su sucked in a breath of cold air, with a look of horror on his face. What the hell did he run to? No, to be precise, why was he here? What happened before this? The other party took action. As always, full of murderous intent, wanting to kill him. The man was like light, and in the blink of an eye he broke through to Lee Su's front. The terrifying manner like the scorching sun shone on him, and the molten iron would evaporate and burn. He punched. His hand was like the sun, and he didn't need any magic to cooperate. The scene formed by the 13 fires was the most terrifying attack, which was pregnant with Tao and intertwined with his path. Li Su didn't dare to be careless. Even if his physical body wanted to cut off this kind of Tao pattern, it would be very troublesome. It was terribly contagious. He took a breath and released his own golden elixir restrictions. The 13th vortex appeared on the golden elixir, directly showing the power of the 13 fires, reflecting the scene in his heart into reality. The golden elixir heart scene appeared, which was special and magical. Before it was formed, no one knew what it looked like. Even Li Su himself didn't know it very well before it was formed. This scene came from the deep roots and was related to his own avenue. Then, the world was grey. All the colors seemed to be taken away, showing black and white tones. This was the hard scene of Li Su's 13 fires, which made all tangible things lose color, and because of the loss of color, they lost power. Single, but domineering. In an instant, the sun-like landscape released by the 13 fires on the opposite side was suppressed. It was still burning, but the power inside was greatly reduced. Under the impact of Li Su's strong landscape, the huge palace, where he was covered, and the Dao rhyme carved on the palace dimmed. The opposite side was startled, and the color of the pupils changed slightly. There are many kinds of landscapes, but most of them are to strengthen oneself. For example, his fire forms an overbearing and unparalleled killing, which is extremely powerful. Even the simplest punches and kicks are like a sure kill. Li Su's is very different. It is external, suppressing everything and forming a terrible domain. Even I, who also has a landscape, was suppressed, and the power of the flames was greatly reduced. Is this Qingjing? In the prehistoric mythology, there are countless people who have landscapes. The threshold of the myth road has long been trampled. But, Qingjing is different. Even in the myths flowing in the prehistoric world, those who have it are rare and the number is astonishingly small. The most recent one was the monkey from the Qin and Han dynasties. Its landscape was the king's vision, extremely violent and powerful. I didn't expect that after several centuries, I could still see another person with the king's vision. The flow of time seemed to be affected. The world slowed down at this moment. Only the two people facing each other maintained their original speed. They fought. In an instant, they fought thousands of times. The black armored guard was too experienced, as if he had been on the battlefield 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or 1,000,000 times. All his moves had only one purpose, to kill the target. And it was such a simple purpose that formed an indescribable way, like a vicious circle. If you stepped into it, there was only one result, to be beaten to death by him. Every punch and kick was killing. The mouth, head, chest, and every part of the body could kill. His magic power was like a knife, a sword, a halberd, and a gun. This guy not only set foot on the mythical road of the golden elixir, but his martial arts. No, it should be the other way around. His martial arts centered killing, and the killing path became fire. Boom. 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 The opponent was very strong, so strong that it was unbelievable. There was a great sense of beauty in each move, like a page of the Supreme, written in front of Li Su. For the first time ever, Li Su was beaten to a certain extent. Since he obtained the 7 Saints Dao, this was the first time that he could not quickly defeat the opponent with the same strength. Fighting non-stop. Li Su's pupils were shining with bright light, and there was a great wave flowing inside, analyzing the fluctuations of thousands of Dao. He used the simplest punches and kicks to collide with the opponent, constantly analyzing the opponent, capturing his extremely special Dao rhyme. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour. The two fought fiercely, and the collision of power was enough to tear the surrounding void. The palace was constantly vibrating, because the Dao rhyme engraved inside was suppressed. The Ghost Emperor's mansion, which had not changed for thousands of years, had cracks and was torn apart by the vibration of the two fighting. However, soon, it recovered quickly. There was a supreme implication in the depths of the cracks, and the immortal runes were ringing. Gradually, Li Su's fists and feet began to change, and there was a Dao alternation on them. Of course, it was not the opponent's killing way. Even if Li Su had a Taoist interpretation and a talent that was earth-shattering, it was impossible to complete the analysis and master that kind of Tao in a short time. What's more, Facing someone who entered the Tao by killing, he was confident and would not show off his sword in front of Guangong. Killing the opponent with the opponent's Tao is not confidence, it is stupid. What Li Su presented was naturally his own Tao, the Tao of the Seven Saints. He captured the opponent's application and the idea of the opponent's Tao. Same level, invincible. As an existence equivalent to having a cheat, this is the minimum requirement Li Su gave himself. He cheated, and there were still people of the same level and realm that he couldn't beat. He might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Punching, there is yin and yang on it. Kick, like a sword, spear, sword, and halberd. Slapping with a palm, the soul resonates. Pulling, scratching, the flesh and blood speak. Holding the Supreme Saint, he had already set out on his journey, following the 7 Supreme Saints. Their paths were already the beacon in Li Su's heart, and there was no need to integrate other paths. The saints had already touched upon each path. The analysis at this moment was just another study to make himself more comprehensive. Boom. After dozens of fights, the situation was completely reversed. The killing path of the Black Armored Guard was interrupted by Li Su. No matter how profound and magical the Dao rhyme flowing through him was, it would be interrupted by Li Su in the next moment and collapsed. Boom. 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 For several times in a row, the figures of the two sides who were entangled in a hurry were shocked and stopped. The Black Armored Guard couldn't help but look down and look at his chest, where Li Su's fist pierced him. It was unbelievable. The black armor on his body was of a very high level, and even the 10 fire celestials could hardly penetrate it. But it was cut apart by the man in front of him in the way of the great Dao fusion martial arts. Well, that was his path. To kill with martial arts, and to kill until the fusion of martial arts. Looking up, the other party's armor fell off, revealing the vicissitudes of life. Handsome face, a middle-aged man, with his tall stature. In modern times, he would definitely be a popular uncle. With a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, the other party glanced at Li Su and said, "There are 3 more levels. I look forward to you passing the level." As the words fell, his body diameter shattered, turned into gravel, and disappeared. "There are 3 more levels?" Li Su couldn't help but take a breath, as if he saw the end, but at the same time, his mouth couldn't help twitching, and his eyelids were twitching wildly. This kind of fighting method, at least 3 more times? Sure enough, 313 fire black armored guards appeared, and the fire scene, water scene, and scenery exploded, and they rolled over in an instant, like 3 large trucks, rattling past his face. Fuck. Li Su's face changed, and he didn't dare to fight the 3 new guys like the previous one. The true dragon sword appeared directly, and opened without hesitation. Damn. Even if he used the 13 fires to drive the Zukes and sword formation, Li Su was still in a state of panic for a while. The golden elixir on the myth road was not easy to kill. It was not just a simple improvement in the quality of the mana. They had all entered the Dao, and their every move was magical. Especially the Xianjiao on the myth road in front of him, who was almost like a terrorist and wanted to die with you. Li Su had a headache. It took a long time to suppress the 3 that appeared. Next, will there be 10? Li Su thought, and he had a toothache. Otherwise, he could just mobilize the treasure and suppress them. With a thud, Li Su flew. He was hit in the stomach before he could react at all, and his colon was almost twisted off. There were terrible avenues intertwined inside, and the power broke his flesh and blood, and was wearing away his body. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Su was quite frightened. The 7 Saint Dao sects were actually pierced, and his internal organs were injured. This attack exceeded his perception. Fuck. Myth Road, 4th realm, perception. After the 10th fire, each additional fire will form a huge mutation. Moreover, if the previous 3 mutations increase the strength of magic power, then starting from the 4th one, it will be completely different. The so-called sense is aimed at consciousness and reaction. It is a special kind of super, an extreme leap. To put it simply, the sensed hits the insensitive, just like a father hitting his son, leaving no room for fighting back. At the moment, when Li Su was thinking, he was punched more than 10 times. Every punch hit the flesh, especially his face, which was swollen. Bastard, you have no martial ethics. Chapter 457 Go all out. The 14 fires are terrible. In just a moment, Lee Su was hit dozens of times, and his body was cracked. If it were someone else, he would probably be dead. However, the 7 holy Dao lines on his body were glowing, and the Dao patterns were intertwined with each other, like a big net. No matter how the opponent was eroding and strangling, they were still connected. The internal Supreme Dao pattern continued to spew out supreme power, to destroy the opponent's power and quickly restore itself. Perhaps, I underestimated the realm above the 10 fires. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and looked at the traces left in the air. It was clearly attacking in front of you, but it transcended your thinking, and hurt you in a way you couldn't understand. This is the realm involved in the 14 fire golden elixir. Sense. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. After all, he was a perfect golden elixir, and the level involved was higher. He reached the limit, and formed the so-called Cheyenne Dao body. Therefore, even if he didn't open the 14 fires, he could still vaguely detect a trace of signs. This person is very powerful, beyond imagination, especially the use of sense, reached a very amazing level, involving more than Lee Su. At least, Lee Su did not think that he could reach such a level after opening the 14 fires. Of course, this could not be blamed on Lee Su. After all, he possessed the 7 Saints Dao, which was the ultimate power, the supreme power. He still had great power when he came to this world, and this was when the Dao itself was not completed. Once it was completed, and the comprehensive evolution of the 7 Saints Dao was completed, let alone the 15 fires that were shining into reality from myths, even if the 16 fires came, he, Lee Su, would not hesitate to fight. His eyebrows condensed, and he took a light breath. The golden elixir in his Tanzhang began to vibrate, and one of the last 2 spirals hidden opened. In an instant, the mana that exploded like a tsunami suddenly gathered to the extreme, disappeared, and disappeared. Only the golden elixir, the blazing fire, and the light of the 14 fires illuminated the palace. In an instant, the disappeared target, who could only find the remaining traces, was captured by Lee Su. In an instant, he felt fully broke into another world and caught the opponent's tail. The black armored guard was startled, and his pupils could not help shrinking. Obviously, he did not expect that the target would also step into the same level as him. 14 Fire Realm. Unexpectedly, Lee Su thought that a fierce exchange of fire would happen. But the opponent inexplicably stopped there. After a moment, he shook his head and turned around and walked back. Soon, he disappeared into the depths of the palace. What are you doing? We haven't fought yet. Why are you running back? A voice sounded from the depths. I can't beat him. Just now, I used up all my strength to attack him, but it only caused his flesh to crack a little, and then he recovered immediately. Now he has activated the 14 fires. If he goes up, without the advantage brought by the sense, he will be beaten. Even so, you should grit your teeth and fight him to the death, right? I'm an assassin, not a dead soldier. Hey, don't go, bastard. If you leave, shouldn't I go up soon? I don't want to go up at all. This guy looks like a super pervert. Okay. He is completely different from the monkey and the girl's comedy back then. Damn it. Otherwise let go of the realm. Okay. With the performance of this thing, there is no way to fight it? What the hell is that flesh? Why does it have the aura of a saint? After a while of clamoring, a figure slowly walked out. He was not wearing black armor, and his dress was very special, wearing modern clothes. No, to be precise, it looked like clothes from around the 1990s. He was wearing flip-flops and flowered jodhpurs. The most distinctive thing about him was his shirt, which was not only short-sleeved but also green. His hair was also very fashionable, long and banged into a ponytail, with a beard and deep eye sockets. There were so many elements that Lee Su didn't know how to complain for a while. Hello. He walked out and smiled, waved and said hello. Lee Su didn't say anything. He took a breath, and his golden elixir kept vibrating. Ready. This should be the last level. In fact, if possible, he would rather face the 314 fires, and didn't want to face this guy who didn't look very good. He gave Lee Su a strong sense of crisis. Very strong. Very strong. It's annoying. Damn it. I said that the bastard couldn't be in front of me. It would easily make people alert. And now it's good. I'm on guard. The man nodded his head, a little depressed. Wouldn't he be able to sneak attack soon? How to fight such a being without sneak attack? Head-on collision? It's just a joke. 3 cows would be exhausted to death. He raised his head and clapped his hands. Change the venue. Fighting is prohibited here. As his words fell, the next second, the palace shook, and in Lee Su's astonishment, the scenery changed. It became a huge and vast space, with no end in sight, as if entering another world. Originally, I thought there would be no challenges, but I didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone would come again. It's really surprising. Of course, the most surprising thing is that the person who came is still so strong. No wonder he is so confident that he doesn't even go through the assessment procedures and directly prepares the key. The man spoke while moving his body. Challenge? Key? Lee Su was stunned. Huh? You don't know? The other party was shocked. What should I know? Lee Su frowned. Interesting. I didn't expect that the challenger who came this time actually knew nothing. Is this the guidance of fate? The other party did not explain, but said, so, are you ready to die? Lee Su stretched out his hand and said immediately, wait, if you can explain what this place is, what is the challenge, and what is the key, I will be very grateful. Want to know? The man laughed and squinted his eyes. Lee Su took a deep breath and rubbed his eyebrows. Okay, I don't want to think about it. Why? The other party was a little surprised and quite dissatisfied. He personally liked this kind of consultation session the most. Lee Su didn't say anything. It's nonsense. With the other party's expression, he didn't think he could ask anything. Forget it. The wish for the last meal can still be satisfied a little. This is the palace of the great emperor of Dongyu. The great emperor of Dongyu. Lee Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking. God of Mount Tae, one of the duties of the Green Emperor Taeheo, in charge of the birth of all creatures in the world. The highest god under the underworld Fengdu. Damn, what happened when I lost consciousness? Why did I run here? I know, it's good to know. At least you have fulfilled your last dream. The man smiled and said, so, are you ready? It's time to start. Lee Su took a deep breath. His expression became more solemn, and he didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him. Although it is said that in the conferred gods, the emperor of Dongyu is just a mortal general Huang Fihu, who is not strong, but if you really take it seriously, you will die. This kind of upper god's throne, not to mention how mortals can sit on it, it really has been sitting for countless years. Even pigs have become immortals, let alone humans. Moreover, according to folklore, the emperor of Dongyu is one of the incarnations of Taeheo, who is also known as the Green Emperor. After all these traps, the existence in his mansion, guarding the last level of the so-called challenge, how strong the person in front of him is, can be fully imagined to a certain extent. But, the other party disappeared. Even if Lee Su instantly opened the 14 fires, he still couldn't catch the other party. When he reacted, he was hit directly by the other party. One punch, just one punch. Lee Su's body was torn apart, pierced through, severely wounded, and fatally injured. Looking down, Lee Su looked at his pierced chest. The Dan's Hang acupoint was torn apart and completely shattered by the opponent's blow, and his heart was also shattered. His back was pierced, and a huge blood pit was blown out. There is no doubt that the cultivators in the myth world are dead. Even the 15 fires are dead. Pulling his hand away, the opponent shook off the blood on his hand. Well, how can I say it? I have done so much, but this is the result. But you don't have to regret it. After all, the 15 fires I killed, if not 100, there are at least 80. You are still very good. You didn't even participate in the test, and came directly to challenge, and even met my level, which is considered to be the best among the group in front. So, please rest in peace. You really. Before he finished speaking, the opponent paused. His pupils couldn't help but open, and a look of astonishment appeared on his melancholy expression. But Lee Su exhaled a breath. His broken chest was recovering, flesh and blood were growing, and there was a terrible vitality exploding inside. While constantly growing new flesh and blood, there were sword lights, space, Buddha lights, and soul lights flashing, strangling the opponent's power that hit his body. In the blink of an eye, the big hole that was pierced through the back of Lee Su's chest was completely restored. He said nothing. The ground under his feet was shaking continuously, and a terrible scene rose. That was the underworld, the extraordinary source of Lee Su's golden elixir. Boom. 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 The terrible vibration sound was resounding, and in the Tan's Hang acupoint, a golden elixir was taking shape, slowly taking shape. On it, 15 spirals were surrounded, and 15 veins were glowing. In just less than a breath, the terrible flames exploded from Lee Su's body, and the golden elixir was like a torch, rendering the land and sky colorful. The next second, strong, got, scenery, feeling. The 4 elms were fully opened. Then Lee Su raised his hand and grasped the void, and the 4 elms merged into one. 15 fires shot up into the sky, then quickly collapsed and sank into Lee Su's body. A black color slowly rose from his body, like air, but not air. This color was very special, not black, but a color that could not be illuminated by light. It permeated around Lee Su. Although there was no earth-shattering tsunami of mana, it was pregnant with extremely terrifying fluctuations. It was just like the middle-aged uncle who punched through Lee Su's body in an instant. The atmosphere was shaking wildly, as if it had come alive and felt the crisis of life. It could not help but let out a shrill roar, forming a strong wind and turning into thunder. Lee Su just stood there, and the space could not help but crack, as if it could not bear him. I was shocked. The middle-aged uncle swung his hand and directly swept away the terrible storm formed by the trembling space with Lee Su as the center. An unbelievable look appeared on his face. It was not easy to hit the opponent with a punch. It was the supreme punch he had accumulated over countless years. Although it was not all the power, after the opponent was hit by him, he directly learned the extreme state that he had spent countless years to master. Moreover, he learned it quickly and integrated it. Is this still reasonable? When I was 13, I felt that this boy had an amazing learning ability, but I didn't expect it to be so amazing. And, such a serious injury? How did he recover? What the hell is the scripture flowing out of the flesh? It's shocking to look at. And the golden elixir, it was broken into pieces, but he could still recast it? What the hell is this thing? I have to admit that I underestimated the strong in this world. After fully recovering, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. He had suffered a loss in the previous level, and this time was even worse. If he didn't have more than one foundation, he would have really died in that blow just now. The golden elixir was shattered by the opponent. Fortunately, he has another foundation, and the roots of the golden elixir are also different, mainly from the underworld. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su raised his head and said slowly, "But please rest assured, next, I will go all out. Blood and flesh." His eyebrows shook, and the blood and flesh Deo fruit jumped out. The underworld shook wildly, and endless extraordinary particles surged out. In an instant, the life fire rushed to the sky, the void formed an image, and the mountains and rivers appeared. Soul. His eyebrows trembled, and the soul Deo fruit brought out the 6 reincarnations, accompanied by the gushing of a large amount of extraordinary particles from the underworld. The 6 realms formed a huge millstone, which shook wildly, and pulled all the true spirits of this time. Taking, Yuking, Shanking, Vajra, Buddha Kingdom. Lee Su looked up to the sky and roared, and his corpse completely lit up, and the huge underworld appeared, turning into a piece of land, holding up his body, and the terrible extraordinary particles endlessly splashed out. Yin-Yang diagram, Pangu banner, Kingping sword, indestructible glazed glass, Pure Land Buddha land. 7 Deo fruits, for the first time since entering the mythical world, jumped out of Lee Su's sea of consciousness. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lee Su shouted again, "Xinhuo banner." A supreme treasure, the highest of humanity, burst out. Blazing fire swept across the world. Endless particles fell, covering the Deo fruit, and in an instant, his Deo fruit aura increased wildly, with a grand history flowing in, and the intensity increased again. Zhuanhuang Pagoda. Lee Su raised his palm and exhaled slowly. Golden light exploded, and the Zhuanhuang Pagoda of heaven and earth, which surrounded the stars and showed infinite repressive power, appeared from his mind. In an instant, the world was shaking wildly. Supreme treasures, 2. There are more than 2 with the aura of supreme treasures. At the moment of the explosion, the Dangayu Great Emperor Palace was a little overwhelmed. Looking at Lee Soo, the middle-aged uncle's eyes almost bulged out, and his mouth opened, so wide that he didn't even know it was dislocated. I'm fucking. Chapter 458. A full hour. As a handsome man with a hesitant temperament, as a man with extraordinary talent, he once dominated the younger generation several centuries ago, and was called the King of Kings. He has never had any rivals in the same realm in his life. He has been envied and admired for countless years, and is a role model for other people's children. At this moment, he was furious, gnashing his teeth, and his neck was thick. He finally understood the feelings of those scumbags he had always looked down on, because he had also become one of them. It was so infuriating. What the hell is this? He had difficulty walking, passively resisting, and was beaten badly. He was surrounded by Deo fruits, and was surrounded and beaten. Regretted so much. Why did he appear naked? Why didn't he wear armor? Although wearing it would not be of much use, it would avoid being beaten to death like this at this moment. King Daogo's body glowed, and the phantom of Pangu banner on his head fluttered. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out thousands of space blades. The blade light was colorful, and the folded space distorted the light, falling one by one. The moment the middle-aged man was hit, his body suddenly became blurred. The blade of light was not a slash, but a collapse, shattering the space itself at the atomic level. The avenue inside involved many fields, the material surface, the energy surface, and the soul surface, erasing the opponent from the root. His body glowed, and he actually withstood the slash. There were immortal inscriptions on his body shining, and he recreated himself in everything that was about to be destroyed. Fuck, this is a test of a toothbrush. Who is testing who? The middle-aged uncle's face turned black, and he instantly possessed himself as the one who passed the level. The other party was the ultimate boss in the last level. If it weren't for his high level and mastery of immortality, even if he was suppressed in the Giandan realm, he could still reflect eternity and restore himself. His ashes would have been scattered. Fuck, how could there be such a pervert? Have I slept too long, and the rules of the outside world have completely changed? The Seven Saints Deo. Let's not talk about why the Seven Saints would accept a disciple at the same time. How did you master the Seven Saints Deo at the same time? The great way of saints is extremely domineering, and they walk forward alone, not allowing anything else. Looking at the freak in front of him, the middle-aged man was convinced. As the saying goes, there are mountains higher than mountains, and there are monsters stronger than monsters. As the descendant of the 99th generation of the Heavenly Master, he admitted that the guy in front of him was more evil than him. It was simply a large monster. However, thinking about the terrible future, only this kind of monster could bear it. Congratulations. After finally jumping out of the endless space fragments, the middle-aged man asked for something. However, before he could make any move, Shanking Daogo jumped over with a whoosh, and the Kingpin sword on his head was glowing. With the true dragon sword as the carrier, the 3000 spirit swords turned into a sword formation, and the 4-color sword intent fell, turning into a sword world, forming a terrifying killing space. Cut, cut, cut. Very simple, and also very terrifying. Flesh, soul, Taoism. Everyone let go. Every sword slashed past will leave a terrifying sword intent, obliterating all the existences that were cut, to completely kill the opponent from the root. Fuck. The middle-aged man fainted, and was chopped to blood. There was no good spot on his skin. His immortal Deo pattern glowed, and the eternal aura spread. He repaired madly and finally withstood this terrible attack. The next second, flesh and blood, soul, taking, and Butterland. Except for the Vajra glass body protection, the other Deo fruits rushed up one after another, not giving the other party a chance to speak, and they attacked madly. 2-3-1, 1-3-2, 1-2-3, and big. All hit the other party in the face. I'm so miserable. Wu Liang, Yushians and Ashal Buddha. The middle-aged man was so miserable. He had never been so miserable in his life. He was pressed into various supremes and strangled. Asterisk watching him break away from his own Deo fruit attacks again and again. He was clearly broken up several times, about to perish. His molecules were shattered, and he would completely die and disappear. But the next second terrible inscriptions immediately flowed out of his flesh and blood and soul, melting the avenue inside. filled with a power that even the great power of time could not affect. It flowed slowly, and it actually allowed the other party to recover from the destruction. Lee Su was shocked, extremely shocked. He felt the breath of immortality from the power of the other party, and there was a taste of eternity. Fuck. What realm is this guy in? There is no such thing as eternal golden elixir. Not to mention golden elixir, even celestial immortals and mysterious immortals do not have it. As time goes by, lifespan will still have a limit, and this end will be far more terrible than that of mortals. It is the real end of life, the kind of complete death. Everything outside the true spirit is completely erased by time. Even if you are reborn with this spirit, you will not have any memory at all. You are completely someone else. This is the price of transcendence. Everything in the soul light belongs to yourself when you awaken. Well, I'm getting off topic. Back to the point. Only the golden immortal and the Daluo realm can touch the eternal realm. They have already merged with the Tao and combined themselves with the Tao. Time cannot affect them. Only the passing of the Tao will dissipate. As for the Dao, as long as the heaven and earth exist for one day, as long as the universe is not destroyed, the Dao may disappear, but it will always exist and will never dissipate. He is definitely not a golden elixir. After hammering the opponent for half an hour, Lee Su took a deep breath, and the Dao fruit returned to his side to protect himself. It's not that he was tired. He practiced the 3 realms of the exercises, opened the lower underworld, and dug out an unprecedented huge source. For him at present, there is no possibility of the sky and blue. Under the underworld, it is a vast ocean. Lee Su himself stood in it, which was almost like a person standing in the Pacific Ocean. The main reason was that Lee Su found that it was too slow to fight like this. The opponent's quality may have been reduced, but it was only a small part. Unlike the guy in the previous level, that was an assassin. His attack could not kill him, and he was found by him. If he fought again, he would definitely die, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. And the guy in front of him was the last level. Not to mention his strength, the body of the golden elixir actually mastered the eternal power. What's the difference between this and a bug? This is what that bastard planned. Does he want to be beaten? There is no way. Lee Su's netherworld was shaking more and more violently. A large number of extraordinary particles were absorbed by him into his body and merged into his mindscape on the Zhuanghuang Tower that he had outlined. He didn't have that much time, and he didn't want to stay here for too long. The ghost-killing souls will recede. Once the tide recedes, the Dangayu Great Emperor Palace will definitely return to the depths of the underworld. That would be really dangerous, and there would be almost no possibility of getting out. Admittedly, his realm is still very low, and he can't understand the eternal power, but it doesn't matter. He has a treasure, which is even higher than Daluo. In his current situation, forcing it to appear will cost a lot. After all, the Zhuanghuang Tower itself is not in this world. With Lee Su's full urging, all the mana was poured into the Zhuanghuang Tower, and he went to the depths of his heart to find the door left by the Zhuanghuang Tower to draw more power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Zhuanghuang Tower quickly vibrated, and the tower body began to release brilliance, and the brilliance was like a ribbon dancing and scattering. On each light band, there are stars that surrender to it, interweaving with the sky full of stars and the infinite universe. He kept guiding, preparing to lead out the supreme avenue of the Zhuanghuang Tower, which can suppress Yanghan and shatter immortality. He doesn't need too much, just a little is enough. The terrible energy is gathering, and the Zhuanghuang Tower suppressing the middle-aged man's head is getting louder and louder. The tower body is getting bigger and bigger, and the stars flowing down from it are getting more and more terrifying. Not enough. Far from enough. Lee Su gritted his teeth and continued to increase the output, melting more and more extraordinary particles into the Zhuanghuang Tower. His body was smoking, and his body was extremely hot, almost burnt yellow, and ignited. This is the result of excessive extraordinary. The extraordinary power under the underworld is very extreme and violent. Even if he can bear it, too much absorbed at one time will pass through his body. If it flows, it is still quite tricky and too violent. However, as Lee Su continued to draw the power of the treasure Zhuanghuang Pagoda again and again, the Zhuanghuang Pagoda seemed to have sensed it, and the power flowing over gradually became huge, with an immortal breath appearing. He took a breath, and the Zhuanghuang Pagoda burst out with supreme power. trying to suppress the immortal with the immortal, and opened a super big move to kill the opponent. Finally stopped. The middle-aged man also exhaled. Although he couldn't die, it was very painful. The rupture of the molecular surface layer, even if it could be restored, would make you cry for your parents. That is, he, who had offended the existence, that must not be offended, because of his bad mouth, was exiled to the depths of hell, and cultivated the endurance, that shocked the world, and wept ghosts in that hell. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, that he had already decided to let the other party pass the level, and gave him the key, but he was beaten for a whole hour. I'm really angry. However, when he saw Lisu using the treasure, his flesh and blood were burning, ready to unleash the power of the treasure. The middle-aged man shuddered, and couldn't help shouting, "Evil creature, why don't you stop?" Lisu was stunned. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. His whole body was trembling, and he was so angry that he reached into his arms and quickly took out something. How to describe it? A piece of iron? There was no Taoist rhyme flowing, nor was there anything weird, but it was impossible to see through. It looked like a black lump, and the perception of the mind was coded. He didn't hesitate, raised his hand, and threw it directly at Lisu. Lisu was startled, and his glass body emitted a strong light. He thought it was a hidden weapon, and had to resist it. As a result, the thing actually ignored his supreme Taoism and his whole body of mana energy, and directly penetrated through, and entered his consciousness in an instant. His eyes were startled, and his face showed surprise. The key, 1/9. Is this the so-called clearance, the thing to be seized? Lisu raised his head, and looked at the middle-aged man, wanting to ask something. As a result, the middle-aged man took a breath, and cursed without grace. "Your uncle's little thief. I beat you for an hour. An hour. Did you feel good? Spicy chicken. Don't let me meet you outside. I will beat you to death if I meet you." The next second, the space shook. The middle-aged man, this huge space, disappeared in diameter. Coming back to his senses, Lisu appeared in the palace of the same style as before. It was a hall. In front of him, there was a red platform. On the platform, there were things emitting a hazy light. There were 3 things in total: a book, a piece of metal, and a grass. Not only that, his spiritual sense opened up all of a sudden, and he could feel the surrounding environment. He found that he was standing in a huge mansion. The mansion was extremely huge, and shrouded in fog. It was the fog that wandered ghosts and destroyed souls. Did he pass the level successfully? Come out? Unable to help it, Lisu's mouth twitched, recalling the look in the middle-aged man's eyes before he disappeared, and couldn't help but feel numb. Isn't it to kill the opponent in this clearance? Question mark? Boom. 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 Before Lisu could think about it, there were sounds of fighting and voices. Lisu was stunned for a moment, and with the feeling, his pupils could not help shrinking. There were 2 groups of people, some of whom were unfamiliar to him, and some of whom were familiar to him. For example, the skinny monkey Shen Shen and his group, the 9 people who invited him at the beginning. Now there are only 6 left. Everyone is injured, and they are fighting with another group of people. It is very tragic and bloody. There are more people on the opposite side. If there were no third-party black armored soldiers to contain the fighting power of the other side, the skinny monkey and his group would probably have been wiped out. Among the other group of people, Lisu also had his own people. 4. The 2 Zhuangzi who had chased him, and the Taoists of Taming Palace and Mo Zhuanzang. They were fighting and moving towards the position where Lisu was. Lisu took a breath. Could this be the place where the skinny monkey invited him to come? He turned his head and looked at the things on the platform in front of him. The book and the unknown thing were not mentioned at all. The grass with 3 leaves, could it be the so-called Sansheng grass? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Upgrade the Pursuit. Lisu frowned slightly. Undoubtedly, he did not want to run into the group of people outside. If he went out from the depths, even if he did not take anything, the other party would certainly be suspicious, and even believe that Lisu took something better. At least Li Su would think so. Otherwise, why didn't he take the Sansheng grass and other things? At the same time, if he took the things in the palace and went out, the problem would undoubtedly be even bigger. Both groups of people would undoubtedly target him and make trouble for him. He was not afraid. In this fog, as long as the Zhuangzi did not burst out all his strength, it would not be dangerous for Li Su, even if he was a Xiangxin. But the problem was that it would be very troublesome after going out. After all, he was a casual cultivator, without a sect or school. Oh, that's not right. He seemed to be no longer a casual cultivator. Now he was already considered to have a background in a big sect, and it was the legendary Jijiao. Although there were some problems with the current sect's doctrines, there were still some basic guarantees. At least in public, Zhuangzi and those above him did not dare to attack him directly. Li Su sat down on the spot without rushing to act. At this moment, he also had to sort out some things. This inexplicable trip had already begun to test him when he came back to his senses. The opponents he met were all guys who had surpassed the 10 fires and entered the myth road. This undoubtedly gave him a great shock. When the prehistoric times were still there, were there many geniuses? Was the myth road crowded with people? Not only that, Li Su also learned a lot from them. Obviously, the myth road that countless people are trying to step into now was studied very deeply in the prehistoric times. In addition to learning things about the Tao, the key was also very strange. It floated in Li Su's mind without any movement, and it gave Li Su a very strange feeling. It was not a substance, but it was not energy either. It was not complete. In order to present it completely, more parts needed to be collected. And what exactly is the use of this key, and what place is the key? Li Su was at a loss. In short, coming here was very inexplicable to him. Although he encountered a lot of bad things, he also gained a lot. He had touched the mythical road of the Golden Core Elm, and the improvement was very obvious. No, it should be said to be very amazing. Especially the last guy. He was undoubtedly in the 15th fire realm like Li Su, and he pierced his chest in an instant, shattering the Golden Core, which was an unforgettable lesson for Li Su. The Golden Core Elm in this world is very different from the Dao fruit practice in the outside world. The effect of each level of power improvement is huge and terrible. In other words, he was facing the existence in the underworld of hell, which was a relic of the prehistoric period. He dared to use the Dao fruit directly in it without reservation, and even showed the treasure, so he could win. If he met such an existence outside, Li Su would not hesitate at all, and would turn around and run. Release the Dao fruit? Use the treasure? That's because he thought he was not dying fast enough. If the same realm can't kill you, can Zhuangzi, Daluo, and pseudo-saints kill you? Li Su's eyes kept flickering. He was trying to grasp the power displayed by the last person he fought. Although the man at Tsunami of the Golden Elixir was one of the characteristics, it was obvious that the opponent had a very high control in this realm. He only felt a trace of the opponent's terrible tsunami at the moment, when his flesh was pierced, and the Golden Elixir was torn apart. It was also at that moment that his flesh body cast by the 7 holy Dao fruit inscriptions was destroyed. The power was collected to an incredible level. The destructive power generated by the instantaneous explosion was more than twice that of Li Su's normal explosion of 15 fires. With that firepower output, all 10 fire immortals would die, and Zhuangzi would also be seriously injured. With his eyes closed, he kept feeling, kept recalling, and kept replaying that scene in his eyes. Li Su felt more and more that the opponent's instantaneous explosion was extraordinary. At the same time, he was extremely fortunate that he had the supreme treasure Zhuanghuang Tower and Xinhuo flag. The former suppressed the opponent, at least reducing the strength of 5 levels. The latter improved himself, at least raising the power of Li Su's Dao fruit by 3 levels. With this addition and subtraction, the gap between the two was undoubtedly pulled into a terrifying distance. Otherwise, even if he had the 7 Saints Dao, the Dao Yun had not been fully completed, and now he was only about 20, and could not fully exert it. It was hard to say who would lose. He, in a sense, was the same as himself, belonging to a certain realm, and he had reached the deepest place that the world could reach the other side. To say where he was surpassed, it was probably that Li Su's learning was the highest saint, and he was walking his own way. Constantly recalling, spiritual light continued to fall, and inspirations were constantly interweaving. The more he recalled, the greater the vibration, and the more he recalled, the more he felt. Lee Su's talent waiting, Dao-ji, and Cheyenne Mei Dao body were all vibrating, analyzing, understanding, digesting and absorbing everything from the previous battle, and finally turning it into his own things. Dao. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in Lee Su's eyes. He realized something, and the Dao-ji in his pupils was glowing, because this floating thought began to interweave and build. His body and soul were vibrating, the golden elixir was vibrating, and the Dao fruit was also vibrating. On the body and soul, there are 7 colors of holy Dao glowing. The golden elixir overflows with power, and the Dao fruit resonates with it. Gradually, divine Dao patterns began to emerge on Lee Su's body. 7 colors, clearly divided, spread all around his body, resonating with the 7 holy supremes in his skin, flesh, meridians, and bones. They were intertwined, forming veins, attached to the surface of Lee Su. With a thought, the red Dao pattern on his fist spurted out the life fire. The life fire was extremely strong and beyond imagination. It gathered the power of the 15 fire golden elixirs and instantly formed a high temperature close to that of the sun, which was pregnant with a terrible life energy. Not only that, there was an artifact in the life fire. It was a spiritual treasure that Lee Su forged through the chapter of spiritual treasures, forging red gold, Dalo mother gold and other extraordinary material metals. It had not yet taken shape, but it appeared in the life fire on Lee Su's fist. Not only that, there was a shadow projected on the artifact. It was a picture with mountains, rivers, and land, and endless creatures. The void was extinguished by Lee Su's life fire. A black hole as big as a basketball appeared, and his power vibrated inside, unable to heal for a long time. The power was tireless, and attached with the taste of immortality. It was not until Lee Su's thoughts fell that it slowly dissipated, and the void slowly healed. Lee Su's pupils could not help shrinking, and he kept using his mind to guide the other 6 Dao patterns. There is no doubt that they all have undergone drastic changes like the life fire. In the power, there is a great wave flowing. Because of its amazing qualitative change, the energy will not disappear immediately after the outbreak, but will be repeatedly operated and continue to exist. Because of the Dao, a closed loop is formed, excluding everything else. With the successful use of power, Lee Su was surprised to find that he lacked an extremely large amount of Dao rhyme, and in an instant, he broke through a full 10%. Not only that, his golden elixir changed, and 7 color light appeared on the elixir itself. That was the supreme power held by Lee Su, and they were branded on it. At the same time, the Dao fruit was also shaking, and Dao veins began to appear on his small body, just like Lee Su's body. The spiritual veins that should have only existed in the foundation building elixir of this world appeared in his Dao fruit. This amazing change caused Lee Su to spasm all over his body, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. His bones were groaning, and there was a creaking sound inside. At the same time, the energy of the golden elixir and the Dao fruit flowed into his bones, writing and burying words on his bones. He couldn't help but take a breath, and the image of a piece of broken bone flashed in Lee Su's pupils. It was obtained in front of the ruins of Zanio and Dao Chang. The light of the great Dao flowed on the bones, which was very magical. Now, with his inexplicable situation at this moment, he was almost certain that his bones had been changed. Just like that piece of broken bone, the great Dao entered his bones. The spasm came quickly and went away quickly. This change was very shallow and could only be regarded as a preliminary formation. But even so, this change was still terrible. Lee Su had originally experienced the Dao transformation, writing the 7 saints' supreme scriptures into himself, and walked a similar path, but in different ways and methods. After this writing, Lee Su found that the degree of fit between the 7 saints and himself had changed dramatically, and the fit had improved. This writing and engraving changed Lee Su from the innate level, just like a gifted person, making him more in line with the 7 saints. Although he had just started, he still couldn't help but be shocked, and his breathing became rapid. He suddenly set out on the cultivation system of the myth world, stepped on a bright road, and headed straight to the depths of the other side that practitioners in this world could reach. This improvement was not small for Li Su. It was huge. The acquired cultivation of Dao fruit, the innate cultivation of Jinden, the Dao fruit road and the Jinden road, two completely different roads, eventually led to the gates of the Holy Way, which were blasted open by him at the same time. There is no doubt that, if there were strong people in the myth world here at this moment, they would probably gasp and be stunned by Li Su's situation. Because this is a double Dao base. That is to say, if Li Su continues, when he becomes an immortal, others can only become an immortal once, but he can become an immortal twice. The gap inside is so big, so terrifying. Moreover, he is not an ordinary double immortal. Because his Dao fruit is the supreme Dao fruit, what he achieved is the supreme immortal way, and the golden elixir is the perfect golden elixir, and his achievement can undoubtedly be said to be the supreme immortal way. This moment, this second, although it is just the beginning, there are still many follow-ups. But there is no doubt that he has stepped into a height that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. He exhaled lightly, and the wind and clouds moved in an instant. Open your eyes, and look at the world again. The world is already different. Well, you can't expand. You can't expand. Li Su, no matter how abnormal your evolution is, how powerful your transformation is, you must remember that you are still just a supernatural realm, just a golden elixir stage. Dalo kills you like killing chickens, and pseudo-saints kill you like killing ants. Quickly adjust your mentality. You can't be so arrogant. Just because you have a 5 kill in the gold rank, there are diamonds and kings above. So, what should I do next? Blinking his eyes, Li Su walked to the high platform not far away. Looking at the 3 things on it, Li Su thought about it, raised his hand, and took them all. Sanshen grass, it's interesting. There is soul power floating on it, very special, with the breath of the 6 paths. No wonder it has the power to make people live again. This thing is essentially equivalent to a reincarnation. Taking it directly is equivalent to reincarnation. Such a recultivation is undoubtedly very precious to the extreme 10 fires. If you practice again, there is undoubtedly a high probability of touching other hidden Dao veins, thereby obtaining the door to open the myth road. By the way, it is important to mention here that one more Dao vein and one more fire in the golden elixir do not mean entering the myth road. That is just the basic requirement. In fact, if you have enough understanding, you can first step into the myth road and then look back to find the Dao vein. Of course, this is very difficult. Not to mention talent. There are also requirements for the practice method, which must involve Dao 10 fires. That is to say, at least you must master a top grade fairy method before you can try it. Indicate that the latter is extremely difficult, more than 10 times more difficult than the former. In addition to the Sanshen grass, the metal-like existence is also very interesting. It has Dao patterns like the Dalo Mother Gold inside, and there is a trace of spirituality. Feeling its situation, Li Su's eyes couldn't help but flash. The biggest reason why the magic weapon is different from the immortal weapon is that the former lacks spirituality. Although it has magical powers, it can't be compared with the immortal weapon. Once it loses its owner, although it will not be directly covered in dust, it is basically the same as a dead object. The metal in Li Su's hand at this moment has spirituality. Undoubtedly, this thing is probably related to the immortal weapon. Mountain and river seal, do you know this thing? Li Su couldn't help but ask in his heart. This is actually Lingguang silver. Since the destruction of the ancient times, this thing has not been produced anymore. It disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. I didn't expect there is such a large piece here. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Lingguang silver is the same as Dalo Mother Gold. They are both extremely precious and necessary for making immortal weapons. But the main function of Lingguang silver is amplification. It only has spiritual light, but no spirituality. Lacking the core of the immortal weapon, this thing is not as good as Dalo Mother Gold. It is just a waste to use it to make a magic weapon. Li Su blinked and couldn't help but said, what is the core of the immortal weapon? There is casting in the chapter of Lingbao, but it does not write about things related to immortal weapons. In fact, immortal weapons are only available in the acquired world. In the prehistoric period, there were only Lingbao, and there was no such thing as immortal weapons. Li Su had seen the results of the mountain and river seal, which was obviously very different from the treasure. The former was born naturally, while the latter was full of artificial flavor. I don't know. Shan Heian shook his head. He could recognize Lingguangayan, because he was a magic weapon of the land, and could intervene in the mountains of the world. Things like the core of the immortal weapon were not something he could touch at that time. By the way, Shan Heian, do you know how I got here? Shan Heian was startled, and then stunned, with an unbelievable look in his tone. It was obvious that the scene outside was completely different from his last memory. The immortal weapon was also deceived. Before he called it, it didn't even know anything. Li Su's eyebrows jumped, closed his eyes, sensed the Xinhuo flag, and wanted to ask. I don't know. Don't make a noise, I'm sleepy. By the way, why are you still in the supernatural realm? Please, how long has it been? Are you used to being in the supernatural realm? Hurry up and upgrade to become stronger. The future war is waiting for you. How long do you want me to postpone my full recovery before you are willing? Soon, the Xinhuo flag responded, complaining about him for 3 minutes before it stopped making any sound. Li Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Did he not want to upgrade? It's just that he can't upgrade at this stage. How can he upgrade when the Dao Yun is not complete? I don't know how long this ghost killing soul destroying will last. I just hope that the fog will dissipate soon so that he can go to the central and western regions and enter the Xinhuo and Dojo. I just don't know how effective the ginseng fruit is. It would be great if I could have it once to make my own Dao Yun complete. The treasure that can prolong life must have a lot of Dao Yun. Forget it, let's go. Li Su took a quick look at the third thing. It was a secret method, a talisman armor, which was related to the black armor worn by those black armored guards. It was a weapon refining technique. For Li Su, who had the Lingbao chapter, this was undoubtedly the most useless of the 3 things. Aren't the 72 earthly evil Dao patterns and the 36 heavenly Dao patterns fragrant? Although the runes in the secret book are concise, compared with the casting technique in the Lingbao chapter, one is heaven and the other is earth. After all, one is just a technique in the Ghost Emperor's mansion, and the other is the content of the Supreme chapter. After putting away the things, Li Su directly vibrated the Jade Purity Dao fruit, transformed his body, and turned into a small flying insect, intending to go out and see the situation outside. If possible, it would be best to move directly from the mansion. Unfortunately, this place belongs to a different space, but it is presented under the influence of the fog. It is not in the myth world in essence. Although it is in the myth world, everything in the myth world is isolated outside, let alone the mountain and river seal. Unless he calls a Pangu banner to exert the power of breaking the world, but that is undoubtedly too much noise. God knows what reaction this fog will produce. If it provokes Daluo, or even above, it will be unlucky for him. Li Su. Asterisk 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 boom. 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 Outside the deepest palace in the center, the battle is still going on. The battlefield was divided into several pieces. The first piece is naturally the skinny monkey. He is the main force. He is entangled with the young man from the Shangming sect. This guy is actually in the 10 Fire Realm, and is undoubtedly in a state of extreme. Although he has no good magic, he is very proficient in the art of wind escape, and has practiced to the point of being invisible and intangible. Although the young man of Shangming sect holds a magic weapon and masters the best immortal method, the opponent is like a loach, and can't be caught. The young man's pupils are like fire, extremely angry. As the battle continues, he shouts again and again, wanting to kill the opponent in one fell swoop, but he is always avoided by a hair's breadth. Hateful, damn it. All 7 orifices are spewing smoke. Along the way, he has been entangled for too long, and many good things in the mansion have been robbed by this bastard. Finally arrived at the last place, where there is Sanshen grass, the young man did not break through the barrier, but planned to kill this person here first, to avoid the opponent taking the first step after opening the door, and taking away the Sanshen grass. On the side, King Wu and his men were also fighting, entangled with the young man's men. The Zhuangxin of Shangming sect should have been suppressed instantly, but the suppression of the mansion was too strong. Once he broke through the Giandan realm, it would undoubtedly attract the siege of the Black Armor Guards, and he would be tied up. On the other side, it was Du Fei and Du Li, the Xian Jiao of Shenlian sect, who finally stood out, and the current sinner of Shenlian sect, fought fiercely. One side was full of revenge, and the other side was also dissatisfied with the other side. Both sides were full of killing intent, and were really angry, no weaker than the fight on the side of Shangming sect. Mo Xuanzang's Daozi was behind, and he did not move, mainly because both of them were stronger than him, and Mo Xuanzang himself was not very lethal, unlike those who practiced weapons, and his characteristic was that he was difficult to deal with. Shenlian sect also had Zhuangxin. One of them was entangled. It was the female cultivator. She was not strong, but her skills were weird. There was cause and effect flowing inside, involving time and space, which entangled the Zhuangxin. As for the last batch, the opponents were a bit strange. A group of guys with masks, not the group of Xiaohao and his group, and they came last. Because they rushed directly to the location of Sansheng Grass, the outer ghost gate immediately stepped forward to stop them. 3 people were fighting around the man and woman from the outer ghost gate. Their methods were strange, and their Taoist magic was full of unorthodox methods. Some used poison, and some used curses. But their power was extremely good and quite amazing. You should know that, although the outer ghost gate disciples were not as talented as the inner ghost gate disciples, their own magic involved strangeness, and was full of evil, but they were not immune to the other party's evil magic. The evil ghosts and evil babies they released were actually poisoned, and cursed to death by the other party. Zhao Zixun, a Taoist from the Taming Palace, stood between the man and woman from the outer ghost gate. At this moment, her eyes were full of strange colors. She had no feeling for the Sansheng grass. Instead, she stared at the 3 people who took action, and observed their Taoist magic. After a while, Zhao Zixun was a little shocked and said softly, "This is not the human race's curse, but the great witchcraft of the ancient witch clan." Which? The man and the woman were startled, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. After the witch cultivation was destroyed in ancient times, the Taoist tradition was also annihilated. I didn't expect that it was still circulating, and the strength was so amazing. The fight is so intense. If I just leave like this, I shouldn't be noticed, right? Just as everyone was fighting, Li Su quietly pushed open a crack in the door, and the transformed flying mosquito walked out silently. After taking a look at the fierce battle, he didn't hesitate at all, and leaned against the wall, intending to escape. He moved very quickly, walking close to the corner of the wall, and there was no movement at all. After a while, he flew to the door on the other side. Looking at the exit in front of him, Li Su couldn't help but curl up his lips. Although there were many unexpected things, there were also many benefits. This time, it was worth it to travel around and destroy ghosts. Li Su suddenly paused and found that someone was looking at him. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look, but found that it was the stone statue standing in front of the palace wall. It looked at him, and its stone eyes looked at him, and moved with him. Not only that one, at this moment, the entire huge palace, which was originally silent, and all the stone statues standing around slowly moved their eyes towards Li Su's position. The next second, I don't know if it was an illusion, but one of the stone statues moved its mouth. Although there was no sound, it made several lip shapes. Little thief, do you think you can get all the benefits for free and just walk away? Haha, no way. Li Su's 7 Dao fruits in the sea of consciousness couldn't help but freeze. In an instant, he realized something. This bastard, wouldn't he want to strike, strike, strike? The deepest, no one approached. The door suddenly opened, and everyone who was fighting was stunned in an instant. Except for Du Fei and Du Li, who were really killing. The others stopped. Breathing hot. The Sansheng grass was undoubtedly in there, placed on the high platform, and its phantom could be seen from outside the mansion. Look up and take a look. Everyone's face changed drastically. The thing is gone. Who? In an instant, everyone's face turned red, especially the young man, who was about to run away. Look, the eyes of the stone statue. Suddenly, a voice sounded, and the voice inexplicably carried a lazy taste, reminding everyone. Everyone was startled and looked up. Then their pupils shrank, and they looked directly along the stone statue's eyes to the position within their sight. A small mosquito appeared in their sight. Mosquito? How could there be such a thing in this hell? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The young man gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Damn it, I have picked up countless bargains in my life, but I almost got picked up by someone. The skinny monkey was also angry, and he was so angry that he was furious. They fought to death, but someone actually stole the treasure quietly? How would it feel to finally get in and find that the treasure was gone? Damn little thief, where are you going? He screamed and his throat was broken. The two of them were like this, not to mention the others, whose eyes were red as blood, looking at the mosquito, as if they were looking at the murderer of their father. Fuck. Spicy chicken, Wu Liang, you great celestial being, not to mention the stone statue. The voice of the reminder was undoubtedly the middle-aged melancholy intellectual who was hammered by him with the Deo fruit for half an hour. Don't think that I can't recognize you, just because you pinch your nose and speak. Li Su's body shook, and the mosquito turned into a rock, and rushed directly outside. The next second, boom, boom, boom. Behind him, hundreds of Taoist spells blossomed, and dozens of figures chased out in an instant, chasing Li Su madly. 3 life grass. No, not just 3 life grass. There are 3 high platforms, so there should be 3 treasures, which can be put together. That is to say, they are not inferior to 3 life grass. 1 3 life grass is more precious than all the things they have obtained along the way. How many are there, if there are 3 identical ones? Leave the treasure in the palace to avoid death. Otherwise, you will have no way to escape to the ends of the earth. The seas dry up, and the rocks crumble. Chapter 460, the ultimate golden Cordalo appears. Boom. 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 As Li Su was exposed, everyone's attacks came towards him. There were many kinds of attacks, including magic weapons. The most annoying ones were undoubtedly the outer ghost gate and the 3 guys who used witchcraft. The method was very strange. Almost the first move fell directly on his body, and he could not dodge. It seemed that, as long as he locked his eyes, he would be hit. The golden elixir vibrated, and the Deo pattern flowed. Li Su's diamond force, one of the 7 colors of Deo light, bloomed and manifested as colored glaze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A shrill sound rang out. Something was strangling him, constantly destroying the colored glaze body he formed. The power was not bad. Before, Li Su had to explode, either using the Deo fruit or the golden elixir. As for now, the Deo fruit resonated and connected with the golden elixir. Li Su completely walked out of a new path, and became more and more comfortable with the use of power. Although the colored glaze body creaked, the power was not enough to destroy the isolation. In fact, it was difficult to break through even 1 layer. This strength was undoubtedly formed by his 15 fire strength, far exceeding when he just entered this world. Seeing Li Su rushing out without being affected at all, everyone's face couldn't help but change. The skinny monkey moved, and used his escape technique, disappearing in the void in an instant, and in an instant, blending into the wind, all the wind, all the wind. Even Li Su turned into the wind of the flying bird. Come out. The body shook slightly. Li Su's pupils were cold, and he shouted directly at the void. In an instant, the scripture of the sky-cutting hand exploded, and the infinite Deo rhyme of the void was captured by him. Whether it was wind or water, everything appeared. Cut off. With the thought, the starfield shook, and the light of 108 stars rushed into the sky. In an instant, the invisible and shadowless skinny monkey was fixed, and all the Deo rhyme was blocked by Li Su, who suppressed him from the wind with extreme toughness, and beat him out. Boom. He flew out directly, and the skinny monkey coughed up a mouthful of blood, with a touch of surprise in his pupils. His escape technique undoubtedly involves the great Deo, and belongs to the realm of being on the right path, and is already in the realm of mythology. As a result, he was blasted out by this guy in front of him. Are you Yang Jun? Not far away, King Wu was stunned and unbelievable. He had personally experienced the heaven cutting hand, and instantly thought of it. You are not dead yet, and you appeared in the innermost part? Could it be that you broke through the defense of this mansion? There are 2 ways to enter the mansion. The first is to force the pass, which is undoubtedly the most difficult. You will face the mansion's full-scale strangulation. Although you will not appear above the realm, even if you are at the same realm, it is not a joke. The second way is to obtain a token from the underworld and go through the trial. Although it is also difficult, the intensity will undoubtedly be much lower. Before the other party went in, there was undoubtedly a lot of noise, and finally there was no sound. I thought the other party had lost, but at this moment he ran out from the deepest part. In other words, he passed the level. It's you, this slave. Not far away, the Zhuangzi of Shangming sect roared, his pupils full of murderous intent, realizing who was in front of him. The man and woman of the outer ghost gate also showed strange colors in their eyes. Although it was only for a moment, he could dodge the attacks of so many people and withstand their curses. This boy is quite extraordinary. Li Su said nothing, but his eyes couldn't help but flicker, with murderous intent brewing. He didn't want to fight before, but now, his mind has changed a little. Anyway, he has been exposed. Even if he leaves, I'm afraid the people of Shangming sect will try every means to hunt him down, which means that he is doomed to be in trouble. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Su contacted the Pengbird incarnation and appeared directly in front of everyone. Little bastard, you. Zhuangzi's face was ferocious, and he wanted to say something. But he saw Li Su take a breath, and the ground under his feet shook. The netherworld appeared, the diameter of the extraordinary particle ocean exploded, and the body was filled with particles that were dozens of times denser than the outside world. At the same time, his golden elixir began to vibrate, making a loud noise. Boom. 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 In 1 second 12 oscillations. The sound was like thunder, and the manner was like a tide. The terrible aura exploded at the moment, and everyone present was shocked. Even Du Fei and Du Li, who had bloodshot eyes, could not help but change their faces and looked at Li Su in disbelief. 12 fires, mythical road. Die. Sitting down and deciding, Li Su's murderous intent exploded in his heart, and the sky high was restrained by him. A terrible Dao mark appeared on his body, glowing, extremely bright, extremely violent, and the atmosphere was affected. The Dao rhyme was shaking, and was about to surrender. The next second, Li Su disappeared. Not good. The faces of the three powerful Zhuangzi changed on the spot. They shouted in a low voice, and the terrible power of the celestial immortals flowed out directly. In an instant, they broke their own restrictions and entered the immortal realm, becoming the 10 fire immortals. A huge immortal palace appeared from their bodies. In the immortal palace, the fire rushed to the sky, and the golden elixir was like a sun, shining on everything. Join hands. A rare trace of fear appeared on the face of the Zhuangzi of Shangming sect. Although his identity made him not afraid of Li Su's eyes, he believed that he was a lowly person from the outside world and was not worth mentioning. But when the 12 fires appeared and the myth road appeared, all his thoughts were extinguished. In this restricted world, facing the myth, if they are not careful, they will really die. 2 people from Shangming sect, 1 person from Shenlian sect, and 1 person from the outer ghost gate. Without any hesitation, they directly joined forces, and the terrible immortal power exploded instantly, directly covering the huge mansion. Young master, go. Another Zhuangzi spoke directly, and this myth had a murderous intention towards them. If it was outside, Zhuangzi would probably just smile at most, but inside, they would probably fight to the death. Hurry. After all, he was a celestial immortal. No matter how fast Li Su moved, he was still shaken out of the void by the Zhuangzi who exploded the power of the celestial immortal. The first person to pounce was naturally the Zhuangzi who hated Li Su deeply. If nothing else, Liu and him were friends for thousands of years, sharing hardships and joys, and had a deep relationship. But he was killed by the other party. This kid must die, must die. Even if he is above the myth, there is no way to save him. No one can save him. His fists glowed, and there was a terrible power gathering. Different from mana, it was immortal power, with wonders, with the great way, and with the way he practiced. There were dragon roars and tiger roars. The breath was like the surging power of heaven, which could kill everything. Once he made a move, it was a sure kill. It was the top immortal technique of the upper underworld sect, the 13 heaven-shattering strikes. Once this move is made, it will not stop. One strike after another, a full 13 times, and it will continue to overlap. So far, no one has ever taken more than 8 strikes. Usually, at the 7th strike, they will be killed by a punch from the Zhuangzi. Li Su's face did not change. He raised his hand and punched out as well. Boom. With a loud bang, the fists of the two collided in the air. The terrible airwave exploded instantly, and the entire palace received a huge impact and kept shaking. If it weren't for the terrible Dao pattern glowing in the mansion in an instant, forcibly suppressing it, the Ghost Emperor's mansion would probably be shattered. Puff. Before the two people who were fighting could react, the giant and stage people below could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The power penetrated the void and affected themselves. However, they were too late to be shocked. Everyone showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Because the result was amazing. Puff. Zhuangzi spit out a large mouthful of blood. Before the 13 heaven-breaking strikes began, he was dispersed by Li Su's punch. There was light on his fist, and that light could cut the world apart. The entire void was shattered by him. The terrible power directly suppressed the Zhuangzi with the power of the celestial fairy, and flew out, hitting the wall of the palace heavily. Boom. The terrible power, even if the mansion was protected by the formation, still couldn't bear it and cracked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Cast in red gold, the Dalo mother gold formed a texture, and a huge tripod fell from the sky. It was the Zhuangzi of the Shenyan sect. Although he was shocked, his hand did not stop. The terrible tripod rushed down from the sky and directly suppressed Li Su's head. Seal. With a roar, a pattern formed on the giant tripod, turning into a chain, and trying to seal Li Su. Boom. 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 Standing in place, Li Su raised his head and punched. 1 second before the giant tripod suppressed him, he punched 3 times in an instant. Each punch had a burst of fire. The fire was comparable to the sun, and could illuminate everything. Boom. 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 The giant tripod shook and trembled. Not only was it shaken high by Li Su's fist, but every time a punch landed, cracks appeared on the giant tripod's body, and it was torn apart by the terrible flames. 3 times in a row, the tripod made of red gold broke apart, unable to withstand Li Su's power. Puff. The innate divine weapon was connected to itself, and the giant tripod broke. The Zhuangzi of the Shenyan sect also trembled, and his mind was severely damaged and torn apart. Soul collecting hand. The Zhuangzi of Ghost Gate arrived. Almost at the moment when Li Su shook the giant tripod open, he quietly appeared behind him, stretched out his palm, and grabbed Li Su directly. That hand flickered, transcending matter and losing its form. Its target was not Li Su's body, but his soul. It wanted to touch, grab, and tear it apart. As the palm approached, Li Su couldn't help but tremble. The defense on his body didn't work. He was touched deep inside, and touched Li Su's soul. In an instant, Li Su's soul couldn't help but tremble. He felt something groping inside his body. The next second, his pupils turned red and he shouted, "Get out!" He roared, although it came from his mouth. But his soul was also shaking and making sounds at the same time. One was virtual, the other was real. The two sounds sounded at the same time, making a vibration like thunder. Boom. The outer ghost gate Zhuangzi trembled, and the whole person was struck by lightning. The thunder of hardness and the thunder of yin hit his body at the same time. Ah. He couldn't help but let out a wail, and his body split on the spot. His soul squirmed and appeared, and it also split. In the cracks, the lightning was fierce and violent. Another Zhuangzi from the upper nether sect rushed over. Runes flashed on his hands. When he stretched out his hand, the runes intertwined into a rune network, and tens of thousands of rune lights flashed. Directly surrounded Li Su. Each talisman had a dragon inside, which was a real dragon inscription, that he captured and refined to form a net. In the moment of encirclement, the talismans turned into thousands of dragons, roaring together, and the roar carried the power to destroy everything, directly submerging Li Su. Did it work? Facing this scene, everyone present at the moment couldn't help but take a breath. To be honest, the power shown by Li Su in the instant of battle just now was too terrible. Even if it can only burst out the power of the immortal, the 4 people who took action are all Zhuangzi. Not only did they not take it down directly, but they were injured by him instead. It's incredible, unbelievable. They have always known that the myth is very strong, but it is too scary to be so strong. Qishai and Sheng, let's go. before the young man and others from the underworld sect showed a relaxed look, the face of the Zhuangzi who took action changed drastically. His dragon roar did not break the opponent's body. Although the shaking power was constantly breaking and strangling the opponent, it did not break through. The opponent's defense was filled with the breath of the great Dao, with a taste of eternity. This was not just a myth. This was the ultimate Dao golden elixir, a legend among legends. There were only a few such existences in the entire East and West domains, and only in the top sects above. Damn it, how could such a golden elixir appear here? You must be kidding. Although the 3-life grass was precious, it would not interest such superficial existences like them. Before he could finish his thoughts, the talisman net was torn apart, and Li Su, who was covered in colored glaze, walked out directly. He looked at the opponent, and raised both hands at the same time. The heaven-cutting hand appeared, and the heaven-cutting star river became a world. Break. Li Su clenched both hands at the same time, and the starry scene between his hands exploded instantly. At the same time, the talisman net that was torn by him trembled, and the great Dao inside had problems. The core key was cut off, and could no longer remain intact, and it shattered on the spot. The Zhuangzi of the upper dark sect's face suddenly turned pale, and blood was overflowing from all 7 orifices. His Dao was torn apart by the opponent. Wang Zhao, take the young master and the others away, immediately. Leave the foggy area immediately, completely withdraw, and go to ask the ancestor. This kid is too scary. He did not retreat a step, but took a big step forward, and the talisman light soared into the sky, with cracks on it. Obviously, when Li Su crushed the talisman net, his foundation was affected. The other party's understanding of the Tao was stronger than these 10 fire immortals. He is the extreme Dao Jinden. The Zhuangzi of the Outer Ghost Gate and the Zhuangzi of the Shenlian sect also came forward directly after recovering slightly. The 3 of them formed a triangle, and blocked Li Su tightly. At this moment, Wang Zhao stood at the corner of the wall. The 13 heaven-shattering strike was cut off, which made him extremely uncomfortable. His ventricle was torn, and his immortal power almost ran away. After finally suppressing it with great difficulty, his face kept changing. After a moment, he jumped up, and stretched out his hand to grab. The people of Shangming sect, Shenlian sect, and the Outer Ghost Gate were all captured. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran, rushing out of the mansion. Nimmer, the skinny monkey who was left behind, cursed inwardly, and did not hesitate. Let's go. In a restricted place, fighting with the myth is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Haven't you seen that Zhuangzi was beaten to a bloody pulp? If this were to happen outside, no matter how strong the golden elixir is, it would still be nothing in front of Zhuangzi. Without hesitation, they also ran away, not daring to stay here. If Zhuangzi was beaten to death, they would be the next. But in a moment, except for the 3 guys who were masked and performing the witch cultivation method, no one was left. Raw. Zhuangzi didn't have time to wait for them to leave. Since they didn't leave just now, then don't leave, just do it directly. At the Outer Ghost Gate, a fierce ghost appeared. The red-clothed fierce ghost carried a terrible resentment, and the space was distorted by it. This was the evil ghost in front of the hell and the underworld, and it was the most terrible existence. In the upper underworld sect, thousands of runes covered themselves, and a giant statue appeared in the next second. It was the ancient god. His name had long been forgotten, but his mythological stories were still circulated. Now that the upper underworld sect Zhuangzi had bred a trace of his story in it, it made him extremely terrible. Shenlian Zhang took out a magic weapon, which was his own divine weapon and a divine weapon that only Zhuangzi could use. It was a stone platform with various scars from swords, spears, and halberds on it. They were not left because of the battle, but were deliberately left there. This thing was undoubtedly the top creation of Shenlian Zhang. As the magic power was injected into it, the scars left on the stone platform suddenly vibrated, and a phantom was projected and revealed. One after another, peerless divine weapons appeared. They flew up, surrounded the Zhuangzi of Shenlian Zhang with terrible power, and pointed directly at Li Su. That's right, this thing can project the phantoms of all the divine weapons forged by Shenlian Zhang for thousands of years to fight for itself. At this moment, except for the 3 special cracks in the center, there was no movement, and they were all summoned out by him. Then, boom. With a loud noise that shook the earth, the battle began. The evil spirits, the colossus, and the divine weapons were frantically surrounding and killing the people in the center. Boom. 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 Facing the attack of the Zhuangzi, although Li Su was somewhat unwilling to let some people escape, he had to go all out to deal with it. After all, he was a Zhuangzi, and at this moment, he still showed the strength of a celestial being. Even if he had made some progress, he still did not dare to be careless. One punch, one palm, one kick. With every move, the avenue flickered, and the 7 colors intertwined. All the Dao rhymes in the surrounding area were constantly cut off and killed by Li Su. The immortals were bleeding. Golden blood was constantly spilled with the battle. Obviously, there were 3 Zhuangzis. Why did they use the celestial realm to defeat Li Su? As a result, the 3 of them became more and more exhausted and were constantly injured by Li Su's attacks. He went too far in the Jiandan realm and was too deeply involved in the avenue. The most terrifying thing was that he also had the underworld, the source of almost endless and constantly spewing out terrible extraordinary particles. Gradually, the 3 Zhuangzins began to be suppressed, began to cough up blood, and the cracks on the Dao patterns on their bodies became larger and larger. Boom. With a loud bang, Li Su pierced through the body of the Zhuangzi of Shangming sect, tearing a huge blood pit, destroying the Tanzhang acupoint, and shattering the golden elixir and the heavenly palace in the acupoint. Turning his head, he cut off the projection of the divine weapon shot by the Shenlian sect, and with a backhand, he directly pierced through the opponent's belly, took him out, and nailed him to the ground of the palace. The body shook, and millions of starlight fell. The sky-cutting hand merged into the Dao rhyme of the sky, turning into a long river of stars, directly covering and piercing the red-clothed evil ghost, and the body of the Zhuangzi of the outer ghost gate was also swept by the starlight and torn apart. Zhuangzi, defeated. Suddenly, someone rushed in. It was Wang Xiao, who ran out with others. He shouted into the palace, and said with excitement in his pupils, "Disperse, the fog is dispersing, hold on. Are you still holding on?" However, when people entered, they saw the corpse of the Zhuangzi of Shangming. The Zhuangzi of the Shenlian sect was pierced through the ground, and the body of the Zhuangzi of the outer ghost gate was cracked, and his breath was weak. "Bastard, you damn bastard." Wang Xiao went crazy. The fog dissipated, just a little bit, just a little bit. Ancestor, please take a look here. This little thief killed 2 Zhuangzins of my sect. Please punish him. Don't let this little beast live. No. Li Su's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face changed instantly. Fuck, damn it, a high realm beats a low realm. You have the nerve to call people. It's worse than pigs and dogs. Without any hesitation, Li Su didn't even think about it and ran away. No matter what realm the other ancestor was in, he couldn't bear it, and there was no possibility of reaching the peak. However, just as he moved, a terrible pressure fell, and some pupils appeared above the sky. The fog outside seemed to have really dissipated. It was the breath of Daluo, and it was over. Li Su's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. He wanted to open the treasure without thinking, and send himself away directly, no matter what reaction it would cause. However, at this moment, the 3 masked guys stepped forward, and walked directly to Li Su. One of them tore off the mask on his face, revealing his true face. It was Liang Kong, who had obviously bought the information about the Sansheng grass and came as well. After all, he spent 180,000 yuan, so how could he not come? He took out a token and said softly, "The Jiandan Xianjiao of Jijiao will kill you, the Zhuangzi of Shangming. Do you have any objection to this?" In an instant, the ancestor of Shangming sect, who was originally filled with this terrifying aura, was shocked, and his huge pupils could not help but shrink. Jijiao? Question mark? Chapter 461 The Saint's End. It's Liang Kong. Why? Li Su was stunned. Is this guy the kind of guy who can stand in front of Daluo? No, he's not. This GGO doesn't have that kind of person. As for why? Back then, GGO was praised by those who invited backstage. So if you want to invite backstage, please open the fate card and turn to the section of inviting backstage. Yes, there are. People from GGO generally won't be backstage for others unless you pay. Moreover, the content shocked Lee Soo, and he called him Liu. There are 3 types of going on stage alone. There are appearance fees, opening fees, and fucking action fees. Each fee is fucking divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. For example, the appearance fee is really just to be a spectator, standing there, not talking, and not fighting. And the fee is charged according to the distance. For example, cast a look, and then, for example, get a Dharma body to come, and finally go down in person. Each price is fucking different. The closer the more expensive. Moreover, the fee for people other than GGO is doubled, and if the enemy is from Changio, the fee can be reduced by 1/3, and it is fair to all. By the way, this is to pay first, and then do the work, not to do the work first and then pay. There are 2 ironclad cases above. One is that a super rich second generation in the Immortal Palace invited a GGO saint to chase Changio Daluo and beat him up. Unfortunately, it was too expensive to kill him, so the other party did not choose it. The other is that someone outside was almost beaten to death by GGO people, but they invited GGO boss, yes, his master, to beat him back. Therefore, after hearing Liang Kang's words, Lee Soo not only did not feel happy or excited, but also had an inexplicable vigilance. The treasure has slipped into the palm of his hand, but if there is anything wrong, he will run away immediately. Obviously, the Daluo above also knows the situation of GGO. At this moment, he just watched silently and did not take action. The main reason is that it is not possible at present. The fog has not completely dispersed. Once you take action, the powerful wandering souls in the depths will inevitably react. At this critical juncture, you will not take action, waiting for the fog to disperse. Besides, if you say you are GGO, does it mean GGO? Are there fewer people pretending to be disciples of the big sect these days? If he believes it with just one sentence and a broken sign, he is really stupid. Not far away, Wang Zhao was also sneering. GGO? It has the name of a big sect, but not the reality of a big sect. Who would care? If it were another one, maybe he would really be afraid of it, but no one would care about GGO alone. They are already like that. Lee Soo took a breath, and his expression became more and more solemn. He could feel that Daluo was targeting him. Although he did not move, he was constantly capturing his aura, and wanted to completely lock him and lock him. Once he became like that, he would be unable to move for a long time. He had to use the treasure to suppress himself, and then find a way to erase the breath left by the other party. If he had known earlier, he should have left immediately. He would have run away the moment Daluo's eyes fell on him. Although it would attract Daluo's attention and he would be completely targeted, suspecting that he had a treasure, a top level or even super top level immortal weapon. It would be better than the current situation. Don't move, junior brother, don't move. Liang Kang's voice came directly from the fate card. Just stand there, don't worry, senior brother will guarantee that there will be absolutely no problem this time. You cannot believe in my personality, but you should believe in your quality as a disciple of GGO. If you don't give me 100 times the benefits, do you think I will stand up for anything related to life? Lee Soo's eyebrows flashed, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Because he found that the other 2 Fumian were also motionless, standing beside him without saying a word. Undoubtedly, this is in great conflict with the teachings of GGO. They who love money can't stand up so mindlessly. It's Daluo who is watching them. Once they start, the 3 of them will have almost no room for resistance, and will be killed by Daluo immediately. As for saying that it is to pit themselves, it's not that the Daluo above won't be grateful. For him, he has already set his sights on Lee Soo, and Lee Soo is the fat meat in his mouth. There is no room for him to run. In addition, the 2 people also held the life cards in their hands. The life cards had fluctuations overflowing, as if some special functions were activated. The movement was very small. If he was not close enough, and he also had a life card, and could feel the difference, he would not have noticed it. Time passed slowly. The fog outside became lighter and lighter. The mansion where they were also began to vibrate, began to fade, and began to disappear. Finally, the fog dissipated, and the mansion disappeared. All the restrictions were gone. Not far away, Wang Zhao's pupils lit up. He took a deep breath, and his ki burst. The power of Zhuangzi was restored. Bastard, you are dead. All of you are dead. He shouted angrily. At this moment, Dallo didn't need to take action. Just 4 golden cores were enough for him alone. Li Su's face suddenly changed. No kidding. He was okay at fighting 10 fire golden immortals, but fighting 10 fire mysterious immortals was another concept. Who the hell are you calling a bastard? You bastard. Liang Kang cursed back immediately, and then he turned around and said, Masters, look at us, disciples of GGOO, how miserable it is. A force in the upper domain doesn't take us seriously, and even the mysterious immortals dare to come down and attack us at will. Look at us. The opponent's Dallo is also here, staring at us. He obviously knows that we are disciples of GGOO, but he still looks like he has us in his grasp. This kind of behavior is only because the people of Qinjiao are not here. Otherwise I don't know how they would laugh at us. As Liang Kang spoke, the 2 people next to him had a speechless look in their eyes, but they didn't say anything, and they still stood there, motionless. Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why did he feel that this guy was acting? Moreover, every time he spoke to the fate cards in the hands of the other 2 people and deliberately moved his body away so that the fate card could see the Zhuangzi of Shangming sect not far away. Is this a live broadcast? Such a thought arose in Li Su's mind for no reason. Not far away, Wang Zhao frowned and couldn't help but look up at his own Dallo, a little unsure. The main reason was that the attitudes of the other 3 were too calm, as if they were sure that Shangming sect would not dare to take action, and even if GGO looked down on them in their hearts, they were also a sect level force. In the entire mythology world, the number of them in the east and west domains could be counted on one hand. Before Wang Zhao could make any move, the eyes on the sky that were looking at this place moved, and there was a terrible energy gathering, and an extremely huge palm was formed in an instant. In an instant, it took a picture with the breath of destroying the world. Dallo took action, and he decided to cut the Gordian knot. 2 Zhuangzins died in Shangming sect. This matter could not be ended so easily, just because of a name and a sentence. Maybe the big sect is indeed scary, but GGO, that's really a question mark. As for the time to investigate, he doesn't admit it. Who has evidence? In the western regions, GGO has its enemies. Not to mention the Zichan sect. Shangming sect itself has a backer, and it also backs the big sect. If things really get out of hand, he doesn't believe that GGO can do anything for just a few golden elixirs, and they are dead golden elixirs. Once a person dies, there is no difference between him and garbage. As he made a move, Li Su's face changed suddenly, and Liang Kang's 3 people's faces also changed greatly. However, the difference is that these 3 people smiled red. As for the reason, there was a loud bang. The sky suddenly shook, and a gun appeared. It was a huge gun, 100,000 feet long, red all over, and emitting a terrible divine light. In an instant, it pierced through the void, pierced through time and space, and locked the cause and effect. The pupils of Shangming sect's Dallo who made the move shrank, and his face turned grey in an instant. Saint! He screamed in fear. The next second, the spear flew over and pierced his mind. The spear began to emit a terrifying light. The world could not help but shake. The sky and the earth were forcibly replaced. The scene where the spear was located was rapidly flowing. The sky was dark. It crossed the distance and appeared directly in the depths of the upper domain. On the stared mind, an extremely huge peak appeared. On the peak stood a palace filled with ancient atmosphere. That was the main sect of Shangming sect, and it was also the location of Dallo's body who attacked Li Su and others. No. Dallo screamed in an extremely shrill voice. He shouted madly, I was wrong. I can pay money, any amount of money is fine. The spear did not stop, completely ignoring it, and directly nailed his mind, and went straight to his body. Shangming sect Dallo was extremely terrified. His eyes widened and realized that the person who attacked him had no intention of talking to him at all, but was determined to kill him. No, Black Mountain Patriarch, save me. As he finished speaking, a terrible black light burst out from the deepest part of the western region, instantly illuminating a land of hundreds of millions of miles, and a terrible body appeared. It was an extremely huge hill, covered with countless large trees. There were no leaves on the branches, but human skins hanging on them, tens of millions of them forming a forest. In an instant, the time in the mythical world stopped, and everything could not move. Even the stars twinkling in the sky stopped. Black Mountain moved thousands of miles in an instant and walked directly into the upper domain, appearing directly in front of the spear that mailed Shang Ming's Aunt Daluo, raised his hand and was about to catch it. However, before he could complete the action, in the stopped world, a figure walked out. Daoist Black Mountain, can you chat? He wore a 9-color jade crown on his head, and 9 ribbons floated on his body. Each of the ribbons was a road to heaven. He walked out of the dark and blocked the shadow of Black Mountain. Black Mountain paused and looked at the newcomer with his huge pupils. It made a sound, like a roar, which could suppress the world. The upper domain was shaken with its sound, and the sky cracked into countless pieces. There was a terrible space storm shaking inside. It roared, "Saint of the Chan sect, are you planning to join forces with the G sect to break the rules?" It's really interesting, Guangshan. Black Mountain actually said that you broke the rules. How about joining forces with me to kill him? How about it? A lazy looking man appeared. Under his feet was a long river, and there were stars in the long river, one by one. Amazing. That was the saint of the G sect. The spear was fired by him, and it was transformed from a star under his feet. One star can suppress a Daluo, and there are tens of thousands of stars under his feet. Shut up. The face of the saint of the Chan sect turned cold, and he raised his hand and sent a corner of the screen. Fellow Daoist Heshan, you were also present when the rules were set, and you nodded in agreement, right? As the screen appeared, after reading the content inside, Heshan's face became extremely uncomfortable, and he roared, "This is phishing. GGO is clearly phishing." The birthday of the Chan sect did not speak, but stood there calmly. Whether it was phishing or routine, the Daluo of your subordinate sect did attack the disciples of GGO and collapsed 3 major realms, and this was undoubtedly an absolutely unacceptable behavior. This is a rule, and even more a tacit understanding. If anyone breaks it at will, there will be no living creature in this world except the saint, and everyone will die. Therefore, even if it is obviously an enemy, the saint of GGO came to him, and he was very upset, but he still had to come. The other party's attitude is very clear. If you don't go today, don't say that GGO, don't follow the rules in the future. Be it phishing or tricks, if GGO doesn't pursue it, then nothing will happen. But once they pursue it, and there is evidence, and it's all laid out, and you still take action, then you are undoubtedly really stupid. What's more, Shang Ming sect, a mere upper domain force, doesn't even consider its own status. GGO has a bad reputation, but it is still GGO, with a saint in charge. Just for the crime of insubordination, the saint of Changio has sentenced Shang Ming sect to death. In accordance with the will of heaven, what we hate most is this kind of treasonous behavior. Without saying a word, the saint of Changio looked at the Black Mountain Patriarch calmly, and the 9-color avenue on his body became more and more dazzling, and a terrible power gathered in it. His attitude was very obvious, and Black Mountain's face looked very bad. Blue, green, purple, and red. The main reason was that Shang Ming's Daluo broke the rules and personally went to the battlefield. If he had killed a few ordinary people, it would have been fine, but there was an ant above the myth. Therefore, as long as GGO did not let go, the Changio would never show any mercy. Not only the Changio, he could feel that there were eyes watching here. The evil ghost in the depths, the bold donkey in the northwest, and the guy who was not sure whether it was a magic weapon but a human, were all looking at this place. In other words, if he really didn't care, it would not be 1 against 2, but 1 against 5. Heshan's face turned black, and the huge stone hand that was about to grab the spear slowly withdrew. It looked at the GGO saint gloomily and said fiercely, "Very good, very good. I hope you, the GGO Xianjiao, can continue as usual, and don't die outside." In fact, Shang Ming Zhang, he didn't care. It was just a Daluo. It didn't matter. If he died, he died. What really mattered was the territory of Shangmingzang, which provided it with a large amount of resources every year. This loss was heartbreaking. Hey, brother Guangshan, did you hear that? Did you hear that? A saint actually threatened my sect's Jiandan Xianjiao. Can I think that he intends to take action against my GGO Jiandan Xianjiao? Okay, I've decided. As long as my GGO Xianjiao dies inexplicably or disappears, it's your Black Mountain who did it. Old Black, don't blame me for taking action against your sect's Xianjiao when the time comes. The GGO saint shouted without hesitation. The Chenjiao saint had a headache, but he still looked at the Black Mountain ancestor, and his pupils showed an expression of not knowing what to say. What do you mean? Didn't the Daluo who was nailed over there see it? The Black Mountain ancestor's face turned black. Although he felt sorry for the territory of the upper domain, he would not let a saint take action against a mere Jiandan. He was just angry that the GGO saint calculated against him, so he said something. As a result, the other party put a big hat on him. He did not refute, because the words of the saints are the rules. As the saying goes, a word is a nail, and it will definitely be done. It gritted its teeth and said, the pride of GGO, as long as the opponent is still a golden elixir, a mysterious immortal, or even above, I will not take action. If the opponent is above a celestial immortal, my Daluo or even above will not take action, unless one day he becomes a Daluo. After saying that, the body trembled and disappeared. After the saint of the Chenjiao took a deep look at the saint of GGO, he did not say anything and left. As the two left, the solidified time flowed again, and everything in the world returned to its original appearance. The Daluo of Shangming sect kept shouting wildly, calling the name of the Black Mountain ancestor. Unfortunately, there was no response. The spear fell directly with his divine thoughts, and pierced directly into the huge palace of Shangming sect, and pierced into the body of the Daluo. Ah! The shrill wailing exploded. Facing the power of the saint, Daluo had no room for resistance at all. Not only was his flesh pierced, his soul was pierced, and the avenue was also pierced. Disciples of GGO, listen to my order. Shangming sect in the upper domain has disregarded the rules and attacked my GGO Xianjiao. From now on, Shangming sect is listed as the enemy of my GGO. Any GGO disciple can kill it. After saying that, he waved his hand, and countless figures flew out of his sleeves. There was no doubt that they were all disciples of GGO. At this moment, their pupils were shining, their expressions were glowing, and their eyes were like jackals, and they could see green. Taking a deep breath, everyone said in unison, disciples, listen to my order. After saying that, with a roar, tens of thousands of GGO disciples flew directly and rushed towards Shangming sect. Asterisk 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 hiss. At this moment, Li Su and the others were at the location. Li Su took a breath of cold air directly, looking at the GGO disciples who were screaming and rushing towards Shangming sect, and couldn't help but shouting in his heart. The three saints didn't appear, but seeing that the GGO boss actually had tens of thousands of GGO disciples in his sleeves, too many clues could be seen. The fishing method was really terrible. Not only did it catch the big fish, but it also caught all the fish in the nest. It was a force in the upper domain, with a sect of Daluo. You can imagine how rich it is. Although it can only be regarded as a drizzle for the saints, it is equivalent to distributing welfare to the disciples of GGO. Not far away, Wang Xiao, a Zhuangzi from Shangming sect, looked at Hen at this moment. The moment the spear appeared, he realized and understood that the sky of Shangming sect had collapsed. Such a great sect actually used fishing to enforce the law, and deliberately made Shangming sect take the bait. It's over. Shangming sect is completely finished. Why? Why is it like this? It's obviously just a small action of wandering ghosts and destroying souls. It's obviously just hunting the scattered people and lowly species of Jiandan period outside the domain as usual. Why did it turn out like this? Ah. Wang Xiao rushed towards Li Su with an extremely shrill roar. It's you. Everything is you. His pupils were bloodshot, with endless hatred in his heart, and both pupils were bleeding. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. I want you to die. I want you to die. The saint spoke, and Wang Xiao knew that he could not survive. Even if he barely survived, he would go from being a lofty upper domain immortal to a stray dog. A phoenix without hair is no better than a chicken. When he was a upper nether sector mortal, he offended many people and had many enemies. It was because of his identity as an upper nether sect that no one dared to trouble him. Now it's different. Even if he escapes now, he will be chased and killed endlessly. Those people will not let him go. Not. He rushed out and headed towards Lee Su. The next second, he was pierced, and a long spear directly pierced the ground. Ah! With a scream, Wang Xiao fell to the ground. A figure quickly appeared, ran over, and stood firm. He gasped frantically. He was obviously a Zhuangxin, but he was exhausted at this moment. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of effort to run here. Ignoring Li Su and the others, he took out the same life card, which was shining. He turned on the video and talked, and could see the person on the other side. It's him, right? Yes. A sinister voice sounded from the other end. The moment the voice came out, Wang Xiao's screaming voice stopped abruptly. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at the token. His pupils widened to the limit, filled with endless fear. Wang Xiao, it seems that you still remember me, junior sister. I have caught the person. I will treat him well in the long years to come, until the day we all die. No, kill me, kill me. Wang Xiao was crazy. There was only this person, only this person. He didn't want to fall into the hands of the other party even if he died. Fuck. The man slapped the other person directly and said angrily, I came here from the eastern region, thousands of miles away, with so much effort, and so many merit points. For this, I specially borrowed the unique god-locking mail of our sect saint to nail you down and not give you the chance to commit suicide. Kill you? If I kill you, I will lose a lot of money. He grabbed the other person and the spear was completely integrated into his body, making him unable to move at all. After he finished, he looked up, glanced at Li Su first, and gave a thumbs up and said, Junior brother, you are awesome and mighty. Even Dalo brother is not convinced, but you are. You have descended to the underworld, and you have ascended to heaven in one step. After descending to this point, your luck is incredible. Jinden fought against the celestial being, and actually won. After this matter ferments for a while, I estimate that the Three Realms technique will be prosperous again for a long time. Of course, the most commendable thing is that Dalo also took action against you. Great. I, the great GGO, owe you a favor this time. If you need my help in the future, the price will be halved. Don't call me brother if you fight hard. It's not that I don't want to, but mainly because my small body probably can't bear it. Not only me, your senior brother, but all the brothers and sisters in GGO owe you a favor. The price of doing things will be halved in the future. Of course, fighting hard is fine, we can't stand it. Then, you bastard, you are really fucking. Dare to set a price, charge 1000 points of merit for live broadcast. Your uncle, it has been through the ages, divided vertically, the public live broadcast channel. It really blinded countless people's eyes. By the way, your master asked me to tell you that he did see it. Not only him, but also my master and others. They all saw it, so they were very unhappy, and the one who was particularly unhappy was you. You messed up the rhythm, so that tens of thousands of people on the entire public screen resonated with it, and complained about the uncle and others for a full 5 minutes before stopping. Although it was only a few minutes, it also made them feel that people's words were terrible. This caused them a huge psychological trauma, leaving an indelible psychological shadow, and almost caused a demon in their hearts because of guilt. So, when you go back, wait for death. Hell is waiting for you to reach out. After saying that, the man grabbed Wang Xiao and jumped up, and in the blink of an eye, he went to the east. Looking at the disciples of GGLO who came and went like the wind, Li Su couldn't help but twitching at the corners of his mouth. Brother, we thank you too. Although we lost a lot on Shinkeo, we got it all back in one live broadcast, and made a lot of money. Thank you. The price will be halved in the future. Of course, we will fight hard, but we can't stand it. The two masked men beside Liang Kang pulled down the scarves on their faces. They were a man and a woman, although the woman's curves were completely invisible. They waved their hands, turned their heads, and walked away. Liang Kang was left. At this moment, his expression was not optimistic. He was blue, red, white, and green. He just complained. This was the voice of many GGO disciples. After all, the cost of inviting people to appear was too high, and they couldn't afford to lose money. Not everyone is Yang Jian, so lucky and so lucky. A skill can directly become invincible and become a saint. Ordinary cultivators can't handle it at all. It can make Zhuangsun go down and Aluo take action to destroy the rules. He took a breath, forced a smile and said, "Junior brother, I thank you for this time, but something happened at home, so I'm leaving first. I have to go back and deal with it first." Bang. He was caught by Li Su. "Junior brother, what's the matter?" "Senior brother, you use my live broadcast to make money. Isn't this an infringement of the portrait right?" Li Su said faintly. Liang Kang was stunned for a moment. "Portrait right? What do you mean?" Li Su explained. Liang Kang's eyes were straight, staring at Li Su blankly, and suddenly realized that letting this guy join GGO might not be a good thing, but a huge pit. Damn portrait right. After a moment, he said, "Junior brother, stop it." Ding. Received the new opinion portrait right, provided by the disciples, and now start filing a case. The case was successfully filed, and the bill was approved. From now on, disciples of this sect are not allowed to use the portraits of fellow disciples at will, unless they get permission in advance. Otherwise everything created related to the economy will be defaulted to 3/10 and belong to the parties. Li Su was stunned when he heard the words, and Liang Kang was stunned twice when he heard the words. At the same time, a live broadcast platform was still open. Most people were discussing how much money they had made from joining the dark sect. The next second, there was no sound, and the big public screen was filled with 2 words. WTF. 5,000 words, all deleted. 7,000. One update today. Chapter 462. GGO builds momentum, millions of merits. Only he was left. Although he was unwilling, Liang Kang had to forcibly allocate 3/10 of his income to him. Li Su couldn't help but twitch his lips at the look in his eyes before he left. However, looking at the large sum of money in his fate card, he ignored the look in his eyes quite cruelly. The people of GGO really come and go like the wind. Realizing that Li Su would not return the money to him because of his pitiful appearance, and with the damn law of portrait rights, Liang Kang turned around and left, so as to avoid the other party having other ideas in his mind and causing him to lose a lot of money. Li Su also set off. Since the fog had dissipated, it meant that the ghost killing tour was over. How to say this thing? It came and went inexplicably. It was as if there was a seizure in the depths of hell, coming from time to time, which was a temporary activity with an indefinite period of time. However, while leaving, Li Su used his merit points to exchange 4 steps of skills. A book of Xing body refining technique, a book of hard sword, and a book of divine weapon casting technique. They were exchanged with the points of wandering ghosts and souls. He killed quite a few Jinden, including those of the 10 fires, and celestial immortals. It seemed that he killed a few of them when he was distracted. In short, he had quite a few points. He exchanged both of the 2 techniques to the celestial immortal level. Li Su kept the rest and prepared to exchange them with GGO points. Why did he exchange them like this? Of course, he kept accumulating more techniques from this world. Although the 7 Saints Dao sect had turned into Dao patterns, because of the Jinden, they could be used. But if possible, Li Su still wanted to cover up their brilliance as much as possible. It was not enough for the Jishin hand. However, GGO broadcasted it live, and I don't know if the Saints watched it. Although it is not clear how high the Saint's realm is, judging from the spear that pierced through time and space, the realm is undoubtedly very terrifying and beyond imagination. The Saint must have seen some differences. Fortunately, the power that Li Su showed was not Dao fruit, but Dao patterns that were similar to his destiny and were born. Fortunately, the Jinden resonated with the Dao fruit, otherwise I'm afraid something would really happen. It's better to become stronger quickly. The Dao Yun has been completed by nearly 30%, and there are 70% left. It's not a short time since I came to this world. It's been several months. Counting the realm of supernatural powers, Li Su has stayed for a long time, nearly 3 years in total. You have to know that he started from the martial arts realm and reached the peak of the magic power realm. It took him only more than a year to complete the 7 transformations. The time spent in the supernatural realm is almost twice as long as before. This is too long. Li Su did not delay and quickly returned to Luoyang City through the teleportation array on the other side of the camp. Luoyang City, which was originally crowded with people, is now a little empty. As expected, all mortals have been moved away because they are not sure what scale the ghost extermination will develop into. This time is lucky. It has dissipated in less than a month before the big explosion. Of course, you can feel from the beginning that its scale is not huge. If it really comes with great force, it will not only explode in the central and southern regions, but the entire western regions. If it becomes like that, it will be tragic and terrible. Because of that scale, the souls that end up here won't be the strongest celestial beings, but the mysterious immortals, and even the Daluo will appear directly. It's a real life and death battle. Of course, that scale has only happened once in the history of the western region of the mythology realm. And, according to the records, it was caused by something that someone did in the hell. It was very tragic, and even the Daluo died. However, it seems that this time is not peaceful either. Although the fog is not very effective, there are also Daluo deaths. The entire upper domain force was directly annihilated, which is also shocking. After asking when he could be teleported to the central and western regions, he learned that it would be 3 days later. When he was going back to rest, Li Su found that there were corpses lying on the ground halfway. Those were human limbs, all cut off, blood was all over the ground, and they were dragged very far. I remember that guy was the genius of Shangming sect. It was so pitiful. The entire Shangming sect was ordered to be exterminated by the Great Sect. They thought they would be fine if they fled to the big city of Luoyang, but they were suppressed and shattered on the spot by the Zhuangzi who were guarding the big city. I heard that it was the Zhuangzi sect that did it. They were really cruel. We can't help it. I heard that after the leader of Zhuangzi sect knew that Shangming sect had offended the Great Sect, he did not hesitate to defect to GGO, one of the top forces in the western regions. He used up his entire fortune and promised to continue to offer sacrifices every year before GGO Daluo agreed. Now the sect rules have been changed, and the GGO doctrine has been regarded as their own sect rules. The whole sect is in the process of self-reform. Fuck, GGO doctrine? The one that only recognizes money and not people. Are you looking for death? I heard from people that the destruction of Shangming sect this time was a trap set by GGO. The Daluo realm of Shangming sect thought that GGO only cared about money and not people, so they attacked GGO's genius. As a result, GGO Saint took direct action and pierced through time and space with a Jishin spear, mailing Shangming Daluo to death in the Shangming ancient palace with one blow. The sky is bleeding and crying because of Daluo's death. Some people are saying that GGO is doing so many things, but it's actually fishing. They can't wait to cause trouble for it, and then massacre you and your entire sect. Fuck. Didn't the Zichin sect care? This is a trap? Control? How to control? In the mythological east and west domains, tens of thousands of years ago, because of the bloody case of the genius, all the saints were invited by the east and west Chan sects to a meeting and jointly signed a rule between the major sects that the saints must not stop unless allowed to do so, and the Daluo and Zhuangzi were not allowed to take action against the Jiandan geniuses. Now that the Shangming Daluo has personally taken action against the GGO geniuses, this has undoubtedly violated the rules set by the Chan sect in the past. The Chan sect has already shown their good temper by not sending Shangming off personally. Hiss, who does the Daluo of the Shangming sect want to kill? What realm are the GGO geniuses in? Jiandan realm. Daluo realm, are you crazy? Jiandan, aren't they ants? Hey, ants? You have a big problem with your mouth, and sooner or later there will be problems. I won't talk to you anymore. If you have the guts, go and talk to him in person, and see if you can survive. Hey, wait, I'm wrong. Okay, isn't it offensive to say this? Why did the Daluo of Shangming attack the Jiandan of GGO? This is totally unequal. Wouldn't it be better to rank a celestial being? It's not against the rules at all. What are you laughing at? The giant and realm of GGO is beyond the 10 fires and above the myths. Hiss. Beyond the 10 fires and above the myths. Isn't this a god from the other shore? Damn it, brother, don't be kidding. That kind of genius. GGO? Damn it, you son of a bitch. Are you mean? If you want to die, go away. Fuck. 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 In a flash, everyone moved away from the person who spoke. This person was too mean, and something was going to happen. No, how did he survive until now? Before this, it didn't matter if you looked down on GGO. After all, their doctrines were like that. Now, suddenly, two guards appeared and held each other down. A celestial being walked over leisurely with a smile on his face and cold eyes. It seems that this Taoist friend is very dissatisfied with my sect, GGO. Hey, I couldn't help it. I really couldn't help it. Really? If you are so disobedient, then cut it off. No, I was wrong. He struggled frantically, but the guards who suppressed him were all celestial beings with extremely strong strength. Everyone, don't say that my Zhuangkang sect is overbearing. Our sect's doctrine has been changed now. We follow the GGO sect closely and prioritize interests in everything. But please forgive us. This is related to the dignity of the sect. The lower sect cannot ignore it. Please forgive us. That's right. We are the top sect in the western region and naturally do not tolerate gossip. Among all the sects, GGO is the easiest to talk to. Seeing the foul-mouthed guy being dragged away, someone shook his head and said, really, if you don't do stupid things, you won't die. This is the area where the Zhuangkang sect's influence radiates. Because they joined the sect the earliest and brought a lot of benefits, the Zhuangkang sect got the permission of GGO. Everything that Shangming sect managed was handed over to the Zhuangkang sect. Not only did they safely survive the crisis, but they also gained a foothold in the upper region and completely turned over. They are so lucky. Among the top sects in the east and the west, the best sect is undoubtedly GGO, except for the Chan sect. It's a pity that they have never intended to develop subordinate sects, otherwise there would be no other sects in the western region. GGO, is that okay? Nonsense. GGO itself has formed a huge network of relationships for the sake of interests. What they say is what they mean, and they will never go back on their word. From top to bottom, the rules and regulations are in place. Even if GGO disciples come down, they cannot do whatever they want because of their status. If they harm the interests of the sect, they don't need to go down to the sect to do anything. His superiors, or even his fellow brothers, will not let him go first. Let's put it this way, for example, the interests of Zhuangkang sect now, 7 of which are handed over and distributed. All the people in the entire GGO can benefit. This piece of cake is not for one person, but for everyone who is moved. The same is true for the upper domain. It is managed by Zhuangkang sect. The 7 layers belong to GGO, and the 3 layers are distributed by Zhuangkang sect. Once there is a problem, the first one to come and kill will not be others, but GGO itself. You don't know, when GGO signed a contract with Zhuangkang sect, how many forces in the central domain and the upper domain had red eyes. There are even sects in the upper domain who have the idea of changing their appearance. Hiss. While walking and listening, Lisu's eyes kept twitching. GGO, this operation is really cool. It has only been a short time, and the ownership of Shangming sect has been decided, and the news is transmitted too quickly, as if someone deliberately promoted it, to create momentum. He couldn't help but take out his life card. Since the other party said so, he was also very curious. As a disciple of GGO, did he have any merit points in this regard? Hey, you know what? There are indeed some, but they are not benefits, but directly converted into merit points. The sources are also written very clearly, and they are entered into the account one by one. Central domain resources, upper domain resources. And it is not a whole, but one by one, even the mountaintop, location, what is produced, and how much is allocated are clearly written. It has to be said that once it involves benefits, even a penny will not be vague. If converted in total, he can get about 10,000 merit points in the central domain every year. This is not a small amount. According to the calculation of GGO, if a person in the 10 fire golden core realm makes money normally in a year, it is about this number. It will be more, but not much more. In other words, you can definitely pay the interest. As for the upper domain, it is amazing. 10 million merit points every year. Looking at the amount in the fate card, Lee Su was a little stunned. You know, he got a full 3 million from Liang Kang. He thought it was not a small amount. If he kept the giant on stage, he would not be afraid of debt collection for 300 years. But now, when he saw the annual distribution of merit points in the upper domain, he was shocked. 10 million every year? And the first payment has been received. Why is it so much? Is the benefit of the upper domain so terrible? I'm just a disciple, but the disciples can get so much. What about the celestial immortals, mysterious immortals, and even the Dalo Jinxen? Damn, no wonder the people from the upper domain are so rich. Is this talking about the money in the upper domain? Doesn't it count? But, is it really okay? Let's not talk about the central region. The competition in the upper region is very fierce. The big forces often fight for resources. Zhuangkang sect can't defend it, right? Even if it's GGO, the boss can't personally intervene, right? Of course the boss can't intervene, but are you sure there is a force that dares to take action against Zhuangkang sect now? Above mythology, the gods on the other side. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. That's right. Jinden fought against the immortals, and the one who killed was the 10 fire immortals. How many forces in the upper region do you think can produce such combat power? Fuck, I said. So this is the reason. That's right, GGO is good in everything. The only thing that makes people criticize is that the Cheyenne Geo below the Zhuangxin is not good, and they can't show it off. But now it's different. There are super Cheyenne Geos and above mythology. Unless the big sect intervenes, how many sects in the upper region can be above mythology? Lee Su, who was walking in front, stepped on the air and almost fell to the ground. He couldn't help but shudder and his scalp numbed. He turned back in disbelief and couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the person who was talking behind him. What the hell? This is not talking about me. Is it not talking about me? Thinking of the tens of millions of merit points allocated to me every year, Lee Su suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that it is not possible? Ding. You have a message. Please check it. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and clicked on the message. In the upper domain, Dayan Palace challenged the Zhuangkang sect, the lower sect of GGO, for the ownership of the extraterritorial starry sky. With the star domain it controls as a bet, it bets on the ownership of the 10 stars in the extraterritorial starry sky currently held by GGO. Reject. All kinds of interest exchange benefits are cancelled, prices rise, and the continued borrowing will not be able to carry out any borrowing in the future, and the quota of 300 million merit points of the saint will be withdrawn. Agree and succeed. The annual merit points will increase by 10%, the comprehensive evaluation value of the disciples will increase, and all kinds of interest exchange benefits will increase. If the battle fails, the merit points gained from the upper domain will be reduced by 50% each year. If the battle succeeds, you will gain 10% of the benefits of the star domain development rights of Dayan Palace. Excuse me, do you accept this mission? Apostrophe. Chapter 463 People waiting in the inn. Can this be refused? This cannot be done. The identity of GGO is very important to Lee Su. Without violating the principles, it is not bad to just sit firmly on the title of GGO Cheyenne Geo. It is mutually beneficial between the two parties. With this relationship, it will be very convenient for him to go wherever he goes and do whatever he does. Then, let's talk about the distribution of benefits. Tens of millions of merit points. This is not a small amount and can be exchanged for a lot of things. Although the thing that Lee Su lacks most now is Daoan. What will happen when Daoan is completed, or even after the current realm is broken through? Especially when advancing to the celestial fairy, Lee Su does not think that his consumption will be small, and I'm afraid that the demand will be infinite. At that time, this merit will have a very different meaning to him. Moreover, such a battle, under the eyes of the Great Sect, itself involves the interests of all the people in GGO, and fairness is naturally needless to say. When it comes to fair fighting, Lee Su is undoubtedly very confident in himself. If he is in the Giant stage, I don't think anyone can defeat him at this stage. Basically, it can be said that it is a battle that is sure to win and not lose. There is no worry about his life, so what else is there to worry about? After the thought came to his mind, Lee Su quickly confirmed it on the fate card. Agree. Ding. Yang Jian, the pride of GGO, agrees to fight. Ding. Confirm the information. Ding. From this moment on, Yang Jian, the pride, is ruled as the Taoist of GGO. I grant you a jade crown. Please wear it. This jade crown has the function of teleportation and you will enjoy the identity of the Taoist of GGO. At the same time, please be prepared, Taoist Yang Jian. The war will begin in 3 months. During the game, please make sure that you are not in a special space and can be teleported in time. After the words fell, the fate card shook, and he immediately felt that there was something on his head. After feeling it with his spiritual sense, he found that it was just a very ordinary jade crown, the kind that can be seen everywhere on the street. Of course, if he wants, he can open it. That's right, this jade crown is in a state of retraction at the moment. It will only be opened when Lee Su takes the initiative, or when he encounters a major crisis. As for the function, it breeds terrible power, and the aura, if the information is correct, it is the power of a saint. If any power above the Zhuangzi level dares to attack Lee Su, the saint power in the Jade Crown will erupt automatically. Specifically, there are 2 situations. The first is that the other party is not clear about his identity, and the Jade Crown will protect him. The second is that the other party knows his identity, the Jade Crown will kill him, and then pursue the cause and effect, and kill the people behind him as well. Then the entire GGO will receive orders from the Saint to hunt down the 9 clans and forces that dared to attack him when they knew his identity, and hunt them down to the ends of the earth. Well, it's just like the Shangming sect. Feeling the effect of the Jade Crown, Lee Su's eyes lit up a little, and he felt that what he agreed to was so damn right. With this thing, below the Zhuangzi level, he, Lee Su, is basically a local tyrant in this mythological world, and can be as powerful as a crab. Like, walking sideways. In an instant, Lee Su felt that the price of his ticket for the next game was returned. And, the most amazing thing is that, although the Jade Crown has the power of a saint, it is passively triggered, which means that the saint did not focus his eyes on him. GGO Teachings, Chapter 10, Article 9. Practitioners have their own privacy, and privacy is equivalent to property. Unless it is discovered that a disciple has betrayed GGO, no one can arbitrarily explore the disciple's privacy. Even if it is confirmed that the investigation must be carried out, first prepare 10 times the property of the person being investigated. If it is confirmed that the other party has betrayed the religion, the other party's entire property can be obtained. If it cannot be confirmed, 10 times the compensation will be paid. Therefore, even a saint will not easily explore the situation of the disciples unless it is confirmed, otherwise it will be a big loss. By the way, the teachings of GGO are a contract and an oath. As long as you join GGO, you will automatically be locked by cause and effect. Even saints are the same. To be honest, after reading the teachings of GGO, Lee Su didn't understand why saints would do this. Isn't this the hobby of the big guys who have no other hobbies but love to peek? However, the eternal battlefield? Lee Su was stunned for a moment. What place is that? Taking out the life card, Lee Su couldn't help but check it, and the next second, he couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, he was actually deducted a merit point. If calculated by wandering souls, a 10 fire golden pill, gone. Then, the information obtained is that the so-called eternal battlefield is the place where the 100 Years' War, 1000 Years' War, and 10,000 Years' War in the mythological world are fought. It's just this short sentence, only 24 words. Oh, no. There is also a detailed introduction to the eternal battlefield, such as the 100 Years battlefield, the 1000 Years battlefield, and the 10,000 Years battlefield. Each situation is different. The 100 Years' War is a ring, and the Golden Pills fight. The 1,000 Years Station is a field battle, and the Celestial Immortals fight. The 10,000 Years Station is a world war, and the mysterious Immortals fight. Especially the last battle, which was based on stars. Each faction controlled a few stars, and then started the war, which immediately raised the level to an incredible level. Then, GGO has also come out now. Because of the resources of the upper and middle domains, the Millennium War can be ignored, and the Zhuangkang sect can handle it by itself. Now that the other party has relied on GGO, it still can't win. It can only be said that they are really bad. GGO needs to fight mainly the 10,000 Year War. The only good thing is that the 10,000 Year War is still a little far away, so there is no need to rush. The reason why this challenge was decided to be 3 months later is very simple. The Millennium War in the middle domain was brought forward. It was brought forward by about 5 years. The main reason is that it collided with the 10,000 Year War. The time interval between this millennium and the next 10,000 Year War is only 15 years. It's too short. Basically, if you prepare for the Millennium War later, you have to prepare for the 10,000 Year War immediately. The time is too tight. After all, the scene arrangement is not done by saints, but by the great Luo of each sect. It takes a lot of time just to move the stars. Taking a breath, Li Su opened the treasure exchange on the life card. He quickly flipped through it and exchanged a bottle of immortal wine worth 100,000 merits without hesitation. He poured it directly into his stomach to calm himself down. Feeling the huge amount of taurine bursting in his body, quickly replenishing his own taurine, and sprinting to the point of 1%, Li Su couldn't help but narrow his eyes and reveal a smile of enjoyment. The replenishment of taurine is not just as simple as simply replenishing the tau fruit, but also improving his strength. At 30%, his overall strength is equivalent to an increase of 3 levels. At the limit of the limit, the increase of 3 levels is so terrifying. Especially after the resonance of the golden elixir and the tau fruit, the radiation effect is even greater. In the case of no tau fruit, the golden elixir becomes more and more powerful. If it can reach 100%, Li Su feels that the limit of the 10 fire celestial immortals is not impossible to beat. By the way, the 3 Zhuangxans killed by Li Su in the Ghost Emperor's mansion were only 10 fires, not the limit of 10 fires. Usually, cultivators who have reached the limit of the golden core have great pursuits. They either do not stop until they break through, or they directly join the great sect after breaking through, become disciples of the great sect, and go there to seek further progress. The 10 fire immortals who stay in the upper domain forces are generally not destined to go further, and they are the kind that have reached the end. Therefore, the combat power that Li Su burst out in the Ghost Emperor's mansion is about between 13 and 14 fires, not 15 fire combat power. If it were that kind of combat power, I'm afraid the so-called challenge would not appear at all. After all, from ancient times to the present, in the mythological world, at least in the open information, there is no case of 15 fires. The highest is 14 fires, which can kill the 10 fire limit celestial immortal. Of course, even if it is 14 fires, it is undoubtedly the limit of the limit. Only the great sect has such disciples. It is worthy of being called immortal wine. It's really good. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. There is undoubtedly only one treasure rich in a lot of taurine. This thing is very rare. With his identity, Li Su, there is only one bottle of exchange per year. Moreover, it will not increase if it is not exchanged. It is a special discount. Under normal circumstances, the golden pill is not eligible to use it. Although it is very expensive, if you exchange it for 69 bottles at a time, you don't need to look for any ginseng fruit. Li Su was not only a little regretful. Unfortunately, there are no other disciples of GGO here at the moment, or people who know the goods. Otherwise they will definitely curse. This bastard thing is a waste of heaven's goods. Because its function is not to increase the RAM of Tau, but to understand the Tau, and realize the Tau. Only when the immortals have cultivated to a certain level, or even the Zhuangxan, will they buy and use it. It can help them count the miles of taurine, clarify the road, and take fewer detours. It is very expensive. Unless you have a special status and extremely high talent, you are not qualified to eat this thing. Under normal circumstances, if you get such a treasure, you don't prepare a ceremony, don't find a place with good feng shui, and don't make preparations for 3 to 5 years in advance. You dare not drink it. Only Li Su exchanged it directly on the street and opened his mouth. Moreover, the most annoying thing is that after drinking it, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his Dao at all. The foundation laid by the Seven Saints Dao was too terrible, so strong that the immortal wine could not shake it at all. He returned to the inn where he stayed before. Although there were some accidents in the middle, the result was undoubtedly good. I think there should be no problem this time, right? After all, there were only 3 days, and it passed in a flash. It was just right that during these few days, I took a look at the Xing refining body art and the hard sword, practiced them, and improved my skills. There was no one in the lobby of the inn. By the way, it would take a long time for the mortals to come back, which means that he could live here for free for these 2 days. Li Su went upstairs happily, and came directly to the door of his own room. His footsteps paused, and he couldn't help but frown slightly, with a strange color in his pupils. There were people inside. There were quite a few people, 5. They were all familiar people. Skinny Monkey, King Wu, Du Fei, a guy with very sensitive senses, and a guy who could be invisible. As for the aura, they didn't feel any danger. They should be waiting for him to come back, not planning to attack him. Friend Yang, since you are back, why don't you come in and have a talk? It was the voice of the skinny monkey Shen Chen. Li Su thought about it for a while, and without hesitation, he pushed the door and walked in. Of course, all 5 people were there. He felt right, and the other party was also very generous. It turns out that we are just talking, and we don't plan to attack. As Li Su spoke, the corners of Wu Wang Du Fei's mouth twitched, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. A sneak attack. Above the myth. What a joke. Above the myth, also known as the gods of the other shore. Why is it called that? Because although they are still in the Jiandan period, in fact, they are no longer here. Li Su's last outburst was clearly felt by several people. If it weren't for the 3 sects Zhuangxin who trapped him and fought with immortal power, they would not be able to withstand the pressure of the other party's momentum. He is really worthy of being a great sect's genius. Although I don't know why the other party appeared there, I'm afraid that what the other party really wants to obtain when entering the Ghost Emperor's mansion has never been the Sansheng grass, right? GGOO, they hid really deep. No, maybe it was possible that the other party came here on purpose, as a bait, to fish. The result was obvious. Shangming sect was caught, and Aluo was beaten to death. When they thought of this, several people couldn't help but feel scared, and had a new understanding of the top sects. Shangming sect also has a backer. It belongs to the same big sect. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to make a move. In this way of fishing, not only did they take huge benefits, but also made the other big sect suffer a loss, and they couldn't say their pain. Undoubtedly, the 4 people thought very deeply, so deeply that they scared themselves. The skinny monkey also had a dark look at this moment. To be honest, he realized that Li Su had obtained the treasures in the mansion, and he was tempted. It was very tempting. Let's not talk about it. However, it was completely suppressed at this moment. Although he was rampant in the central region, and was known as a thief who never left empty-handed, he was still quite afraid of the big sect. Moreover, his identity is a mystery, and there are big problems. Once he is implicated with a great religion, it will be very ominous and there will be problems. Not knowing the inner turmoil of the 5 people in front of him, Li Su said directly, your purpose should be the 3 life grass, right? As expected, the king of Wu and the others nodded immediately. Li Su is already above the myth, on the other side, and the 3 life grass has little effect on him, so they came together to exchange it with something else. He looked at the skinny monkey in surprise. This guy did not nod, and it was obvious that his purpose was something else. However, since the other party did not speak, Li Su did not ask immediately, but looked at the other 4 people and said, it really has no effect on me, but what can you take out to exchange? The 4 people are all criminals, deprived of their original status, and all their treasures have been taken away, because wandering ghosts and destroying souls are considered to be free from crime. Now that the crime is gone, they have become savages. What can they have in their hands? Unexpectedly, after several people looked at each other, they took out something and put it in front of him. "We are willing to exchange these things for half a sansheng grass for Brother Yang." Li Su was surprised, especially the things Du Fei took out. His eyes could not help but flicker slightly. It was the purple jade, the one he saw when he was hung up. He didn't expect that the other party would actually take it out. It was not taken away. "By the way, this is a gambling item. I'm afraid this guy hid it immediately after realizing that there was a problem with the island. The things of the other 4 people are also good. Obviously, they prepared some assets before becoming criminals." Through the fate card, Li Su felt a little bit. The value of these things is very amazing. If you buy them with red gold, it's probably hundreds of thousands. All added up, it's more than 1 million. Although the sansheng grass is in short supply, the market price is only about 1 million red gold. And it's a whole plant, not half a plant. After thinking for a while, Li Su smiled. Even if there was a person in this group who had a grudge against him, Du Fei, he didn't care. He nodded and said, "Okay, but there is a condition." Although he was lured, the main reason was that the fat man transferred the cause and effect. He also earned a lot of things on the lonely island, and he also left a cause and effect. Du Fei, the eldest son, became a sinner. He almost died several times in the ghost extermination. Judging from the traces left on his body, he suffered a lot. Several people looked at each other and took a breath. The 3 life grass is very important to them, extremely important. It is related to whether they can go further. Of course, there is little hope, but even if it is just a little bit, they will not give up, because it is related to their life and death. The removal of the sinner's identity may not be better than participating in that kind of death action, but are they safe? Not safe. It is because the GGO suddenly took action and the Shangming sect was destroyed, which led to the chaos in the upper domain. Once they calm down, it will be their bad luck. Not to mention the distant past, Dooley would never be able to defeat Du Fei. Without the status of a direct descendant, once the other party started to hunt him, there was almost no possibility that he could escape. The other 3 were almost the same. Even the King of Wu had many people who wanted to kill him, especially his family, where his cousin wanted to kill him. What conditions? As a genius of GGO, whether you have a chance or not, you can't train talents for other forces. If one of you breaks through, you can only join GGO, or join forces that are friendly to GGO. At least you can't go against GGO. Of course, if you haven't broken through, this one doesn't count. Above the myth, although it is very important to the people in this world, in Li Su's eyes, it is nothing. Even if it is broken, the gap between just starting out, the middle of the road, and the end of the road is actually huge. It's about the avenue, the skills, and the talent. Those so-called 14 fires, if they don't have the support of a big sect and unlimited resources behind them, it would be a dream to continue to break through. As for letting the few people in front of him join GGO, Li Su naturally has his own ideas. What is the most feared thing in cultivation? Cause and effect. This debt is very difficult to repay. Although GGO gave him the heaven cutting hand for a fee, and everything else was mutually beneficial, is it really not owed? It is owed, and it is a big debt. Money can buy a lot of things, but there are also things that cannot be bought, such as opportunities. The heaven cutting hand is expensive, but the cause and effect of obtaining this opportunity is even more expensive. The further you go, the deeper the involvement. Therefore, don't think that GGO is all about money. In fact, the disciples of GGO are also very clear that the moment they are connected with GGO, the direction of their destiny has changed dramatically, and they are engulfed by the cause and effect of the big sect. When GGO really encounters a situation of no return, there is no doubt that it is a matter of one prosperity and one loss. No one can get away. Therefore, at this stage, Li Su must make good considerations and increase his own cause and effect as much as possible. The 4 people were stunned, and they couldn't help but open their eyes wide and stare at Li Su. They couldn't help but breathe a little quickly, and their faces changed again and again. It's not that they haven't encountered disciples of the big sect before. They themselves used to be people with status, and were high and mighty. But just like how they looked at the people below them, the disciples of the great sects also looked at them in the same way, so they were unwilling to give up. They sought a breakthrough, wanted to go up, wanted to touch the highest level. Of course, facing their thoughts, the disciples of the great sects usually just smiled. As for why they smiled, it was just like they laughed at the people below for overestimating their abilities. But what about Li Su? He was truly above the myth, an existence on the other side, undoubtedly a golden elixir god. But he put forward such a condition to them. What does it mean? It means that he thinks they may be able to break through, may be able to push open the door of the myth, and walk to the other side of the other side. They have been complimented before, but Li Su is different, completely different. This is not a compliment, it is a recognition of them, the recognition of a great sect genius, a myth of the other side. It is too heavy, too shocking. With just one simple sentence, Li Su's position in the hearts of several people was directly raised infinitely. King Wu took a deep breath. Friend Yang, no, senior brother Yang, if I, King Wu, really have the honor to step into the myth, King Wu will always remember the great favor of Sun Shenkao in my heart, and I will never be an enemy of GGO in this life. I, Du Fei, the same is true. Me too. And me. The four of them did not hesitate, pointed to the sky and swore. Their eyes were extremely hot. Obviously, San Shenkao has not been obtained yet, and the myth road has not been opened, but at this moment, they made an oath with great certainty. Looking at the reactions of several people, Li Su himself was undoubtedly stunned for a moment. He was just giving a shot, and doing some cause and effect by the way. He really didn't think too much. Who would have thought that several guys seemed to be shot with gunpowder, and they were so excited. What's the situation? On the side, the skinny monkey couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes were undoubtedly more dignified in his fear of Li Su. This kid, unless you are 100% sure, you must never touch him. He will undoubtedly shine brightly, and will undoubtedly become the orthodox disciple of GGO, standing above the thousands of disciples of GGO, admired and respected by countless people. As for the reason, look at the attitude of those four guys. Is there any need to say it? Xiangjiao. Most of the Xiangjiao are almost arrogant. They are high above, looking down on everyone, and regard everything as ants. Such people may have followers, but no one will worship them. Li Su is different. He is a Xiangjiao, a super Xiangjiao, but he is not arrogant, and can treat everyone around him equally. This kind of character is terrible, very terrible. Now he has just come out of the mountain, and he is not obvious, but as his fame grows, and his actions become more and more, it won't be long before there will be countless followers behind him, eager to follow him. Equality does not exist in this world of the survival of the fittest. The transaction is over. After watching the four people happily leave with half a plant of Sanshen grass, Li Su turned his head, and looked at the skinny monkey Shen Shen who had no interest in Sanshen grass. So, what is the purpose of Brother Shen waiting for me here? The skinny monkey was silent for a moment, then slowly said, there should be a book deep in the residence of Emperor Dongyu. Emperor Dongyu? Li Su's eyes flashed. Interesting. Looking at the live video of GGO, although many people speculated that it should be the residence of the Ghost Emperor, that is, one of the 5 Ghost Emperors, no one said which one it was, but they were all very sure. Only this guy in front of him said Emperor Dongyu as soon as he opened his mouth, which means he recognized him. Talisman armor? You want this? Yes. Oh, then what are you going to exchange for it? Chapter 464, The Remnant Soul of GGO, the dojo in the western regions. The Sansheng grass is the trigger for the breakthrough, but the Fugia is different. It is a skill, a tradition, and can be used as the foundation of a sect. To Li Su, it is not important, because Li Su has a higher level of mastery, not because it is worthless. On the contrary, it is very valuable. If it is handed over to GGO, it can definitely be exchanged for a huge amount of merit points. The skinny monkey smiled, took out something from his arms, and placed it flat on the table between him and Li Su. It was a piece of fragments hit by a thumb, like a piece of stone, without any special features. But when the skinny monkey took it out, Li Su's pupils couldn't help twitching, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes showed an expression of shock and disbelief. This stone really has no magic, and all spirituality has disappeared. If it is thrown on the street, there will be no feeling. But Li Su just recognized it. It was very clear, very clear. This is the treasure of GGO. Not the GGO he joined now, but the GGO he really became a disciple of, that is, the ancient GGO. As expected of a disciple of GGO, you can find the difference in this object. The skinny monkey had no doubts, because this object was indeed related to GGO. He also got a fragment by chance. At first, he thought it was a stone and almost missed it. But he was gifted, and had an inexplicable sense of all spiritual treasures. This was related to his race, and also involved his avenue. Finally, after careful observation, he found a little difference in this object. There was a great artifact inside, which was a fragment of a fairy artifact. No, it should be said that it was a treasure. This object was not gold, silver, copper or iron. Even if it lost its spirituality and was no longer magical, it was so tough that he could not destroy it even with the power of a celestial being. Holding this thing, the skinny monkey couldn't help thinking several times, what terrible things happened in ancient times? What kind of disaster did it encounter that made this treasure shattered? Through the cracks, he could feel that this treasure was broken thoroughly, completely destroyed, and endured unimaginable power. The moment it was destroyed, its spiritual light was torn apart, and all the magical diameters were cut off. In the end, only a few fragments were left. Relying on the little trace of immortality, only this little bit of corners remained. To be able to hold such a treasure, the other party must be at least a Daluo, and some are even near the saint level. Even so, he still died, which is really terrifying. Nowadays, in this mythological world, although a Daluo died not long ago, this is basically the first time in tens of thousands of years. Daluo, it has been 10,000 years, and only one died. As for the saints, they have never died since the saints appeared. Even though there was a tragic battle in the past, several Daluo died, and some saints had their bodies shattered, but in the end, he still survived. Saints are indestructible, immortal, and indestructible. This is the consensus of everyone in this world. Can I see it? Lee Su looked very cautious. He didn't know what the object was, but he was sure that the owner of this object must be a disciple of the teacher, and it was the kind of person who taught it personally. Of course, it was no wonder that Ling Bao Xianzhen taught a disciple personally. Before the conferred god, you could throw a stone on Jinao Island and hit more than 10 people. However, when the ancient times were destroyed, the conferred god had already passed. GGO was almost destroyed, and the only ones left were those that Yu King Yuan Shi Xianzhen had decided long ago, and the rest were not left. By the ancient times, the number of GGO disciples still alive can be imagined. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this object has the handwriting of the teacher, and it is a casting chapter in the Ling Bao chapter. Although the fragments have lost their spiritual light, there are traces in the deep fracture. It is already broken, and can only vaguely see a little bit of signs. That is the Tao pattern, and it is the Xiangang Tao pattern. Lee Su's true dragon sword has Tao patterns, but now it is just a mere disha, and even the first one has not been completely formed, and it is still missing more than 98,000 knocks. The Xiangang Dao pattern requires a very hard material and extraordinary magic. It is best to have the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Only after going through the disha refining method can the Xiangang be forged. This pattern must go through 10,000 years and endure the quenching of the 49th heavenly tribulation thunder and fire before it can be formed, thus producing a hint of immortality. Unless the teacher personally teaches it and loves it as a disciple, it is impossible to obtain this treasure. Yes, this thing is undoubtedly made by the teacher himself. There is a clear meaning of immortality in the Xiangang Dao pattern, which is probably the fundamental reason why it can leave a corner. There is a trace of the power of the heavenly Dao saint in it. Of course. The skinny monkey nodded. It would be great if the other party could recognize it, so that he would not have to explain and find someone to prove it. Lee Su slowly picked up the stone, breathing a little hurriedly, and his eyes kept shaking. He holds the sage's Dao lineage, and there is the ups and downs of the Kingping sword in his sea of consciousness. The moment he picked it up, he felt it. It is indeed something that the teacher has personally refined, and the grade is extremely high, belonging to the category of acquired spiritual treasures. Feeling the vibration transmitted by King Ping's sword intent, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes, looked at the other party and said, "This thing is indeed related to GGOO, and it is of great significance to me in the ancient times. But, just this thing is not enough. It is extremely precious, but it is only a remnant, and the spiritual light on it has been completely shattered. Just wanting to exchange it for the Fugia technique with this is not enough." The skinny monkey was not surprised. After all, it was just a fragment. In addition to being a commemoration, it had no other use. Just because it was an ancient GGO object, it was too whimsical to exchange it for Fugia. Of course, the purpose of taking it out is mainly to prove that this object is indeed related to the ancient GGO. The real bargaining chip here is not this. Lee Su couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he heard this. The other party might not know what information he could get from this fragment, but this object was just a beginning. Is there anything else? What is it? The skinny monkey smiled, but did not speak directly. Instead, he took out a piece of fur of a demon beast with a very strong aura, which was undoubtedly at the Zhuangsan level or even higher. Take a look at the content first, and then confirm it with your spiritual sense, and then we can continue to talk. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and could not help but take the fur handed over by the other party. This is a covenant document, and the content is very simple. From now on, the conversation between the two parties is not allowed to be known to a third party, and everything related to the content of the conversation. If the transaction fails, he will forget all the content of this conversation. After confirming that there are no traps on it, and there is no possibility of intercepting his own spiritual sense, Lee Su thought, and imprinted his consciousness on it. The next second, the fur naturally collapsed directly, and scattered into countless light spots, covering the two of them. "You are really willing to give it up?" Feeling the atmosphere around him, Lee Su was a little surprised that this thing actually isolated everything from the outside world. Even the cause and effect were cut off. The value of this contract itself is amazing. The thin monkey smiled. If the talisman armor was not extremely important to him, he would never reveal even a little bit of the matter involving the Great Sect, because once it was locked by the Great Sect, it would be a disaster for him. It was a pity that he failed to seize it before, not to mention now. The jade crown on his head was very scary. The immortals found it at the first time. It contained the power of the saint. There was a restriction on it. If the power exceeded a certain level, it would immediately counterattack. The power of the saint would burst directly. He was very powerful, but in front of the saint, he was not much different from an ant. Next, I will use my own avenue as a contract, which is only true and not false. The thin monkey was very direct. The content of the transaction with you is to find the place where this thing is in exchange. Lee Su was stunned. Find the place where this thing is? What does it mean? Of course, I can't be sure, and I don't know whether she is related to GGOO, but I can be sure that she must be related to this thing, either the owner of this thing, or the friend of the owner of this thing. As for why you don't say it's the enemy of the owner of this thing, it's because she only showed a hint of reaction in her eyes when she saw this thing for a moment, with resentment and pain. Lee Su was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the other party in disbelief, trying to identify whether what he said was true or false. The thin monkey looked very serious and didn't mean to joke. Not only that, his avenue was clearly shaking, and it was obvious that he was speaking with the heart of the Tao and couldn't lie. Clenching his fists, Lee Su's pupils kept shaking. At this moment, he was really shocked, far more than 1,000 times more shocked than before. His face kept changing, and his expression was extremely complicated. Of course, I'll explain first. Her situation is very special. She's like a lonely ghost. Her soul is incomplete, and she has forgotten everything. Only a corner of her soul is left, floating around all the time. So I can't give you any guarantees, and I don't know what you can get there. Even so, if you are still willing to exchange, then we'll make a deal. Is he that him? A woman? Lee Su's pupils shrank. A female disciple. Among the disciples of GGO, there are not many female disciples. There are the 3 holy mothers, Wudang, Jinling, and Jiuiling, and then the 3 Zionus. There are also female disciples in other sects, but they can't pass the exam to be disciples. Now, he has seen Bizarro and Kyangzaro in the Lotus Lantern. The two of them keep their girlish appearance, have had a conversation, and even invited them to eat barbecue. Lee Soo still remembers the cute and naive look when drinking fairy wine and eating barbecue. Although the eldest sister Youngzio didn't come, she was probably there. In other words, this female disciple is likely to be one of the three holy mothers. Jinling is on the conferred god list, and it is probably not her. The only ones still outside were the Wudang Holy Mother and the Jiuiling Holy Mother. The former disappeared after being conferred a deity and did not go to heaven. The latter, when being sealed by the Western Saint, was attacked by a blood mosquito, which sucked all her blood and essence, causing her soul to disintegrate, and her soul to go to reincarnation, and she did not go to be conferred a deity. Lee Soo could not help but rub his brows, not knowing which one of them it was. The former was considered the eldest sister of Jijiro, and was ranked alongside Duobeo Taoist as the leader of female practitioners. She was extremely powerful, and was considered a near saint. Lee Soo was not sure about the latter. After all, the myth did not write about their ending. How about it? Are you willing to make an exchange? Lee Soo could not help but take a breath. No matter who the other party was, he would undoubtedly have to take a look. Not to mention anything else, just the identity of the disciple of the Shanking Saint. He could not sit idly by. Without hesitation, Lee Soo nodded directly. Okay. The skinny monkey also exhaled, with a smile on his face. To be honest, although the things he gave were of great value and involved ancient times, in the world of cultivating immortals, putting aside the resources, it would undoubtedly be a hooligan. In that case, let's make a covenant here. As he said that, he took out another piece of animal skin. This time, the aura was even more amazing. It was directly the aura of Daluo. Lee Soo couldn't help but take a deep look at the other party. This guy, is he worthy of being the hidden rich second generation of that great sect? Can such things be taken out just by saying so? The fur of Daluo realm, this one must be worth 3 or 500,000, and it is red gold. Adding the previous one, it must be at least 7 or 8,000. The thing is not in hand yet, but at least 400,000 red gold has been spent. In an instant, Lee Soo had the idea of robbing the other party directly, mainly because the money was too much, which made people jealous. Unfortunately, the other party's aura was very strange, and there was a lot of aura flowing in his body, which was very problematic. Not to mention the result of the fight. If the other party wanted to run, he would definitely not be able to stop him. As if the thin monkey didn't feel Lee Soo's gaze, he said again, I need a guarantee. Guarantee? Yes. It's just that this kind of news can't buy out the talisman armor in your hand, and I don't have such high requirements. Therefore, before our transaction is completed, you can't pass the talisman armor to other people. After the transaction is completed, it can't be passed on within 2 years. Lee Soo's eyes flashed with a strange color, and after a moment, he nodded and said, okay. Soon, the oath was made. After the other party dropped his own consciousness, he handed it to Lee Soo and said, take a look. Lee Soo nodded, took it and read it, and soon scanned all the contents. The content of the contract is very complete, and unexpectedly, the other party did not set a trap or double standards. For example, Lee Soo can't say anything, but the other party doesn't have that kind of restrictions. Throughout the transaction, until the end, both parties cannot deceive or frame each other. Those who violate it will be cursed by the oath and their hearts will be covered with dust. After confirming that there was no problem, Lee Soo also imprinted his consciousness on it, watching the animal skin shatter, turning into spiritual light, and flying directly into the bodies of the two people, forming lines on their hearts, and then disappearing. When do we set off? Half a year. I will take you there in half a year. When we get there, you can give me the talisman armor. Lee Soo was startled, and couldn't help frowning. Undoubtedly, since it was confirmed, the sooner the better. For this reason, he could even postpone the ginseng fruit. Why does it take so long? The thin monkey said slowly, if you want to go there, you must make some preparations in advance. The current time is not right. After thinking about it, Lee Soo nodded, estimating that the place should not be outside, but in a secret place somewhere in the myth world, otherwise it would have been discovered by someone long ago. In this case, there is really no need to rush. Okay, how do we contact each other then? The approximate location is in the East region. In half a year, you will go directly to the Middle East region near the upper region, to a place called Huago Mountain, where there is a monkey restaurant. I will leave such a mark there. Huago Mountain? Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Has the great sage's dojo been preserved? After the oath was signed, the skinny monkey did not stay and got up and left directly. The fragment was left behind and was not taken away. Feeling that the other party left the inn directly after leaving and disappeared completely after a few breaths, Lee Su reached out and pinched the fragment on the table in his hand. After watching it for a while, he threw it into the Buddha kingdom and hid it deep inside. I don't know who that residual soul is. He took a breath and suppressed the sudden shocking news in his heart, looking at the material that he had exchanged for half a plant of Sansheng grass before. He directly collected the things that several people took out. In addition to the purple jade, there was also Daluo mother gold, which belonged to King Wu. It was half a teal, which was almost equivalent to 500,000 red gold. Then there was a leaf from that woman. This thing was quite magical, and it was attached with an extremely strong Tao rhyme. This thing is not low in value, probably about 300,000 red gold, which is of great help to enlightenment. If she hadn't been eager to break through the 10 fires and enter the realm of myth, she probably wouldn't have taken out the item. Although there was a price, she couldn't afford the dear leaf now. Finally, it was the guy who was good at invisibility. He took out a pill. Although it had a bad smell and was polluted, this pill was very magical and contained a lot of vitality. It was a life-saving item and not cheap. In general, it was a good harvest. Lee Su collected all the things of the three people, leaving only Du Fen's small piece of purple jade, which continued to produce Dao rhyme. Not to mention the value, the continuous release of Dao rhyme was the best treasure for Lee Su. There was not much, and in a day, it could bring Lee Su about 100,000th improvement. The speed was undoubtedly very fast. Unless Lee Su recklessly absorbed the Dao rhyme of heaven and earth, the amount absorbed slowly in a day would actually be less than that on the purple jade. The former obviously couldn't do it, and there would be problems. After wearing it directly on his body, Lee Su directly took out the Xing refining body art and the hard sword that he had exchanged before. 3 months later, there will be a challenge, and half a year later, he will have to contact a certain senior sister of Jijiao. Undoubtedly, his time has become a little tight. He has to hurry up. It would be best if he could get the ginseng fruit in 3 months to complete the Dao Yun and then enter the world fragments once, transform the inner river again, reach the peak of the supernatural realm, and make his Dao fruit completely complete. After the challenge is over, he will immediately start to break through and achieve the realm of heavenly immortals. After that, he will undoubtedly be more confident when going to the East region. He practiced directly. The hard sword is simple. The Shanking Dao fruit involves the swordsmanship of the world, and the 4 swords of Xuxin are even more all-encompassing. It is not difficult to learn. From the small success to the golden elixir, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to complete. The galaxy refining body art is quite interesting. It is to draw the power of the stars in the sky and refine the body. This method requires extremely high talent and greatly strengthens the body. Even if Lee Su's body has become extremely powerful because of the 7 Saints Dao, this method is still effective and can greatly improve his own physical strength. This road is a bit amazing. It is innovative and different from most methods. It is not created based on how far you can go, but how strong your physical talent is. The better the physical talent, the more terrible the effect of practicing it. Because of the special nature of this method, there is also a warning. Those who do not have enough physical talent should not practice it. Of course, this difficulty is nothing to Lee Su. He practiced directly and soon completed the first level. The effect is okay. The physical body has improved a little bit. Undoubtedly, he is a 7 Saint Dao body and has reached an extreme. The first level of the galaxy body refining art can actually bring a little improvement. It is quite amazing. Then, it is the second level, and then the third level. In about 2.5 days, the giant unstage level is completely practiced by it, and the physical strength is about 5% higher. But Lee Su did not stop, and continued to practice. The 9th level is not the limit of the Chinden stage. The practice of this method mainly depends on the physical talent. The higher the talent, the farther you can go. For example, Lee Soo, who has reached the 10th level of perfection, can receive 9 stars at one level and 81 stars at the 9th level. As long as the physical body has not reached its limit, the number can be continuously increased. How far you go depends on your physical talent. According to the book, someone once used the galaxy refining body technique to practice to the 20th level of the golden core stage, which means that the number of stars received has reached 180. This is undoubtedly amazing. With 90 stars, even Lee Soo felt the pressure. The number of stars falling from the sky was so huge that his body felt numb and swollen. 3 days were up, and Lee Soo did not stop and went straight on the road. He went to the Luang teleportation array, which had already been opened. He took out the life card of the GGO disciple, and was sent out first. The teleportation array in the myth world is very efficient, not only fast, but also not very impactful. In just a few dozen seconds, he had already appeared on the other side of the central and southern region, in a city in the central and western region. After walking out of the array, Lee Soo couldn't help but be stunned. There was a bald head passing in front of him. It was a Buddhist cultivator. This is the second time I have seen it. The first time was in the fog, when I encountered wandering souls practicing Buddhism. There are quite a few bald men, close to 100 of them. They are wearing white cassocks and walking on the road. Not only that, there is another group of people not far away. They have a strange atmosphere and are full of ghosts. They are people from the Ghost Gate. And judging from their aura and clothes, they are not from the outer Ghost Gate, but the inner Ghost Gate. Lee Soo frowned slightly. Why did the disciples of the two major sects appear here? Although he thought about it, he did not interfere. Instead, he followed the induction he got from the Zenio and Taoist temple, and walked out of the city directly. I just hope that this time it will go smoothly, and I can get the ginseng fruit directly, and complete the Tao rhyme. Don't let other accidents happen in the middle. Asterisk 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 master, I have found out everything. Oh. It suddenly appeared a month ago. Once it was night, a mysterious figure would appear in Luocheng. It was very strange. It walked aimlessly in Luocheng, uttering incomprehensible words and wandering around. It would disappear after dawn. And when night fell again, it would appear again. At the same time, anyone who met this figure would disappear the next day, as if it had never appeared from the beginning. Even the person next to him would forget it, and his memory would no longer have any information about his lover. Because of this reason, it appeared for a whole month, and nearly 3/10 of the people in Luocheng disappeared. The Arhats guarding the city realized the problem and reported it. The disciple who reported was a young monk, whose realm was only Chinden, but his aura was stronger than that of a celestial being. He was a Buddhist disciple, who had already stepped into the myth, and had a very deep cultivation. The shadow of the Buddha could be vaguely seen in his body, and he had already embarked on the road. Amitabha. Good. The white-browed old monk put his hands together. Being able to cut off cause and effect, destroy memory, and make a person's existence completely disappear. This is by no means a simple method. And the most terrifying thing is that such a thing has never happened before in the central and western regions. This omen is very ominous. Its appearance undoubtedly means change and a new crisis. The old monk said softly, in this case, let's wait for the night to come. Soon, a group of monks did not leave, but sat in place, waiting quietly, waiting for the night to fall. Asterisk 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 damn, that group of bald donkeys are really planning to take advantage of this Luocheng ghost. Not far away, the Ghost Gate disciples who were staring at the Buddhist cultivators looked pale. They also received the news and sent people to rush over to investigate the ghost situation. If possible, they would directly capture it by detention. Ghosts that can cut off cause and effect memory are not common. If they can be captured, it will be a huge gain for Ghostgate. Tell them Aster about this. Taking a breath, the leader was also a golden elixir, but his aura was also terrifyingly strong. It was not 10 fires, but above. The people beside him were not weak either. All of them were at the 10 fire limit, and a road had appeared in front of them, and they were just one step away from transformation. The Gimmon Xianjiao suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, report the person who just appeared, and let the disciples guarding outside the city pay attention. If he returns, notify him immediately. Master, I met a person when I came here. He should be the Jijiao Xianjiao who just became famous a few days ago. Where is he? He has left the city and walked very fast, heading towards Shanxi. He should just be passing by. Don't pay attention to him. Our goal is to find out the reason for the sudden appearance of the figure in this city and how to eliminate it." Yes. Obviously, the people on both sides also discovered Li Su, but because he left the city directly and left quickly to the distance, the people of the two sects did not investigate further. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After running a full 30 miles, Li Su's footsteps paused inexplicably, and he couldn't help but look back at Luocheng, which was already blocked by the mountains. Just now, because he appeared in Luocheng, he didn't have any special feelings. Now that he has completely left, after more than 30 miles, Li Su felt a little different. The Dao rhyme of that city is a little wrong. As a person whose Dao fruit has not been completed, he is very sensitive to Dao rhyme. His own Dao is extremely solid, and he is constantly absorbing it. When he came out, he immediately found that, although the difference is very small, there is a difference between the two. Is it because of this reason that the Xianjiao of Buddhism and the inner ghost gate appeared there? After Li Su's eyes flickered, he moved his feet and directly felt the direction and ran towards the Dao field of Zinyu and Axon, which had been delayed for almost a month. This distance is really not short. He was clearly teleported directly to the deepest city in the central and western regions. After coming out, he still ran a full distance of more than 2,000 miles before he faintly felt the end. Without hesitation, Li Su directly accelerated his own speed and rushed over. Runner, runner. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his face suddenly changed. There is something wrong with the Dao rhyme and the atmosphere. Just like in Luocheng, there is something strange in the depths of the Dao Yun, very small. No way. I'm almost there. Don't tell me that there is something wrong with the Zinyu and Dao Chang. I'm waiting for this ginseng fruit. After running all the way, as the sky gradually darkened, he could clearly feel where the Dao Chang was. Li Su couldn't help but sweat as he let out a long breath, feeling the location of the ginseng fruit. Fortunately, although the Dao Yun with problems was all around, it was not emitted from the hilltop he was going to, but from the deep place. Li Su jumped to the hilltop, where he was constantly sensing the law, and couldn't help but take a breath. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this is just an ordinary mountain with nothing in it. But at the moment of reaching the foot of the mountain, a road appeared in front of Li Su, blue stone steps, going up all the way. At the end of the steps, but saw a Taoist temple standing. Although it was somewhat damaged, probably because it had been affected by the battle, most of it remained intact. There were still Dao patterns shining on the Taoist temple, which nurtured eternity and gathered immortality. We've arrived. He couldn't help but smile, and he raised his foot and walked towards the mountain gate. At the moment, when Li Su stepped half of his body into it, a figure appeared at the end of his eye and the edge of his vision. In an instant, Li Su's face changed, becoming creepy and frightened. His flesh and blood stopped, his soul solidified, and the light of the Seven Saints Dao fruit was suppressed and could not shine. It was obviously just a corner of his vision, but it seemed to grab his soul. At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared and echoed in Li Su's heart. Come, and change me to go, change you to fall. Roar. He couldn't help but let out a roar. Forming a roar, Li Su's consciousness Dao fruit vibrated, the golden elixir in his chest jumped, and the flesh Seven Saints Dao system rang. In an instant, his avenue glowed, 7 colors rang, and he directly squeezed the figure in the corner of his eyes, rejecting it from his heart. He moved his body and jumped into the Zinyu dojo. With a plop, Li Su fell in front of the threshold of the Zinyu dojo. At this moment, he was extremely embarrassed and sweaty. The moment it appeared, it seemed to live in his heart and squeeze out the original soul. The feeling of the other party becoming like himself. Even Li Su was not only shocked, but also shocked by this weird method. Not only that, the figure looked strange, so strange that it made people shudder. He looked like a person, but in fact he was not. His face, His body, his clothes, everything he had, was composed of a pair of hands, which were dark and dry without blood. The moment they were imprinted in his eyes, they obviously did not move. The feeling, consciousness, smell, and sound were all confirmed, but the figure kept approaching Lee Su's vision, moving from the edge to the center. That kind of movement was like walking into his body and heart and replacing him. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough, and he also had the sage's Taoism, so he was able to suppress it at the last moment and squeeze it out of his eyes. Was he using the Taoist method of taking over another's body? In the myth world, is there such a terrifying method of taking over another's body? Unless you have the great Dao to suppress your body, you can't resist it at all. What on earth is that? Chapter 465 Fruits are obtained. Luo Cheng disappears. Lee Su was shocked and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He came here just to find a fruit, to eat and make up for his own Dao rhyme, but he didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying existence the moment he stepped into the Taoist temple of Zanio and Axon, Wazhuangwen. His mind couldn't help but be shaken, and the seven saints' Dao continued to glow, and it couldn't calm down for a long time. The strange sudden impact was from the root, from the depths, subverting common sense, and affecting the soul. Lee Su was invaded, and his body was left with traces of the other party. Fortunately, his foundation was terrible, and the solid foundation reached the point where there was no one before and no one after. The avenue was surrounded by the scriptures of the seven saints, and the soul was protected by the saints' road, so the accident was avoided, and the corner of the terrible scene was cut out of the heart and the connection was cut off. After a while, Lee Su's breathing calmed down. At this moment, he was sweating all over, as if he had experienced an extremely tragic battle, which was more terrifying than being chased by the Zhuangzi. What's more, what he cared about was that the figure invading his mind was very terrifying, and the avenue was very amazing. Although it broke the mirror, when it invaded him, the degree of damage was not high. He was not even a Zhuangzi, at most a Xiangzi. The power of a Xiangzi shook his seven saints Dao, which was unbelievable. This person must have broken the mirror of the golden elixir in his life. He had walked very far on the road of the great Dao. He was a god on the other side. He had at least 14 fires, and even entered the extreme realm of 15 fires. I don't know if this thing is connected to Luo Cheng. If so, Luo Cheng is probably in trouble, very bad. Although there are two major forces in Luo Cheng facing this thing, if the great Dao is not strong enough, there will definitely be problems, and it will be infected by it. Although there are Tushai and Geos in the Buddhist sect and the inner ghost sect who are above the realm of 10 fires, which gave Lee Su a strong feeling, it is likely that they can resist this thing. Unless they break through directly and enter the realm of Xiangzi, otherwise, they may not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression became more solemn. The danger of the myth world is really very high. If he is not careful, he may die immediately in his situation. It is imperative to break through the realm of magical power and enter the realm of immortals. Just now, if he was at the level of celestial immortals, that little thing dared to invade his mind like this, Lee Su would definitely not be polite and would kill the other party instantly. Even if the broken mirror can make the future stronger, the gap between the celestial immortals and the golden elixir itself is too big. In the same case of broken mirror, the gap between the mythical golden elixir and the mythical celestial immortals will be quickly widened and difficult to approach. Standing up, Lee Su patted the dust on his body, raised his head, and looked at the location of the Wazhuangwen temple. I hope that there will be no more assessments next, and I can directly get the ginseng fruit smoothly, complete my own Dao fruit perfection, and completely make up for the defects of Daoan. As long as it is completed, he can immediately enter the world fragment again, and complete the transformation of the inner river. Thinking of this, Lee Su took a step forward, with expectation and urgency in his heart. He didn't want to stay at the level of the magical power realm. The danger of the mythical world is too high. Even if the problem of his own identity is solved, it is still not safe. The next second, Lee Su was startled. His footsteps paused, and the scene around him changed. He appeared in a wing room, with a long table and a chair in the middle. There was no one around, but there was a fruit on the long table, shaped like a baby, with a crystal glass body, surrounded by the avenue, and giving birth to infinite Deo rhyme inside, densely packed and endless. Moreover, when he was in a daze, he saw that Lisu had discovered that there was a Deo pattern in the ginseng fruit. That Deo pattern was full of vitality, giving birth to infinite life, somewhat similar to the supreme flesh and blood, but also different. This should be the avenue of longevity, the way of longevity. Lisu couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder there is a saying that, if you smell the ginseng fruit, you will live for 360 years. If you eat one, you will live for 47,000 years. This is equivalent to eating a great way into your stomach. How can your life not be extended? But is it so easy? Lisu kept looking around, his face full of surprise, with something strange in his pupils, and kept looking around. There is no test for such a treasure. The ginseng fruit, which blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and matures only after 3,000 years, and only takes 30 years to get, was just given to him like that. Isn't this a bit too simple? It's not that Lisu is being cheap, but compared to the experiences of getting things from other big guys, it's really hard to imagine that a treasure like ginseng fruit can be obtained in one go. After looking for a long time, he found that there was no movement around him, so Lisu had to be vigilant and walked up. Arriving in front of the table, he opened the chair and sat down, facing the ginseng fruit in front of him. Lisu still couldn't help looking back and forth for a long time before he stretched out his hand. Since there are no other tests, the only problem is the fruit itself. Is it difficult to eat? Perhaps this thing is not only limited by the novel, but also by something else. For example, Scradine's law of being here and not here, or once you hold it in your hand, it will bear as much weight as a mountain, and the fruit will be like stars, and people with unstable foundations can't bear it at all. What's worse, there is a terrible test inside the fruit. If you eat it, there will be thunder and fire erupting inside. After hesitating for a long time, he checked his own situation, and confirmed that he was in a complete state at the moment. The 7 saints had already eliminated the influence caused by the previous figure. After fully recovering, Lisu stretched out his hand. He carefully picked up the fruit. The weight was normal, similar to that of a fruit, and there was no special situation as he expected. Until he brought it to his mouth, there was still no change around. Unable to help it, Lisu took a breath, and the strange fragrance on the fruit was sucked into his internal organs. Lisu couldn't help but widen his eyes. The increase in lifespan was not obvious, but the Deo rhyme bred in it was undoubtedly extremely massive, and it increased by about 1% in an instant. In an instant, his body and soul sprouted a strong desire, and he had an incomparable desire for the thing in his hand, hoping to swallow it in one gulp. The Deo fruit was jumping, spitting out a strong sense of expectation. Finally, after hesitating for a moment, Lisu gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and ate the ginseng fruit in his hand. The taste was indescribable. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction instantly filled his heart. The juice splashed from the fruit directly penetrated his mouth. He didn't even need to swallow it. They melted directly into Lisu's flesh and blood. Boom. 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 His body was shaking. The lines of the great Deo of longevity flowed into it and combined with his flesh and blood, pushing his already extremely thick and long lifespan to a whole new height. In the martial arts realm, the lifespan is 150. In the magic realm, the lifespan is 300. In the supernatural realm, the lifespan is 1000. For every martial arts technique that reaches the broken realm, the lifespan can be increased by 50. In the transformation realm, the lifespan can be increased by 100 years every time. He hasn't finished the supernatural realm yet. So far, his lifespan is about 3000 years. There is no doubt that this is a very scary lifespan. He is not an immortal, but can live so long, which has surpassed the level of the celestial immortal. However, even such a huge lifespan is still not worth mentioning in front of the ginseng fruit. It is so small that it is not even a fraction of it. 47,000 years is difficult for a Zhuangzi to live. Only a Jinxin, a Dalo realm being, who has mastered the meaning of eternal immortality, has formed the great Dao, and has the same lifespan as the sky, can have such a long lifespan. Cells are getting younger. Li Su's expression could not help but be shocked. For him, the biggest role of the ginseng fruit is to make up for his Dao rhyme and let him complete the Dao fruit. But the reality is beyond his expectations. With the integration of the huge lifespan of the ginseng fruit, his cells are changing, and the line that constitutes the length of life is changed. It is no longer a straight line, but a circle, like an Ouroboros, with the head and tail connected. His genes have undergone a huge qualitative change, upgraded. No, it should be an exception. How to describe it? Longevity species. This change is terrible. Unpredictable changes have occurred in his depths. Strange phenomena began to appear in his pupils, and he could see things that he could not see before. He saw the flow of everything. All matter is gradually changing in this flow, some very fast, some very slow, and he himself is almost unchanged. Of course, this abnormal feeling soon disappeared, just because his life transformation, prying a corner of the transcendental scene, accidentally entered the height that only 4-dimensional, or even 5-dimensional creatures are qualified to reach. Is that flow time? Feeling the picture at that moment, Li Su couldn't help showing a look of horror in his heart, which was definitely something he didn't expect. Ginseng fruit actually involves the power of time, can let people peek into a corner of time. Oh my god, Li Su couldn't help but breathe very fast, and instantly even forgot about the problem of completing his own Tao rhyme, and couldn't help but look up at the table. Otherwise, another one. It was too fast just now, and I couldn't understand it carefully. Exclamation mark. For a long time, there was no movement in the wing room. The next second, Li Su was in a trance, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he had returned to the foot of the mountain, and his steps were still lifted, and he couldn't fall. Obviously, there was no second fruit for him to eat. Li Su couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It came out now. If it weren't for the terrifying amount of Dao rhyme in his body and the Dao fruit being completed, he would have thought that his experience just now was an illusion. However, as he thought, the ginseng fruit has a huge amount of Dao rhyme, which can allow him to quickly complete himself. Feel it, it has exceeded 80%. When I came, it was only 31, and the fruit had not been digested yet, but the 7 Saint Dao fruit had already reached 80%, a full increase of 49%. Although it is not yet complete, it has still entered an unprecedented height at this moment. The Dao fruit is glowing, and something magical is happening inside. The most terrifying thing is the lifespan, which has increased by more than 10 times, and reached an astonishing height. Feel it, the length may have exceeded 50,000. What is that concept? It is so long, that the appearance of mountains, rivers and the earth can undergo tremendous changes. It can read through the history of human civilization in 7 or 8 previous lives. Strength has been improved again. It has increased by almost 5 levels. Of course, this is mainly because the Dao fruit is completed, and the avenue is becoming clearer. Facing his own situation, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. He broke through again and again. Now he didn't know what his situation was. Above the myth, the highest level should be the 15 fires, and his current situation is undoubtedly beyond the 15 fires. In the realm of Jianden, he should be completely invincible. Even so, he still hasn't reached the end. The Dao rhyme has not been completely completed. When it reaches 100%, he will expand the long river again and open the Dao. Maybe the 15 fires are not the limit. At the end of it, there is still a way, and it can move forward. Of course, Li Su just thought about it and didn't take it seriously. His current situation is mainly due to the relationship between the two foundations. Both sides have reached the extreme and resonated, which has produced such a terrible change. In fact, even the records of GGO confirm that there are only 14 fires. There are only speculations and doubts about the 15 fires. It is mainly in some places that there are some abnormal existences, which are extremely terrible. Even if the Xiangjiao in the sect goes there, they can't beat the opponent with the power of 14 fires. Therefore, it is suspected that the 14 fires may not be the limit, and there is still a way above. As for whether anyone has gone deeper, there is no definite basis. Exhaling, Li Su did not rush to leave and went out of Wazdayan Temple. Because the time was too short, it was unbelievably smooth this time. The treasure was placed there, waiting for him to take it. He did not pay any price, or endure any test. As expected of the big man in Journey to the West who waited for the other party to deliver the fruit, he was simply arrogant. He sat at the foot of the mountain and practiced directly, preparing to absorb all the diorime of the ginseng fruit. If possible, it would be best to push it to complete perfection, and then directly enter the world fragment. As for going out, there is no hurry. He is not in a hurry at all. God knows what the situation is outside. Did the strange figure leave? Since the other party is seeking a body and wants to take over, facing an existence like himself who can resist, he may be waiting outside for him to go out. Anyway, if it were him, he would definitely squat outside. Although the Deo fruit has been improved again with the completion of the fruit, and after experiencing it once, the second time will not be as easy to be controlled as before. Lee Su does not want to go out and suffer like this. First absorb the remaining Deo rhyme, and then use the fate card to understand the situation outside. If everything is unknown, then wait until you enter the world fragments. Thinking of this, Lee Su closed his eyes and began to speed up the absorption of Deo rhyme. Asterisk 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 on his side, he practiced quietly, and outside, there was no doubt that the world was turned upside down. The saints were dispatched. Overnight, the people of the two top forces, Buddhism and the inner ghost gate, disappeared at the same time. Not only that, but also Luocheng, which had a population of hundreds of thousands, disappeared. The whole city seemed to be uprooted and completely disappeared from the map. In an instant, it shook the entire myth world. The two sects arrived at the scene as soon as possible, trying to connect the cause and effect through the clues at the scene and find the missing people. In the end, there was nothing. Not only that, but what was even more terrifying was that Daluo and the others found that they, who had the meaning of eternal immortality and whose life form was no longer in the five element, had problems with their memories after arriving in Luocheng and could not remember the faces of the missing disciples. This kind of forgetfulness was simply unbelievable and extremely abnormal. The saints were all alarmed and could not sit still. They appeared in person to inspect the scene. Its existence was cut off from the timeline. The strange phenomenon that happened here, the existence that Luocheng took away, is related to the saint. After a perception, the saint's expression became very solemn. The answer was too terrible and horrifying. In the depths of the underworld, there is a saint-level existence. Has it come out? The myth world is still safe at present. The main reason is that, although the Eastern Heaven Court and the Western Underworld are full of crises and terrifying, no saint-level creatures have come out, and the power has not been over. But why? Why did something happen at this time? The only good news is that, although it involves the saint level, no traces of saint-level creatures have been found. It's just that the power has been brought out, otherwise it would never be like this. But even so, the saints who came here showed solemn expressions on their faces, and soon left in a hurry. Of course, there are saints who stayed. 4. First of all, there are undoubtedly the saints of Buddhism and Ghost Gate. They didn't leave. They are still observing and trying to figure out the reason why Luocheng disappeared. After all, like GGOO, the myths of their two sects also disappeared. The 10,000-year war is not far away, and the disciples of the big sects will inevitably end up. Obviously, the myths are also rare for the top big sects. They are pitifully rare. It takes a lot of effort to cultivate them. If one dies, even the Buddha will be worried for a long time. Then there is the Black Mountain Patriarch. He is in an inexplicably good mood. The reason is very simple. He heard that the prodigy of GGO also appeared in Luocheng and disappeared. The body of Shangming's Aunt Daluo is still bleeding before it cools down. The fire in his heart has not been extinguished. He is still a little distressed about the loss of the sect. One of the goals that caused all this has gone wrong. For a while, even if the Black Mountain Patriarch is a saint, he is not only a little happy. The only regret is that he can't have fun. After all, the myths of Buddha, Demon, and Ghost Gate are also missing. There is a high probability that they have died, otherwise he can laugh 3 times up to the sky. Of course, although he sneered in his heart, there is still a trace of solemnity in the depths of the Black Mountain Patriarch's eyebrows. As a top force in the West, he naturally couldn't ignore such a strange thing happening on his territory. and the occurrence of this thing means that the central and western regions will become more dangerous in the future. The entire West may face a new disaster after the wandering ghost destroying soul, and the nature of it is far worse than the wandering ghost destroying soul. This is not good, very bad. Then, of course, it is the saint of the Western Chan sect. He looked quite solemn and carefully searched through the avenue. As the successor of the Chan sect, he naturally inherited the Chan sect's teachings, followed the will of heaven, and had strict rules. What he hates most is this sudden situation that breaks the rules and affects the order. Unfortunately, it came too late, and the traces had already dissipated. However, for the saint, the least lack of time and patience, to be able to achieve such an achievement today, in addition to the gifted talent, the more important thing is undoubtedly the ability to endure loneliness. Since it has appeared, it can't be just once, there must be a next time, just wait patiently. Although this matter involves a saint-level creature, although it is not a saint. Not only that, as long as there are no major problems in the three places of hell, Heavenly Palace, and even the ominous place in the center, the holy creatures will not be able to get out of them and act recklessly. The last one is undoubtedly the saint of GGO. At this moment, he is very irritable, unlike the other three. Not long ago, we received news from Loyang Jian, who is suspected to be a prodigy of GGO, seems to have come to Luocheng in the central and western regions. GGO has waited for countless years, and finally a prodigy without problems has emerged. Although GGO did not check the privacy of Lisu's 18 generations, it also made causal calculations. Otherwise, how could it allow a guy with an unknown identity to become a disciple of GGO? I'm not that careless. As a result, there was a problem before I could even warm up. Although the fate card shows that the other party is still alive, he is undoubtedly in a place where cause and effect are completely blocked, and the saint cannot trace it, which is almost the same as Luocheng. How could the GGO saint sit still in the face of this result? The only good thing is that his timeline has not been cut off, and the GGO disciples still remember him. Now he is being discussed very hotly in the fate cards, and people are speculating about his whereabouts and whether he will die. Some people have already opened the market. This is very GGO. Above Luocheng, the GGO saint's face was very unfriendly, black, and smelly. He was not concerned about the other party's safety. But what a bastard. It's only 3 months. Can't he join the bet first? And then take the risk? What the hell is this? As a saint, he is very idle, but being idle does not mean that he can worry about the disappearance of a disciple, especially when it is free. A dignified GGO saint was actually fleeced by his disciples. It's really embarrassing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Deo Fruit completed, was Huan changes. 80%, 90%, 99%. The effect was beyond Lisu's expectation. The amount of Deo rime bred in the ginseng fruit seemed to be bottomless. In the sea of consciousness, the 7 holy Deo fruits were vibrating as a Deo rime was completed. The bodies became more and more crystal clear, with precious light pouring down from their bodies, and the great way was generated under their feet. Deo. The supreme chapter was vibrating, and the chapter scriptures were shining. Lisu's Deo fruit was undergoing amazing changes. Golden light began to flow on the flesh and blood Deo fruit, and the flames were covered little by little, turning into golden flowing fire. This is the true appearance of the life fire. Before, it was presented in the form of flames, because of the lack of Deo rime. Now with the completion of the last part, the missing parts inside were restored, and it was getting closer to perfection. Lisu felt it. The supreme flesh and blood, the power of the great way of life. This fire does not enter the 5 element, transcends them, and is a purest time for all life. It is immortal, and is the source of all living things. The soul fruit is also vibrating, its pupils are changing, and it is like a huge whirlpool inside, with power gathering inside, which can see into the deepest places of all living things and touch the ethereal spiritual light. Taking fruit, breathe slowly, and 2 breaths flow between his nostrils and mouth. One is extremely white, which is yang, and the other is extremely black, which is yin. They flow alternately, which can create all things, and can give birth to and destroy everything. The body of Yuking fruit is glowing, and there is creation inside, which is the beginning of heaven and earth, the beginning of all things, with chaos and light of creation. Shanking fruit is budding, showing a terrible killing disaster, nurturing extreme destruction, pure, extreme, moving towards the deepest place, and not retreating, even if he dies 9 times. Vajra fruit is also vibrating, and there are strange forces gathering inside. 1 grain of sand is a world, 1 leaf is a reincarnation. In the 5-color glass, the power of Sumeru is revealed, and there is infinite light, and the Buddha lives in his heart, opening the power of Sumeru to form infinite glass light. As for the last, the lotus fruit, it kept vibrating, and the huge Buddha shadow inside was solidifying. The 500 arhats, 3000 bhikkhunis, the 2 trees, the Buddha bell, the 8 meritorious waters, and the infinite light were all changing, and being truly presented. The Pure Land Buddha kingdom was being truly reflected by Li Su, and he had to walk out of the darkness completely. Supernatural powers. Supernatural powers. At the moment of completion, Li Su understood how big the gap was between his previous self and his current self. The 7 Saints Dao sect was turning into supernatural powers, breaking away from the surface of the Tao and stepping into another terrifying height. At this moment, they were all glowing, emitting glass colors, completely lighting up Li Su's sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, there was a big tree, which was his foundation and his path. The 7 Saints Dao fruit stood on the huge tree, and there was an infinite avenue flowing under the tree canopy. Unable to help it, Li Su's golden elixir also vibrated. 15 colored fires were glowing, like a brilliant sun, appearing in Li Su's sea of consciousness, shining with the big tree, forming a dazzling brilliance. But the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and the Dao fruit tree, under the golden elixir sun, the endless sea of consciousness was glowing, and something inside was ringing and making sounds, and it was about to rise from it. That was the palace. An extremely huge palace. It began to take shape, and was about to be revealed, because Li Su's Dao fruit was perfect and the Dao foundation was present. The underworld was shaking. The sea of extraordinary particles from the Yanquan acupoint gushed out, sensing something, and wanted to catalyze, to lift the extremely huge palace from the sea of consciousness and let it appear completely. Boom. 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 Thunder continued, and the sky fire shone. Li Su's mana was oscillating, and the golden aura flowing inside became more and more obvious. It was transforming from mana to immortal essence. Li Su, he was breaking through. This is not a simple qualitative change, but a process of becoming an immortal, entering the next realm, blossoming and bearing fruit, forming a heavenly palace that only immortals can possess, which can also be said to be the fruit of the world built with the great Dao. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. His consciousness awakened, and he felt his own situation. Then, he shook his sea of consciousness without hesitation, and his consciousness attached to the heavenly palace. With a loud bang, he directly and forcibly used his own will to press down the huge palace that had emerged and exposed a corner, and pressed it into the depths of his infinite sea of consciousness, making it silent. Taoism is not enough. He still has shortcomings. The supernatural power realm, one of the 2 foundations of Taoism, has not been perfected and has not reached the end. He can't break through now. Once he breaks through, the foundation of the supernatural power realm will be broken. Li Su opened his eyes, and his pupils showed a look of surprise. He never thought that his 15 fire golden pills would actually let him get on the road directly opening the road to immortality, and let him break through the current realm. Moreover, the 15 fire golden pill was successful. Through the terrifying extraordinary particles under the netherworld, the heavenly palace, which only the immortal realm could possess, was forcibly revealed from the sea of consciousness and pushed out. Without a doubt, if he had not reacted quickly enough, once he completely rose from the ocean, Li Su would undoubtedly usher in a huge transformation, and all his Tao practices would be swallowed up by the heavenly palace, transformed into the fruit of the great Dao, and formed into the seed of the world. Although he suppressed it, Lee Su felt very uncomfortable at this moment, and his sea of consciousness was constantly vibrating. His realm was already sufficient, and the 15 fires of the golden pill had reached the extreme of this world. Even if he suppressed it with his own consciousness, the palace deep in the sea of consciousness was still vibrating, unwilling to remain dormant, and wanted to break out of the cocoon and be reborn, and appear. Damn it. Feeling the vibration in the depths of the sea of consciousness, Lee Su's face turned green. He had only completed the fusion of the spirit in the supernatural realm, and the enlightenment had not yet begun. The width of the inner long river was far from enough, and he could not make a breakthrough at this time. Something big would happen, resulting in the inability to complete the Tao fruit. Press it for me. He took a deep breath and directly used his consciousness to suppress the sea of consciousness with all his strength to calm it down. Obviously, the heavenly palace was not willing to be suppressed like this. It was shaking constantly, trying to resist. Listen to me. Lee Su's pupils emitted 9 colors of light, and he mobilized the 7 saints' Dao fruit without hesitation, revealing the supreme chapter. The scriptures flowed directly down and fell into the sea of consciousness, filling and covering the sea of consciousness, suppressing the heavenly palace. Boom. Boom. Once, again, and again. The reaction of the heavenly palace did not only not decrease, but became more and more intense. After all, this was also Lee Su's Dao fruit, the seed of his great way, and the achievement of his immortal. It was obviously not that simple to suppress oneself with oneself. Zuan Huang Tao. Feeling the riot of the sea of consciousness, Lee Su did not dare to wait. His pupils glowed, and he directly summoned the treasure in his heart, and threw it into the sea of consciousness without hesitation. Boom. With a loud bang, the Zuan Huang Tower directly pressed into Lee Su's sea of consciousness. The terrible repressive force exploded on the spot, suppressing his sea of consciousness that was turned upside down. Obviously, facing the Zuan Huang Tower with the power of the treasure, although the immortal palace is powerful, its realm is obviously not enough, and it was completely suppressed and fixed in the center of the sea of consciousness. Looking at the sea of consciousness that finally calmed down, Lee Su couldn't help but reach out and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Damn, what does it mean? Others suppressed their realms, although they were very suffocating, but they could still suppress it to some extent. When it came to him, he couldn't suppress it at all. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and directly opened the treasure to suppress it, his Sharingan would have really struggled out just now. However, the Dao fruit was finally completed. Although a lot of things happened in the middle, and it was delayed for a long time, it was at least complete. It only took a month in total, and most of it was wasted on wandering ghosts and destroying souls. Without any hesitation, Lee Su turned his palm and a world fragment appeared. It's really been a long time since I last saw it. I still remember that the last time it was opened was almost several years ago. He took a deep breath, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his pupils. The fragments of the world have never been simple. Each one is quite deadly, and there are many crises inside. If it's not good, it will be death. Even though he was already an ultimate genius outside, he still didn't dare to be careless when he entered. With a slight shock of his magic power, Lee Su directly opened the fragments. With the shining light, he disappeared directly from the Wazhan temple. Instead, the crystal entrance remained in place. However, at the moment when Lee Su disappeared, Wazhan temple suddenly underwent extremely strange changes. A grey liquid flowed out of it, quickly covering the entire site of Wazhan temple. One by one, the tentacles stretched out from the grey air. The tentacles were long and thin, with pupils on them, one after another. These eyes were different. Some were round pupils, some were vertical pupils, the colors were different, and the sizes were different. Looking closely, the pupils were surrounded by the appearance of the body. They were not born like this, but were distorted and infected. The body underwent a huge change in this grey liquid. The body itself was completely changed, and the reality was rewritten. The pupils were conscious, and in great pain. Being kept in this state for a long time, that kind of experience cannot be described in words at all. The owner of the eyes should have died long ago. The soul light has been reshaped, and the brain has undergone incredible changes. The tentacles are covered with dense nerves, which move on their own, and are extremely sensitive. Every second brings tremendous pain. But even so, they still retain the most basic memory and understand their own situation. However, no matter how painful it is, they can't make even the slightest sound. All the despair is suppressed deep in their hearts and can never be released. The grey breath is enjoying it, enjoying this scene, with tyranny and cruelty in its will. It doesn't need to do this at all, but it deliberately does this. It doesn't feed on despair, but is simply used to it, and enjoys the suffering of life. Haha. Laughter came from the grey liquid, mocking, roaring, and self-pitying. It laughed mockingly. Zenuanzi, after 10,000 years, you brought me new and interesting toys again. I haven't had the chance to enjoy opera for a long time. I haven't been able to perform opera. I'm so lonely that I can only torture your child non-stop and use my wailing to form music for thousands of years. It roared and roared. How much time has passed? How much time has passed? Damn Zenuanzi, you suppressed me here, making me unable to be free and unable to enjoy. It wailed and screamed. Ah, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Let me go out. Let me go out. Don't stay here. Don't stay here all the time. Madness, madness, and dejection were like tides and seas. But it was suppressed by Wazhan Temple. Once the liquid flowed out, terrible scriptures would appear on Wazhan Temple to suppress it, so that it could not escape. Those scriptures had the meaning of eternity and immortality, circulating an endless road, suppressing the liquid in Wazhan Temple, and it could not be released. It was there, going crazy for a while. The terrible liquid even covered the sky of Wazhan Temple. Countless tentacles spread throughout the space. They were formed by thousands of creatures, all distorted by it. But as it moved, the time in Wazhan Temple also stopped at this moment. The scripture suppressed the entire world, where Wazhan Temple was located. As long as the other party woke up, everything here would stop, all things would stop, and they would completely become two worlds, making it untouchable. Yes. It didn't appear until Lisu entered the world fragment, but it had always been there, wanting to take action again and again. But it was suppressed by the scripture of Wazhan Temple, as if it was in another world, unable to make any breakthrough. It twisted its body, and countless nerves on the growing tentacles spread out, piercing into the void, penetrating into the unknown. Although it was suppressed, it itself was at a very high level and extremely powerful. It began to weave, and each nerve was covered with a road texture, which was different from this world, with a strong and incomparable infection breath. Two skeletons appeared in the liquid, only the size of a boy, with bones like gold plating. Although they were invaded by the grey liquid, there was no trace left. Countless nerves crawled over, like roses on the wall, directly covering and filling the two skeletons. Gradually, they transformed into their original appearance and became two young boys. They were none other than the two boys of the master of the earthly immortals of Wazhan Temple, King Feng and Mingayu. Evil spirit, no matter how you struggle, never think of leaving this world that the master has created for you. One of the skeletons moved, and there was light in the empty pupils, and there was wind blowing. There was an immortal meaning in the wind. As long as the wind in this world still exists, and has not completely disappeared, then he will remain unchanged forever, and will not die. As the moonlight fell, another skeleton also moved. Although the bones were covered with nerves, it raised its hands, and rubbed its faceless eyes. You are so annoying. Can you let me rest? I have been tossing and turning for so long, and you still don't give up. That was Mingayu's voice. Eternity was also entangled in her body, shining with the moonlight of time. Even if the world fell, as long as there was a trace of moonlight in the universe, she would be immortal. The liquid laughed, and it seemed to wake up. Reason and elegance appeared in the endless madness. The Grey Realm will come here sooner or later, and the Great Lord will eventually become the god of this world. It's just a few centuries, which is nothing to us. That day will eventually come. I called you up, because new toys have finally been sent here. By the way, how many times has this happened? How many years have passed since this time? I remember that every 10,000 years, when the ginseng fruit tree matured, and the fruits blossomed and bore fruit, people would be sent here. It's a pity that none of the people sent here could get out of here. Now I remember that the ginseng fruit tree has bloomed and withered 3 times, and the fruits are almost rotten. I almost thought that Zen Yuanzi was dead. Come with me and cut him off here so that he and those heirs who fell in countless 10,000 years will wail forever. Okay, let's perform and open. Journey to the West, Chapter 24. One shout Axon leaves old friends. As its words fell, light burst out, and the fragments of the world that Lee Su entered were shaken and affected. The terrible power penetrated into it, and unpredictable changes took place inside. Seeing this scene, the calm King Feng and Mingayu's bones trembled. They clenched their fists tightly, and anger was reflected in their pupils. This damn bastard. Chapter 467. Journey to the West, Shattered Worldviews. You bastard. King Feng's voice was filled with anger. Although this thing was trapped and suppressed here, it was very scary. The main body deep in the grey liquid had not changed at all after thousands of years. Not only that, because of the contact with them, he gained a way to intervene in the outside world. They all had the memories deep in their brains, interweaving them and turning them into the world. Among them, the most favorite memory of this monster was undoubtedly the memory of the Eastern Saint monk coming to Wazhuang Temple. That memory involved the ginseng fruit tree, which was one of the few memories that they could not bear to look back on, but had a violent conflict. There were too many traps in it, and one would sink and get into trouble if he was not careful. Although it was just a single plot, it was used by the other party thousands of times. So far, countless people have fallen in that plot, so he was forcibly transferred from the real world and fell into this mythoworld that was isolated from everything, and their bodies were left under his power. The two trembled with anger. That memory was too scary. The traps created in it could never be broken without the other party knowing. Even if you dare to think what others dare not think, you still cannot escape the trap it designed, and it will eventually find an opportunity. It has been invincible from the beginning. This is not a game, nor a drama. It has been a one-sided massacre from the beginning, and everything that happened in it is really too incredible. Whether it is a saint giving fruit to mortals, or the great saint daring to break the ginseng fruit tree in the saint's dojo, or asking the bodhisattva, who is also a saint, to come to an end. That memory is the interweaving of cause and effect, the superposition of fate, and the thousands of years of planning by the saints of the heavenly Dao, and the layout of the heavenly Dao itself, which has led to such a situation. That is the script written by the West, to repay the cause and effect of the heavenly Dao after many exchanges of interests. The full text of Journey to the West is 100 chapters, and each chapter is a play, and the great heavenly venerable has to come to an end. Therefore, the scene and their memories became the means for this monster to break the impasse. Even if it was suppressed by the master under the Wazhuangwen mountain, it could still be infected by the use of rules, so that it could be presented and cause a dramatic change in reality. Asterisk 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 in the world fragments. At this moment, Lee Su frowned, and his pupils spit out a lot of things, with shock and weirdness. What was strange was that the moment he entered the world fragments themselves reminded him. It found that foreign objects had invaded and was modifying the rules of the world fragments. This was undoubtedly scary. What was it? Even the world fragments could invade? For a while, Lee Su was so nervous that his heart was scared to his throat. It was obvious that Lee Su at this stage could not bear the existence that could do such a thing. Subconsciously, he almost resonated with the treasure directly and asked Pangu Bana to come and take him away. However, not long after, the world fragments calmed down, and the black space where he was located underwent a great change. The original 3 worlds disappeared, and only one was left instead. Not only that, unlike usual, the world fragments seemed to actively provide him with clues because of the invasion. World, Journey to the West, Independent Small World. Content, Chapter 24, One Shout Axon leaves old friends. Situation, due to special pollution, the content of this world has changed. Clearance conditions, find the difference. Life setting, can be resurrected 3 times. Difficulty, hell, involving the holy way, enemies outside the domain. Mission strategy conditions, avoid traps to clear the level. Find abnormal clearance, kill abnormal clearance. Depending on the degree of completion, the corresponding rewards are different. After looking at the information actively provided by the world fragments, Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but the next second, the world in front of him directly sent a huge suction force, which directly pulled his body. Before Lisu could react, he disappeared with a cry. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be more stunned. Next to him, there stood a mountain. No, two mountains, and a person. One of them was probably 5 meters tall, incredibly tall, with muscles like steel bars, and long and thick blue veins, as if several big green snakes were crawling on it, twisting back and forth constantly. He had a strong breath, and the breath from his mouth and nose was like thunder, with the sound of wind and thunder. He carried a load, and took 3 meters in one step. Whether it was high or long, it was the same. The road under his feet was flat, with no difference in height. Above his head was a palace in the sky, with a huge celestial body hovering in the middle. It could be described as Saturn, thick and heavy. Its bright yellow light was like a flame, which could illuminate thousands of living beings, and had the power to turn mountains and rivers upside down, and defy the heaven and earth. This was Tai, the image of mysterious immortal. Beside him, there was a figure 3 feet shorter, with a pig's head and white fangs. Thunder flashed on the fangs, and supernatural powers gathered inside. This monster was extraordinary and gifted. The breath was so strong that it was terrifying. In the sky palace above his head, there is a mighty river, and there are 36 stars hanging in the river, corresponding to the Shyanggang god star of the 108 Shyanggang Disha stars above the sky. His body is equally majestic. Although not as big as the other person, it is pregnant with terrible power. The bulging muscles on his arms can withstand even 10 or 20 mountains. Finally, there is a man. He has no breath at all, no trace of cultivation, and it is obvious that he is powerless. However, if you see these 2 mountains and 1 person at first sight, you will ignore the pig-headed monster and the hideous giant, and all your attention will be attracted by people. Although he has 9 scars on his head and wears a simple cassock, he is like the bright moon in the night sky, like the sun shining on the world, which makes people look sideways. It's really beautiful. His eyes are like stars, his eyebrows are like swords. His face is like a knife, and his spirit is like a peak. He stands there, with thousands of auras and a brilliant soul. Just approaching, the body and mind can't help being attracted by it. All the depression, troubles, desires, and thoughts will turn into peace, and will be peaceful. Mashika. Lisu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His eyes couldn't help but look around, and soon found the final target. White dragon horse. It has dragon horns on its head, dragon eyes, dragon teeth and dragon scales, and even its feet are not hooves, but claws. This horse is extraordinary. There is a heavenly palace on its head, and the clouds in the palace are auspicious. There are 10 colors of light falling. There is a phantom in the deep clouds, and this huge dragon is sleeping. A horse is called a horse. Except that the appearance is a bit similar. He can't see the structure of a horse at all. Damn. Lisu couldn't help but scream in his heart. This combination is really earth-shattering, and it almost blinded his eyes. Is that handsome guy Tang Samsang? No wonder the queen and the monsters couldn't take their eyes off when they saw it. Don't blame them. Really don't blame them. With such a natural condition, he didn't fall into the hands of those heroic girls in the Tang dynasty. The 6 Tings, 6 Jayas, and 4 guards must have wasted a lot of effort. I'm afraid they must be exhausted, jumping up and down to provide cover. No wonder the West released in advance that eating Tang Samsang's flesh can make you immortal. If not, it is estimated that there is no need for the great sage to escort him. The holy monk can walk to the West by himself, and countless monsters will protect him along the way and help him. No wonder the monsters caught him, and each of them immediately attacked, pulling out his muscles and skinning him. It must be the 4 words of immortality that are stirring their nerves. Otherwise, who would dare to eat Tang Samsang, who is like the last paradise in the world, in this pure land of glazed glass without being stained by dust? Taking a breath, Lisu couldn't help but lower his head, feeling a little excited. As a person who has read Journey to the West 80 times, now the super handsome Tang Samsang with the aura of paradise has appeared. The aura and strength of Beiji have also appeared, and the heavy and steady Monksha, as well as the white dragon horse with a little horse shadow in appearance. There is undoubtedly only one left. Yes, it is it. The one with the fiery eyes. The one who dared to hit the heavenly palace with a stick. The monkey who gave Lisu countless childhood memories. The Monkey King. The Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave in the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong. Furry hands. The golden hair is glowing. Each of those hairs is extremely extraordinary, with terrible power attached to it. This monkey hair is a mountain, and a finger is equivalent to a planet. There is a terrible breath in its body, which is fighting spirit, murderous spirit, and even more evil spirit. That aura is extremely violent and fierce, and instantly gave Lisu a feeling that with this body, killing people does not need to use internal immortal power. A glance can make people collapse, and their livers and gallbladders break. This is an existence that can make the vast land collapse with just one roar. In an instant, Lisu's mind automatically generated a scene of standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the countless immortals, and then waving the golden hoop in his hand without hesitation, and killing into the sky. Perhaps, Journey to the West is playing a monkey. But as a stone left by Nuwa to repair the sky, it has been bred since ancient times, and has been personally trained by the fundamental saints. The great sage equaling heaven recognized by the heavenly court. By the way, although it was the 7 saints who called themselves so at the beginning, only the great sage was recognized. In other words, the great sage of the peaceful heaven is not officially recognized. The Jade Emperor may be acting, but the heavenly soldiers and generals may not be. Being able to open the South Heaven Gate by oneself, there is probably only one person in the world who can be compared with this foundation. That is Lisu's brother-in-law, the god of justice, Yang Jian. Really, it is beyond imagination and extremely terrifying. With this extraordinary talent and this terrifying aura, it's no wonder that he was defeated by Mingming Daoxin Buddha when he was conferred the title of Buddha. In a sense, the great sage deserved it. He actually became the great sage equaling heaven. Lisu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his huge lungs directly sucked out all the air around him before stopping. It was really too fucking Wukong. Tang Samsung covered his head, stopped, and spoke. The voice was extremely warm and nourishing, like the call of a loved one, and he couldn't help but be moved from the bottom of his heart. Lisu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter, master? You, please retract your magic power and let some air out for the master to breathe. I'm dizzy." The divine monk held his breath and pointed around. He was very uncomfortable, but said embarrassedly, "The master knows that you are powerful. It is an injustice for you to escort the master, but please leave some space for the master, otherwise the master will really die. I have been going back and forth like this. The master really doesn't want to hang around in the underworld and wait for you to find me. Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva has said that if you keep doing this, he will really get angry. I say, monkey, do you still want to get the scriptures quickly? Be careful. You turned over and killed the master once, sneezed once, fell down and was shaken to death once. I snored once. The rake fell to the ground once. The white dragon horse dug its hooves and kicked you to death once. And junior brother Sha turned over and crushed you to death once. Count them. This is 7 times. Zhu Beiji shouted. Yes, big brother. When the Bodhisattva came before, his face was not very good. He said that if there was any accident, he would send us to the underworld first, and then go to get the scriptures. Monk Sha hurried forward, waved his big hand, grabbed the air from farther away, and covered the surroundings of the holy monk. Sigh. The white dragon horse next to him also scratched its hoofs and claws, and the dragon face showed an embarrassed look. As a divine dragon, it should not have such behavior as scratching its hoofs, but the Taoism it learned was extremely profound, with its own buffs, and even its nature could be formed, which could avoid being easily seen through. Who would have thought that it would subconsciously scratch its hoofs, and as a result, it kicked the master to a bloody mess on the spot, and the corpses were scattered all over the ground. I remember that, when he went down, Lady Mengpo saw that his face was black. After getting some air, Tang Sanzang took several deep breaths and looked at his 3 disciples with an apologetic look on his face and said, "I'm sorry, it's because I'm too weak. It's not the master's fault, it's us. We are all bad guys and have never taken care of anyone." Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk hurriedly shook their heads and whispered to comfort him. Boom. or thunderbolt struck Li Su from the blue sky, and he trembled on the spot. Shit. For a moment, a mouthful of spit was stuck in his throat, and he didn't know how to vomit. Shit, this is just was Huang Temple. The master has died 7 times? Or was he killed by themselves? Is Xitigarbha Bodhisattva going to get mad? This journey to the west is completely different from what I knew. Chapter 468 Arrival at Huang Temple. Along the way, Li Su walked very carefully. He was really scared. He accidentally sent his master on the road again. Although it is said that when practicing to a certain level, one should be able to control his own power perfectly. But think about it seriously. Who is Sun Wukong? The great sage equaling heaven, wild and unruly. Although he was suppressed under the 5-element mountain for 500 years, he was a dignified demon king before, fighting against heaven and earth with a fighting spirit. Fierceness is his synonym, and violence is his motto. How can such an existence be born cautious and considerate of others? Let's talk about Zhu Beiji, an existence that turned the unparalleled 36 heavenly gangs into garbage. Don't even think about control. If a person can't even control the art of transformation after eating too much, how much do you think he can control his own power? Finally, let's talk about junior brother Sham, but I won't say anything. A guy who was pierced by thousands of arrows for countless years and had to eat people to relieve his pain. He was originally a god in the sky, but he became a monster. You can imagine how much psychological trauma the thousands of arrows shot at him caused. He was completely numb. Finally, let's not talk about the little white dragon, right? In the real world, dragons are totems in the hearts of Chinese people and are mythical creatures, but in Journey to the West, this is a race, undoubtedly a kind of animal. How careful do you think a cute little guy who was cuckolded at a young age can be? That is to say, Tang Sanzang has a good mentality. Otherwise, if it was someone else, he would probably collapse in his mentality within 2 days of going on the road. For a while, Li Su couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for this reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, who could turn the bodies and minds of millions of girls upside down. What sin did he commit to cause such an experience? Without further ado, continue on the road. Although it is an independent script, Li Su dare not make any trouble. He can only identify the direction and find a good way to go. However, it must be said that this is the body of the Monkey King. Regardless of whether it is a monkey or not, the power is really strong. There is the supreme in Li Su's soul, which is integrated with his own Dao fruit. With the existence of Dao Ji, he is still somewhat unable to control the power of the great sage, and there are considerable problems. The power of the great sage is too violent, and he must be very careful in normal actions, and try to restrain himself. Not only that, Li Su shook the heavenly palace of the great sage. He is undoubtedly a Taiyi Zhuangxin, and even among the Zhuangxin, he is definitely at the top of the group. Otherwise the eldest brother-in-law, the god of justice, would not fight him for so long. Just kidding. The only person in conferred god who has become a saint in the flesh, has not died, and has been practicing and honing himself for thousands of years. Weaker guys can't even teach him a hand. There is power in the heavenly palace. A giant statue was formed, which should be the great sage himself. That is, he only believes in himself and achieves Taoism. No wonder the battle is so amazing. Feeling the great sage's path, Li Su couldn't help but be shocked. The more firm his confidence, the more terrible his fighting power, like a beast king walking through the forest, daring to fight everything. No wonder the elder brother-in-law couldn't take it for a long time. As far as the great sage's path is concerned, he is definitely the type that gets stronger the more he fights. If he can't take down the opponent instantly, it's almost impossible to take him down. Bodhi Patriarch is still very powerful. Although he only taught the earthly evil technique, the great sage's foundation is still unprecedented and unparalleled. Even if Li Su, with a double foundation, can only say that he is a little bit better than the other party, just talking about the foundation. Of course, if they really fight, even if they are both in the golden core stage, the probability is about the same. Moreover, with in-depth perception, Li Su found that, although the 3 realms were playing monkeys in the journey to the west, they were not really playing monkeys with the great sage. At least, the benefits were given in a real way. Bodhi Patriarch helped him build his foundation, Taishang Laojin helped him break the shackles and become a Zhuangzi in a very short time, and although senior brother Duobao said it was a punishment, the 500 years in the 5-element mountain pressed the great sage's falsely high realm back, allowing his unstable foundation to solidify due to rapid improvement. In less than 1,000 years, is it possible to achieve Buddhahood under normal circumstances? Impossible. There is no doubt that our great sage is definitely the protagonist of the world and can be said to be the darling of many big guys. If it were Li Su, what would happen if he was fooled? Is the great heavenly venerable lying under the table? Has brother Duobao been peed on? Bodhisattva is running with him, and Ksitigarbha is polite. Tabe Jinxing, the confidant of the Jade Emperor, is the one who orders and shouts, and the stars in the sky are brothers. He also swore fraternity with Zinyu and Axon, the lord of the earthly immortals. He is a saint. Now think about it, these scenes can be said to be the highlight moments of Monkey King. Li Su was silent, trying to control himself, and seriously comprehended the power of Zhuangzi. There is no doubt that becoming the great sage equaling heaven directly really gave him a great opportunity. Being able to see the Taoism and Taoism of a top Zhuangzi head on will undoubtedly have unimaginable benefits for him to achieve the realm of immortals in the future. After the golden elixir is the celestial immortal. After the supernatural power is the immortal. Although there are some differences between the two, they are basically back to square one. Heavenly Palace. A realm that every immortal must go through. Rising from the sea of consciousness, integrating one's own golden elixir fruit into the world seed, nurturing one's own path flower. Although Li Su knew that the immortal realm was related to the immortal palace, that was all. What to do next was undoubtedly like a blind man touching an elephant. Not to mention the mythological world, the cultivation after the immortal realm in the outside world is basically all about figuring out by oneself. The number of times the world fragments have been entered has reached the limit, and even if it has not reached the limit, what can be obtained by entering it is more related to the long river, which has nothing to do with one's own realm cultivation. In the immortal realm, going down, it is the Tao, the great way of heaven and earth, the Tao of self. At this point, the master can only point out the way, and the cultivation can only depend on the individual. Constantly feel, constantly touch, the realm above the immortal, heavenly palace. This thing is different from the golden elixir and the fruit of the Tao. The moment of becoming an immortal is not only an improvement, but also all illusions reflect reality. It can be truly presented and transformed into a great power of one world. Therefore, in the Xiangxin period, the main practice is the Xiangang. Strengthening it involves not only the issue of Taoism, but also the issue of resources. The Xiangang itself can absorb real substances and absorb elements that are opposite to its own Dao fruit to refine the immortal palace. Not only that, the stronger the Dao fruit, the more real substances the Xiangang needs. As for the great sage, he had to eat so many peaches and golden elixirs before he could barely get it done and enter the Zhuangzi realm. As for himself, Li Su's face was a little dark. He felt extremely horrified and full of despair for the future. Not to mention the substances needed for his practice. Just the Xiangang under the Zhuanghuang Tower. Li Su felt very big, amazingly big, and felt even bigger than Chang'an. This is still a prototype, and it will continue to grow in the future, with several stages. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He didn't know if the resources in the myth world were enough. Asterisk continue to move forward. Just as Li Su was constantly comprehending the path of the great sage equaling heaven, the holy monk who followed behind him spoke. Wukong, you don't have to worry too much about your master. Don't look at your master like this. In fact, I'm the best at climbing mountains and crossing ridges. I did this a lot when I was a child. When I was in the temple, I climbed the back mountain all over. I didn't care about any mountain that was 20 or 30 feet high. Tang Sanzang seemed to have noticed that his eldest disciple's temperament had changed a little. He actually started to walk on the easy road. Although he was inexplicably moved for a while, Tang Sanzang was still a little hesitant. After all, the journey was long. This 108,000 li journey, even if you walk 50 miles a day, it will take about 10 years. If you walk around like this, you may not be able to reach the end in 20 years. It would be no problem for him to go there for 20 years, but his elder brother, the king of Tang, might be going to die. When I left the Tang dynasty in the east, the king of Tang personally escorted me 2 miles. At the end, he greeted me as a brother and gave me wine. At the end, he put a handful of soil in the wine to emphasize that the mountains of gold and silver outside could not compare to my hometown. What does this mean? Isn't it just saying, big brother, go and come back quickly, don't delay. If you delay, if your brother goes to the underworld, I'm afraid I will take you, the old and young of Jinshan Temple, with you. Don't doubt it, this big brother can definitely do it. My brother has sent 2 people down, let alone outsiders. Yes, big brother, you underestimate the master, don't you? Although the master is not good at fighting, in terms of his body shape and steps, ordinary people can't compare. The master has walked through so many rugged places along the way. Not long ago, he broke the highest record for mountain climbing, with a straight wall of 179 meters high. Although he prepared protection, he couldn't use it. Zhu Beiji yelled. This road is really too much. He walked a small hill and made a big circle. The old pig almost lost 2 taels of meat. Monksha couldn't help but nod his head. Second brother is right. As a mortal, master is very powerful. Little white dragon also pouted his hoof and nodded vigorously. Li Su was stunned. He didn't understand the way of the great sage. There was horror in his eyes. Climbing a mountain? A straight wall of more than 170 meters? Master is actually an extreme sports ape. I said that junior brother Shaz's head has increased by 7 or 8 times, but he doesn't look smaller when he boasts. It's just the right proportion for him. The case is solved. It seems that the extreme suit of master is inside. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder he found that there were grateful eyes looking at him from the beginning. They should be the 4 valued officials, the 5 GD, the 6 Tings and 6 Jayas, the 18 guardians of the religion, etc., sent by the Bodhisattva, a total of 39 guardian gods. I guess the 39 guardian gods must have lived a very uneasy life along the way. Think about it, a man who dared to take 2 guards with him and set off. Not long after he started, the guards were fed to a tiger, but he still dared to go on the road. You say he is timid and afraid of death. How can such a person become a pilgrim? Perseverance, faith, courage. If one of the above is missing in his spirit, he can't even think about the journey of pilgrims. How did Tang Seng become a Buddha? By shouting for help? No, it was probably because of his mortal body. When his disciples could only help him, he walked over mountains and ridges, and completed the journey of 108,000 miles. Why are the female fairies and the female kings attracted to him as he goes on? It is probably because his spiritual temperament has undergone a huge transformation through the journey of pilgrims, and a god has been born in his spirit. This is a mythological world, and it is obvious that the most important thing for Buddhist practitioners is undoubtedly the cultivation of spiritual will, and the practice of Taoism is irrelevant. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't take the easy way anymore. Although he felt a little sorry for the 39 guardian gods who followed him from afar, if he took the easy way and ruined the monk's practice, it would be a real sin. Then, the daily life of fear and trembling began. Although the brother is thin, under his handsome appearance, he has a strong body of muscles. If he teaches a few tricks, 10 or so robbers will not be able to get close to him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The destination of the small copy is here. Finally, it's here. Li Su's eyes were filled with tears. This job is really not suitable for him. It's too scary. Once again on the way, the stone collapsed, and Tang Sanzang hung on the cliff with 1 finger, which made Li Su's face green. If he falls and dies, who will be responsible? He complained in his heart. The 4 masters and apprentices plus a little white dragon stood on a hilltop, and looked at the place not far away. Opposite, there is a mountain. The mountains are extremely high and majestic. The roots are connected to the Kunlun mountains, and the tops touch the sky. White cranes often come to live in cypresses, and black apes sometimes hang on vines. The sun shines on the clear forest, and thousands of red mists linger. The wind blows in the dark valley, and thousands of colorful clouds fly. Birds sing in the green bamboo, and golden pheasants fight among the wildflowers. The Millennium Peak, the 5 Blessings Peak, and the Hibiscus Peak are majestic and shining. The long-lived stone, the tiger tooth stone, and the 3-pointed stone are all shining and auspicious. In short, in one sentence, it is a good place with good mountains, good waters, and good land. Apart from other things, the spiritual energy floating in the air is surprisingly thick. One day of practice here can be equivalent to 1 year of practice outside. If any cultivator sees it, it is estimated that he can't move his legs. Fortunately, the owner of this place is the master of the earth immortals, who knows the saints, and has lived from ancient times to the present. Otherwise, this precious land is open to people. I'm afraid it has been secretly shot, and the mountaintop has been robbed. This place is really nice. On the way, he saw thousands of mountains and rivers. The holy monk couldn't help but sigh and was attracted by this place. In the future, when we take back the scriptures and send them to the Tang dynasty, why don't we settle down here and build a temple? This place is really good. The wonders are no worse than those in heaven. I didn't expect that there is such a fairyland on earth. Beiji and Shaseng also sighed and couldn't help saying, this mountain has entered the fairyland. It can be used as a Taoist temple and established as a foundation. The little white dragon was also very happy. As the saying goes, a mountain is not high, but it is famous if there are fairies. A water is not deep, but it is magical if there are dragons. This dragon clan likes this kind of place with beautiful mountains and rivers the most. Just live here for a long time and take root. You can add to your Taoism and improve your realm. With a hiss, Li Su's face turned slightly green, and his eyes were a little straight. Listening to the fierce words of the master and his junior brothers, he couldn't say a word. It's fine that the master didn't remember or understand in this life, but don't you two fools have good eyesight? He couldn't help but cover his chest, which hurt a little. Fortunately, Zinio and Axon was not here at the moment, otherwise, his old friend would send him fruit, drag him to the back door, and beat him to death with a hammer. Li Su took a breath and said quickly, Master, this kind of fairy mountain must have an owner, and the owner should be very extraordinary, a great god. Why are you looking at me? Master, didn't the eldest brother drink too much cold water last night and catch a cold and burn his brain? Zhu Beiji shouted. Monksha and Little White Dragon also changed their faces. The most important person on the journey to the west is undoubtedly the eldest brother. If something goes wrong with him, there will be no way to go on this road. Tang Seng took a breath and motioned for everyone to be quiet. He stepped forward decisively, reached out and touched Li Su's forehead and said, don't be afraid. I have learned medicine by myself. Although I'm not a master in the area, I have no problem taking care of myself. Come, Master Wukong will take a look at you. Li Su rolled his eyes and walked away. What else could he do when he met his master and junior brother like this? He directly dragged the old monk along and trotted all the way. In short, he had had enough of this book. The sooner it ended, the better. If it continued like this, the journey to the west in his mind would probably collapse completely. Under the mountain gate, as expected, the steps went up together. There was a huge palace temple on the top, which was somewhat similar to what Li Su had seen before, but completely different. The terrible pressure erupted from the temple. It was the power of a saint, with eternal and indestructible power. Not only that, above the door, there stood 2 Taoist children, one male and one female, with clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes. One of them had a breeze on his head, and the road was moving. One of them had the moonlight on his head, and the bright moon was shining. Hiss. Li Su paused on the spot, and stopped at the entrance of the mountain. What the hell is going on? Master and his friends are not serious, so are you in Wazhuang Temple not serious? Isn't that King Feng Mingyou? I'm going to throw up. 2 Taoist children are actually in the Zhuangxin realm. In addition to the Wazhuang Temple's mountain protection formation, Li Su felt that even if Talluo came, he would be trapped here. With this Linoop, you want me to steal fruits and push trees? No. Li Su's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes immediately looked at the back of Wazhuang Temple, where another burly figure stood in the sky, with a terrible aura winding around his body, and the true meaning of the Supreme Avenue from top to bottom, running through the entire void. That thing, couldn't it be a ginseng fruit tree? Dalluo, no, even higher. The terrible scripture surrounding the surroundings were undoubtedly imprinted with the same avenue of life as the inside of the ginseng fruit, but it was obvious that the Taoism of the ginseng fruit tree was much more terrible, and it was pregnant with this extreme destructive power. The two elders from the west, you let a saint level being end up. Your monkey tricks are truly timeless. It is obviously reasonable for a Zhuangzi to push a fruit tree to the saint level, and it is even more impossible. In other words, the reason why this ginseng fruit tree broke is probably because it stood up and broke itself, right? Above, seeing Tang Sanzang and his disciples arrive, King Feng and Mingyu standing at the door had their pupils glowing with incomparable anger. It has begun again. The cycle that can never be broken has begun again. Damn it, damn it. Sensing the emotions of the two, the grey liquid controlling their skeletons couldn't help but let out a sharp laugh. Well, the guests are finally here. The show can start. Chapter 469. Why the two saints in the west really spent a lot of money to repay the cause and effect of the heavenly Dao. Li Su could fully imagine how much they had given up in order to lay the foundation for the script of journey to the west, let the Western Buddha spread to the east, and fulfill the oath of establishing the religion. The great disciple of Jigyo, Duobao Doran, became the head of Buddhism. At the same time, the Chanjiao, headed by the Taoist of Burning Lamp, formed the second largest foreign force in Buddhism. In the end, the third party headed by Amitabha Buddha, the natives of the West, did not get a chance to end until the end of Journey to the West. Only Maitreya Buddha got a chance to end. The others were all Taoism, or were Taoism people before. It really made the neighbors cry. You know, after being deified, the saints of the heavenly Dao cannot come down to the earth and live outside the sky. The two saints in the west were not only kicked out, but also had to work hard to repay the cause and effect. In the end, their own nests were dug up by the Chanjiao and Jigyo. Thinking of this, Li Su took a breath and calmed his mind. It's okay, don't panic. As long as you follow the script, there will be no big problem. Moreover, although the fragments of the world are inherently dangerous, they actually have a glimmer of hope. This time, the hope lies in discovering the anomaly in the copy, finding it out, and killing it. Li Su didn't think that there would be a saint who would come down and attack him directly. Thinking of this, Li Su was a little trembling, feeling very exciting. Apart from anything else, just the scene of pushing down the ginseng fruit tree was really a bit happy. Thinking back to when it was broadcast in the TV series, in order to portray it, the two Taoist children deliberately scolded for several minutes. When the great sage ran to the backyard and pushed the tree down with a stick, there was this feeling of sublimation. Now it was his turn to appear in person, and the one he pushed was actually a near saint level existence. This little heart was really beating. It's shocking, right? It's shocking, right? You can't help but tremble, right? That's right. King Feng was laughing, and his smile was very evil and strange. It wanted this effect. Only in this way can it make the target feel awed and unable to move freely. To be honest, even when it first saw the memories in the minds of the two boys, it was shocked and unbelievable. That monkey actually dared to act so recklessly in the saint's dojo. How dare he be so bold? Saints must be approached. This is undoubtedly true in any world. It is a rule of iron and blood. How could he push the fruit tree close to the saint? How dare he push the fruit tree of the saint? Because of this corner of the scene, it has successfully detained countless people who were favored by Zinio and Axon for countless years. Its eyes narrowed slightly, and it was laughing in its heart. It was another unexpected scene, about to be staged. This memory had a huge problem that no one could imagine, so it was absolutely impossible to transcend it. There was a struggle in the depths of their eyes. King Feng and Mingyu's souls were bitter and bleeding. They wanted to resist, but they had no strength. As the core of suppressing this monster, they couldn't move at all. The eternal power was used to seal it. How could they have thought that the corner of the joke back then would become the handle for this monster to play with others? Looking at the Monkey King with a trace of caution in his eyes, the two of them couldn't help but feel a burst of despair in their hearts. The same eyes, no doubt. Another person who was frightened by the saint's temple. Wake up, wake up. Carefully feel the power of the existence you are leaning over, which reflects his character and life. That is a peerless demon who dares to fight the sun, moon, heaven and earth, dares to be the master of the heaven, and is the fighting and winning Buddha of Buddhism. He is unruly and never compromises. Feel it quickly, feel that mentality, that momentum, and don't do anything that will damage the reputation of the Monkey King. Go up the mountain and receive. Lead Tang Seng and his 4 disciples into the main hall. The grey liquid laughed wantonly in King Feng's body. He straightened his collar and said, King Feng, do you think this guy chosen by your master can break through the first level? King Feng's eyes were red. Li Su's behavior was completely inconsistent with the Monkey King. There was no doubt that he overlapped with those people before. Even if he avoided the trap of the first level, what would it matter? There are still the second level, the third level, and the fourth level. Each of the above levels is undoubtedly more dangerous than the first level, and the things to be done inside are more incredible, and there are traps everywhere. So far, no one has ever broken through the 3 levels and reached the end of the story. Even if you break through the 3rd level, it is useless, because even if you are lucky enough to break through the previous ones, the remaining last level is an unsolvable situation. Once you step into it, you will definitely die. Thousands of failures have made King Feng no longer have hope, and Ming Gaiyu, who was standing not far away, did not say a word. They can't help, they have no effect, they can only let this disaster act, change the direction of the plot, cause abnormalities, let the target sink into the sea, and be trapped by this disaster like everyone else. Is the holy monk from the Tang dynasty in the east? King Feng spoke and asked directly. In an instant, Li Su, who was standing next to Tang Monk, was stunned. In the TV novel, did King Feng say this line? It seems that he did. However, he should have waited until the 3 disciples left before quietly asking, if you want to send fruit, you are afraid of sending it to the wrong person. As a result, Zhu Beiji heard it, which triggered a series of bloody cases. Tang Sanzang answered quickly. He nodded and said with a smile, Amitabha, I'm from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and I'm going to the Western heaven to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. Sure enough, it is a holy monk. King Feng was very happy. He said happily, before my master left, he had instructed that, if there are people from the Eastern Tang dynasty who go to the Western heaven to worship Buddha and seek scriptures, they should stay for a while, and give me treasures in the temple to relieve their fatigue. What treasure? Zhu Beiji paused, his eyes shining. It was really tiring and sleepy all the way here. He wanted to eat 3 or 5 pots of food immediately and sleep with his head covered. This thing is called ginseng fruit, also called grass elixir. It is a wonder of heaven and earth. It can prolong people's lifespan. Smelling it can increase lifespan by 360 years, and eating one can live for 47,000 years. As King Feng spoke, not to mention the old monk, Zhu Beiji's mouth grew very big, and his mouth was full of puffs. Even Monk Sha couldn't remain calm at this moment. If he wanted to be a general in the heaven, he would have heard and seen it before. Unfortunately, as a curtain roller, he naturally had no right to smell it or eat it. As for Xiao Beilong, his paws were half empty, and he couldn't move on the spot. He was stunned, and stood there in disbelief. Ginseng fruit? Oh my god. It's really a grandma entering the city. Just entering a fairy mountain. There are such benefits. In the past, monsters should not fly over and directly capture the master and leave. The brothers were busy and anxious, but now they have changed their nature and directly sent the treasure. Just when the handsome monk was a little confused and Zhu Beiji and the others were shocked, Li Su took a deep breath, spit 2 mouthfuls of saliva in his hand to lubricate it, and reached into his ear without hesitation. Such a big iron rod was held in his hand. In an instant, his heavenly palace vibrated, and a giant image of the true self appeared, followed by the road, and the stars filled the sky. Without any hesitation, he hit King Feng on the forehead with a stick. With a loud bang, King Feng was knocked to the ground on the spot. With a puff, a huge wailing sounded directly, and the cry was really frightening to hear and see. Li Su's stick was so cruel. The golden hoop was bent in the air, and the huge void in front of him collapsed directly. When the stick fell, even King Feng's bones couldn't help but tremble, and fire splashed everywhere. The meaning of Yang Han was beaten unstable. The price of the grey liquid attached to his body can be imagined. With a loud bang, in the real world, above the ruins of Wazhang Temple, the sky and the earth shook violently, and the terrible turbid grey liquid cracked on the spot. It was swept by the silent power, and the liquid covering the mountains evaporated by 90%, revealing the body hidden under the grey liquid. It was a giant sea snail-like thing, with a grey shell and strange patterns, and layers upon layers of it, like a face in extreme pain. At this moment, it let out a terrifying scream, its shell cracked, and a large amount of grey mist gushed out from it, and its tentacles all exploded. To cruel. A stick almost knocked it out of its back. Its consciousness was almost shaken apart. In was Huang Temple, the picture was completely frozen and shaking, and everything just now quickly flowed back, until King Feng walked out and suddenly spoke. He didn't say anything, and the old monk naturally began to prepare the dishes, asking Zhu Beiji to borrow the kitchen to cook, junior brother Sha to put the luggage, and monkey brother to take little white dragon to Margate to rest. Just now, he was holding a stick in his hand, and in the blink of an eye he returned to the original place. Li Su himself couldn't help but be stunned, and couldn't help but touch his monkey face. Is this considered a breakthrough? However, this game is too damn easy to break, right? I thought it was abnormal, maybe something was wrong, which was undoubtedly quite challenging, but the whole plot was wrong. Was he underestimating his love for Journey to the West? Was he underestimating the man who had trained himself on the playground with a stick, played the role of making trouble in the heavenly palace, and was beaten to tears, but he still did not change his ways the next day? Li Su glanced around angrily, and after being urged by the handsome monk several times, he went out with a monkey face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. King Feng sucked in 3 breaths in a row, his eyes leaping and twitching. This stick was so cruel. His immortal golden body was cracked, and his eternal will was trembling. Although he did want to break the situation, he wanted the other party to see through this crisis, break out, and leave this damn shackle. But, this was too cruel. Fortunately, his realm was not at that time, otherwise, with just this stick, not to mention the evil spirit, he would have been crushed to pieces. On the side, Mingai was excited and scared. She was most excited because this time, the man not only found something wrong, but also took action directly. How dare this guy do this? How dare he do this? In a trance, she seemed to see the robber who pushed down the ginseng fruit tree without hesitation. He was really cruel when he took action. Brother, are you okay? Mingai stuttered a little. Even though her realm has been improved now, and she is no longer the little boy she was before, she was still scared when facing the fierce-looking Monkey King. King Feng shook his head and found that he was a little dizzy. He held the wall. Hiss, this guy, he was too cruel. Why? The fierce roar resounded through the sky. The snail monster came back, its eyes glowing red, and shouted angrily. How dare he take action? How dare he take action? It's not that no one has discovered the problem, but at most they just refused to eat the ginseng fruit, suppressed it with great willpower, and didn't eat it. No one has ever dared to take action directly. After all, this is the Saint's Dojo, the Saint's Dojo. Listening to each other's roar, King Feng and Mingai looked at each other, and were very curious. Why? Unlike the Monkey King, the latecomers who entered this place could undoubtedly feel the power of the saint. This was Huang Temple is a prison of heaven and earth. Who dares to take action here easily? It used King Feng's body to stare at the damn monkey outside. Was it the natural spiritual perception that triggered a sense of crisis, so it took action? It didn't think about whether the other party knew the plot like it, because it was absolutely impossible. That was an ancient thing. There were only 1 in 10,000 people who knew it before it was destroyed. At the beginning, there were still some people who knew that the great sage had come here, but they didn't know the specific truth. After thousands of years, no one knows who the great sage is. Even the owner of this manor has long been lost in the depths of history. Now, after several centuries, everything in ancient times has long been lost. How could anyone know what happened here? It's okay, it's okay. This is just an accident. After all, several centuries have passed, and the game has been played hundreds of times. It is common sense and probability that a problem will occur occasionally. Don't be anxious, there are traps and pits behind. Damn bastards, don't fall into my hands, otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death, and never be reborn. It hates gnashing its teeth and tearing its lungs. After several centuries of accumulation, it was just beaten back to its original form with a stick. After this time, it is estimated that it will sink for a long time and cannot wake up again. It can clearly feel that the gears of fate have begun to turn. The Lord of Grey has awakened, and the real great destruction is coming. It is a good time for it to be free, but it was hit hard, and the previous injuries were dug up again, and all its efforts failed. It hates, extremely hates. If the others just want to abuse, then the person in front of it will definitely turn him into a dried human, put it in its mouth and chew it for 10,000 years, and squeeze it dry. The plot was quickly pushed forward. The handsome monk did not eat the fruit. Zhubeiji heard the content of the fruit, and coveted the two boys to eat the fruit, and finally instigated the monkey to steal the fruit. It was very normal all the way. Listening to the master's call, and watching the two boys silently insulting him, Li Su, who had been preparing for most of the day, was a little uneasy. Why haven't the changes come out yet? Sure enough, is it because the previous stick hit too hard, so that it alerted the other party? Li Su was a little absent-minded, and the two boys' insults didn't react for a while. They were about to push the fruit tree, and brother, why don't you come out and hang around? Hey, sure enough, the bastard just got lucky and sensed something. But this time, I won't give you that opportunity again. There are many ways for it to attack, and changing the plot is just one of them. It is easy to be alerted. After all, anyone who is slightly vigilant will not easily accept gifts from others. But this time is different. This time it will not take any action, but will wait quietly. The other party would never have thought that the monkey would be so angry after hearing the scolding, and would create a clone here, while the original body ran to push down the ginseng fruit tree. He would never have thought that the monkey would be so bold. Therefore, now it has to wait, and when the other party's behavior is inconsistent with that of the monkey, and his body and soul are separated, it can take action. Very good, clone. Sensing the change in breath, the snail monster pounced on the clone without hesitation. In the case of losing the original body, the clone attached to the soul cannot save the other party. However, as it reached out and took it out, there was no doubt that it was lonely. There was nothing in the clone. Li Su's soul was gone. Where is the person? Where is the person? The snail monster widened his eyes, looking at the empty clone in front of him in disbelief. At this moment, he had not spoken, but just looked worriedly, with an inexplicable color in his eyes. He wouldn't run to the ginseng fruit orchard? The moment the thought fell, the picture changed. The snail monster left King Feng's body, and merged with the ginseng fruit tree in the scene memory. The two people and the monster were stunned at the same time. King Feng and the others were undoubtedly a little nervous. What will Li Su do next? Does he dare? Does he dare to push the ginseng fruit tree? The snail monster took a deep breath. The trap had been made long ago, and there was the memory of the saint. Even it couldn't change it at will. This plot was integrated and woven by it several centuries ago. All the traps are directly related to it, so it can trigger a chain reaction. Its pupils widened, and without hesitation, it completely burst out the aura of the ginseng fruit tree as a near saint level, covering the huge orchard with the power of destruction. Feeling this boundless power, it couldn't help but have a rebellious look in its pupils. Unlike the first level, the next few levels are all related to the saints. Each level is like a dead end, and it is impossible to break through, let alone break through. The suppression of the saint realm is too terrible. Even Balor can't bring up the idea of resistance, because the saint wants to kill you. It's just a matter of blinking an eye. Needless to say, the monkey appeared. King Feng and Mingai clenched their fists tightly. Most of the people who avoided the first level fell here, and 9 of them were like this. Of course, this is not their fault. It's really too bizarre to imagine. Even the person they saw at the beginning just beat all the fruits as an explanation. Pushing the fruit tree is no longer a question of whether you dare, but a question of whether you can. Facing the huge pressure, Li Su walked very hard. The pressure of the saint was like a galaxy, pressing on his heart. Every step forward seemed not to be approaching the fruit tree, but to be walking towards the coffin. Finally, he walked to the front of the ginseng fruit tree step by step. The terrible pressure from the saint had already made his soul unstable. He gasped with difficulty, gasping for breath. Facing the pressure of the saint level, it was hard to imagine that he, who had the body of mysterious immortal, would be so uncomfortable. The aura seemed to be able to crush him. After standing there for a long time, Lee Su suddenly raised his head, his pupils flowing with endless spirit. The sky palace rose, and the golden hoop was online. Damn it. Monkey brother had to be suppressed like this in the past, and he pushed the ginseng fruit tree. He was furious and angry. No matter how wild and unrestrained monkey brother was, he would not be so arrogant as to think that a tree close to the saint could be broken by an iron rod. Here, there is a problem with the cliff. Without hesitation, the golden hoop was wrapped with starlight, and with a force that was 8 points more powerful than smashing King Feng, it directly hit the ginseng fruit tree. With a thunderbolt from the blue sky, the fruit tree snapped and shook, and the entire Wuzhuang temple was shaken. Ah! A shrill wail, accompanied by the broken fruit tree, resounded through the sky. Suddenly, in the real world Wuzhuang temple, the snail monster, it, cracked in the middle. The snail shell shattered directly to the ground, revealing the flesh inside. It was a boneless mollusk in the shape of a human. With a smell of corruption, it exploded. Blood spurted out like a spray. There was a terrible soul shaking in the body. Strange words appeared on its head. There were great ways entangled. That was its foundation. That was its truth. With the breaking of the ginseng fruit tree, its great way, at this moment, was also broken. This time, the injury was too severe, so severe that it was almost unbearable. Because the ginseng fruit tree was really broken, whether it was broken by itself, or by something else. In Journey to the West, it really died for a while. Its relationship with the saint. If the snail monster wants to use it, it must deeply attach to it. The network of Tao is deeply intertwined, and with the breaking of the ginseng fruit tree, there is no doubt that it has completely damaged its roots. With its mouth wide open, it spits out mouthfuls of blood, and its pupils are bleeding. Its 5 gates are twisted, its face is hideous, and it screams madly. Why? RRR. The voice was extremely mournful, like a cuckoo weeping blood, so cruel and inhumane. Chapter 470 Clearance. The snail monster was vomiting blood, which was completely beyond its expectations. The first stick caused its old injury to relapse, and the second stick completely damaged its foundation, and its core avenue was cracked. The main reason was that it did not expect that the ginseng fruit tree was not pretending to be broken by the monkey, but actually broke itself, and it was in a way of real death, breaking its own foundation. Although in terms of the result, it was revived. But why? Why would a fruit tree close to the saint do such a thing? There were countless questions, but there was no time to think about it. The main reason was that its injuries were too serious. It was so serious that it had to go into deep sleep for treatment to repair it, and it was afraid that it would not be able to wake up for a long time in the future, and it might even be completely silent without help. What a bastard. For several centuries, there had never been any mistakes, but at the last juncture, it became like this. The snail's eyes were bleeding, and the eyes looking at the fragments of the world were full of cannibalistic lust. It hated it. So much hatred, so much hatred. It was almost severely injured by a mere golden elixir to the point of having to fall asleep. Damn Zhen Yuanzi, if it wasn't for his suppression, a golden elixir would not only not hurt it, but even a glance would kill it instantly. That's right, it's not an ordinary external disaster. It was suppressed by Zhen Yuan Daxon himself instead of being killed directly. It is extremely extraordinary. It is a near saint, and one of the 3 kings under the command of the Lord of Grey. But it's useless to say anything now. The injury is too serious and it can't be delayed. It doesn't plan to continue. It's really that the man is too weird. Although it's a little unbelievable, the other party may have obtained this memory from somewhere. It is very likely that it was Zhen Yuan's doing. After all, in such a long time, none of the people he sent over went out safely. As a saint, it is very likely that he calculated something. Zhen Yuanzi, you calculate me. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He didn't think that a golden elixir several centuries later could know what happened before the ancient destruction. The only possibility was that this time was simply a calculation. And there is no doubt that it woke up too late, fell into a big trick, and its foundation was shattered. It planned to hide and began to cut off its tentacles that invaded from this side of the world to the other side and fell off the skeletons of King Feng and Mingyu. Grey liquid flowed from its body, trying to cover itself, wrap itself, and sink into the grey depths, never to come out. However, when it took the initiative to cut off the connection, the fragments of the world and the present world took the initiative to react and began to vibrate. In an instant, there was a burst of light. The door opened by itself, and there were rules ringing inside, and there was a great way shining. It turned directly into a huge arm, and flew out of it. It grasped the void, as if it had grabbed something, and began to go deeper inside. In an instant, the other end of the hand appeared, the other end of the two worlds, that were separated by Zinio and Axon with supreme means, where the snail was. The snail monster, which had already begun to sink, was stunned and his expression changed drastically. What? Before it could utter a word, the arm penetrated the grey liquid flowing from its body, pierced through its body, and grabbed it. The words of the Tao flowed down, forming one wedge after another, deeply piercing into the body of the snail. Ah! A shrill scream broke out from the snail's body. The wedges were strangling it, and it kept spewing out substances with strong corrosive spirit and consciousness, cleaning it, and trying to completely crush its consciousness. No, how could it be possible? What is this? Question mark? The snail wailed, and it was severely injured. It had no room for resistance. One by one, a large number of wedges continued to flow down from the hand, hitting its body, and smashing into its Tao foundation. As an external disaster, not to mention the body itself, its Tao foundation is undoubtedly very terrible, and it can infect all substances and pollute them. At this moment, it has no effect at all. Faced with such a result, its pupils could not help but widen. As an immortal creature, its pupils reflected the shadow of death at this moment. It began to struggle, and twisted its body, like a maggot, that could not stand the light, ugly and unsightly. But obviously, it was useless. The fragments of the world itself were not simple, and there were huge problems in it. On the open door, there were countless avenues intertwined, which had already surpassed the level of near saints. But it resisted, and the power that hand poured into its body became greater. The snail showed panic on its face. It realized something and shouted directly, "No, no, I will continue that game." As the thought fell, a corner of the picture suddenly appeared. It was what happened in the other world. In order to save the ginseng fruit tree, Li Su invited Guanyin Bodhisattva. The story has come to an end. The snail took a breath with all its strength. It was ready to act. It had to hold on to this only chance no matter what. It didn't want to sink into the other party anymore. It just wanted the story to end as soon as possible, completely cut off this cause and effect, and then fall asleep. As for anger, hatred, and everything else, wait until he wakes up, then talk about it. However, the next second, in the picture, Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke, just like the trap he designed, saying directly, if you want the ginseng fruit tree, you need something from your body. Yes, this is the most difficult trap. It is not life-threatening, but simply requires an object. After all, it is a near saint level existence, and it is impossible to revive it by ordinary means. The snail's eyes widened, and it stared at Li Su in the picture, hoping that he would react normally. Unfortunately, the picture that greeted it in the next second was still a stick. The golden hoop hit the bodhisattva's head without hesitation, and the sky collapsed, and the earth shook. No. The snail screamed, because the attack fell directly on its body through cause and effect. It was already severely injured to the point where it had to sleep, and with the third stick hitting it, its consciousness was completely shattered in an instant. I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this. It roared madly, blood was gushing out of all its orifices, and its soul was twisting crazily. It was a near saint, a near saint. It actually died at the hands of a mere giant unstage cultivator. This humiliation could not be dissipated or erased even after 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. Zinio and Axon, Zinio and Axon. The voice stopped abruptly, the true spirit dispersed, but the soul light was extinguished. The snail monster, which was a near saint, and had been sealed for several centuries by the lord of the earthly immortals, completely dissipated after experiencing countless water and moon seals. Dung. With a slight sound, the world that Zinio and Axon used to seal was completely shattered. 2 golden skeletons fell to the ground, and the time of Wazhang Temple began to flow again, and everything was completely restored. Of course, the hand that stretched out from the fragments of the world did not disappear. It grabbed the material left after the snail was annihilated and drilled directly into the fragments of the world. He won. After a moment of trance, the skeleton came back to his senses. The strange fire in his big eyes shone, and he was shocked. Fuck, the barrier is broken? King Feng couldn't help but swear, shocked beyond words. He hit himself, hit the near saint, hit the master, hit the immortal, and even hit the bodhisattva in the end. They had seen many people who were bold, but this was definitely the first time they had seen someone so bold. How dare he? How dare he? The two looked at each other and couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were undoubtedly shocked, but at the same time, strange lights appeared in their pupils, and they were extremely excited. In this way, Wazhang Temple was completely free from the control of the evil, and returned to the hands of the two of them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, and at this moment, deep in the world fragments, his eyes flickered. He hit the bodhisattva with a stick, and his face was full of anger. Li Su, who was so angry, was stunned for no reason. As for the reason, because a monkey appeared next to him, a monkey holding a stick, and it looked at him strangely. Hiss, this face is too familiar, where have you seen it before? Li Su was shocked. Was the plot changing again? Abnormal, not over yet? Before he could make any move, the big guy appeared. It was Zinyu and Axon, Nanji Zion Weng, and Guanyin Bodhisattva whom Li Su had met before. At this moment, the terrible pressure on them had disappeared, as if they were ordinary people. The only thing that was a little wrong was that they all looked at Li Su expressionlessly and surrounded him in the middle. After a long while, when Li Su was frightened, Zinyu and Axon shook his head and smiled, and disappeared. Nanji Zion Weng also touched his head and disappeared. As for the bodhisattva, she looked at Li Su deeply, and turned around and disappeared. Li Su was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was inexplicably horrified, because that extremely complicated look was wrong, no matter how he looked at it. At this moment, the inexplicably familiar monkey took back the iron stick in his hand. It walked forward, and wanted to say something, but it didn't speak for a long time. After a long pause, it reached out, and patted Li Su on the shoulder. Actually, you don't have to hit the head. After saying that, the monkey's figure faded and disappeared. Standing there, Li Su was at a loss for a long time, before he couldn't help but yelled, fuck. Unfortunately, there was no chance to explain. The next second, he also disappeared from the Wazhang Temple. When he came back to his senses, he was already in the fragments of the world. There was no doubt that the assessment was completed, and this time the speed was very fast, beyond imagination. He broke through it in less than a day. Moreover, the level of breaking through the level was extremely high, comparable to breaking the void when in the martial arts realm. The reward is absolutely amazing. The long river will probably undergo an amazing transformation, and can be widened several times or even 10 times at once. Unfortunately, facing such a result, Li Su's face did not show any happy color, but the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch wildly. Isn't that a corner of the reflection? Is it fake? It's just a picture, just the content of memory. Why? Recalling the words of Monkey Brother before leaving, Li Su's head was bigger than the other two, and his little face was blue, purple, red, and black. Can a saint perceive this kind of thing that happened in the small world script? Recalling it, just looking at the complicated look when he left just now, it was more than perception, it was no different from personal experience. That mixed look seemed to be saying that the last time he was hit on the head was hundreds of millions of years ago, and now that guy's body was not even ashes left. For a moment, Li Su's scalp was numb and his heart was exploding. Breakthrough, it doesn't feel good. He offended 3 saints at once, and the last one was a female saint. Hiss. Li Su couldn't help but shudder. Although Buddha is asexual, and saints are even more so, the problem is that the Guanyin Bodhisattva he invited is a woman. And a very obvious question is, can women be reasonable? She can't. Ding dong. Congratulations, successfully cleared the abnormal world, discovered abnormal situations, escaped from abnormal traps, and broke through abnormal crisis 100% complete clearance. Obtained. Top 3 results. Rewards. 1. Widening of the long river. 2. Chaos matter. 3. Crystallization of the avenue. 4. The rewards are starting. Please be ready. Lee Su raised his head. At this moment, he wanted to say, why not reward me, so that the saints would forget what happened before. The next second, his face changed. Boom. Amidst the flash of lightning, an extremely huge unicorn came stepping on the auspicious clouds, which contained the aura of supreme destruction, and rushed straight to Lee Su. The cloud had 9 layers, the thunder had billions, and the luster was 6 colors. It was one of the great calamities of Ascension, the 69 heavenly calamities. No, damn, wait a minute, let me sort out my mood first. Boom. Chapter 471 9 Death's Retrospection. Thunder, thunder, lightning. Time and again, the power of destroying everything was too terrible. Even if he had 15 fires, even if he had 7 holy fruits, the terrible thunder still pierced Lee Su's defense, penetrated his avenue, and hit his body directly. The thunder seemed to carry thousands of blades, and it was going to chop him up completely from the molecular surface. Standing in the thunderstorm, Lee Su kept enduring. Although his flesh and blood were shaking, his soul was shocked. The 7 holy fruits were all split and smoked, and the 15 fire golden pills were exposed, constantly strangled by lightning. But he still stood in the same place, standing in the huge pit blasted out by thunder. Deep in his flesh and blood, his bones were glowing. On it, the 7 holy chapters were bursting with brilliance and shining continuously. The avenue lines have been engraved into his bones, accompanying his bone marrow, and overlapping his bones. Lightning may be terrible, and thunder may be powerful. But when it fell on him, the 7 color Deo patterns intertwined, and the endless Deo overlapped. They intertwined together, making it impossible for the extremely terrifying thunder to penetrate him in the true sense and impact the depths of his core. Compared with the last time, Lee Su's foundation was undoubtedly more terrifying this time. He had become stronger to a whole new level, and could face this terrible heavenly tribulation thunder punishment without changing his expression. Once, 10 times, 19, 39. The lightning fell quickly exceeding the number of 39. Boom. Finally, there was another huge sound, and the 49 heavenly tribulation that surpassed the 39 appeared. In the lightning, strange phenomena began to appear, extremely terrifying phenomena. Inside, a flower grew. Weird, terrifying, and amazing. The flower of thunder. It intertwined the Deo, in great destruction, as if it was the end, as if it was death, and slowly fell. Facing this scene, Lee Su's face finally showed a slight change, and the degree of feeling was a bit shocking and terrifying. Boom. The lightning fell, and instantly penetrated him. A lightning flower grew on every cell in his body. His soul was also twisted and covered by lightning flowers. Each of the 7 Saint Deo fruits was taken care of. The diameter was submerged in the lightning flowers. The miserable white light directly lit up the black world fragment space and illuminated thousands of miles. Unable to bear it, Lee Su groaned. His burly body trembled, and his steel-like spirit fluctuated. Boom, boom. The thunder flowers kept falling, one by one, and one after another. With the fall of a full 9 thunder flowers, even Lee Su, who had a double Deo base, could not bear it. His flesh and blood began to be unable to bear it and collapsed. The soul was trembling, and black smoke was emitted. The 7 Saint Deo fruits were even split with a grand light inside, and there were wonders growing in it, and the phantom of the treasure appeared. Not only that, this time his spiritual sea had thunder flowers appearing, falling down, and splitting towards the huge palace that Lee Su had suppressed in the center of the deep sea. Bones were exposed. There were strange colors on them, which were the supreme brilliance of the 7 saints, flowing non-stop on his bones, forming one wonder after another. There were void flowers, brilliant galaxies, mountains of flesh and blood, seas of souls, and Buddha's light. Each of these wonders was extraordinary. They were still in their embryonic form, and had not yet completely transformed, but they had already shown their magical powers, and possessed great power. Even the terrible thunder flower, although it could make them vibrate, could not destroy their structure. Divine power realm, divine power realm. Everything was to breed divine power. waiting for Lisu to break through, waiting for him to transcend and completely transform his life. These wonders would mature and bear fruit completely. Finally, with the fall of the 9th thunder flower, with Lisu's body, soul, and Deo fruit all cracked, the extremely terrible 49th heavenly tribulation ended. Then, the 59th came. This time, the change was not big. It was still just a thunder flower. The difference was that it became bigger and more brilliant, as if it had been sublimated and possessed a more terrifying power. There was a touch of surprise on the face that was constantly repairing. Lisu did not dare to be careless. The spring under his feet glowed and began to mobilize the extraordinary source. In an instant, the vast underworld appeared, and a huge river of extraordinary particles gushed out. Under the underworld, the 7 saints Deo fruit also stood up, standing in Lisu's sea of consciousness, and began to frantically extract extraordinary particles, repair the body, gather strength, and fight against this terrible thunder flower. And this time, there is no doubt that the power is very terrible, so terrible that not only the flesh, soul, and Deo fruit were impacted, but also cracks appeared on his bones. Those were bones with the supreme chapter all over the bone marrow. There were pictures of wonders, which could wear away external damage 100 times, but they still couldn't stand it and cracked. His bones were bleeding. Golden liquid flowed out, and every drop had the words of the supreme article. Blood dripped, and vitality was endless. In order to fight against the terrible power of thunder, the deepest part of his origin began to pour out the foundation, overdrawing the origin, using life to reduce damage. Once, 9 times in a row, Lisu himself vomited 9 drops of golden blood. With the end of the 59, even if he still couldn't help lying on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was not bloody at all, his hair and skin showed a huge sense of oldness, and he lost a huge amount of life. 1 drop, or 1,000 years. Nearly 10,000 years. Perhaps because of the ginseng fruit, Lisu's lifespan was greatly extended, and the damage caused by the 59 calamity to him was still beyond imagination. There was no relaxation, and his pupils were full of horror. Because this was only the 59, and the more terrible 69 was still above. Lisu raised his head and stared at the void above his head. The huge unicorn formed by thunder and lightning was still there silently and ruthlessly, as if the sight of destruction itself was still on Lisu. Lightning is still gathering. The void of the world fragments can't help but vibrate, as if it can't bear this power. Unable to help, Lisu took a deep breath. His face showed a miserable green look, and there was a huge strife in his heart, not knowing how to spit. This is a stage breakthrough, right? Not a big realm breakthrough, right? As for a small realm, or thunder tribulation will be brought down. This last thunder tribulation, especially if it can't kill him, right? Just when Lisu's thoughts fell, the thunder in the void moved, and finally gathered and perfected. It didn't strike down, but slowly fell from the sky, very slowly, so slowly that time seemed to not flow. Finally, in Lisu's slightly horrified eyes, it arrived. In front of Lisu, it still didn't strike him, but there was a oscillation of Deo light, the sound of Deo rhyme, and the weaving of Deo pattern. It seemed like a living life. With Lisu as the center, an extremely huge thunder tree was formed. The tree was tall and big. It was probably 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. It had thunder clouds as branches and leaves, and ground fire as roots. It was another wonder, and compared to the thunder flower, this tree was far beyond imagination, and Lisu couldn't help but feel palpitations. Time was only a moment, but this moment seemed to have passed for 100 years. Finally, the thunder tree had grown up, and emitted a flash of fire. In an instant, the world was bright. It was as if a supernova explosion was enough to affect a galaxy and dozens or hundreds of celestial bodies. The brilliance could be clearly seen, even if it was tens of millions of light years away. Lisu, the whole person, evaporated in this moment. The place where he stood, flesh, blood, bones, soul, everything was gone, leaving only the 7 saints chapters drifting away, and the true spirit tightly surrounded by the chapters. After all, he was not yet in the immortal realm, and had not yet ascended to the heavenly palace. He had not taken that step, So naturally he could not withstand this unimaginable 69 heavenly tribulation, a terrible thunder tribulation that would kill even the Cheyenne Geo monsters who had completely and perfectly opened the heavenly palace. However, at this moment, the fragments of the world shook. In the sky, in the boundless expanse, the huge long river trembled. It was not waves, not ripples. Instead, a huge section was shaken, and the raging waves were stimulated and rushed up, forming a terrible tsunami with a diameter of thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters. With a loud bang, that tsunami rushed out of the long river, and from the place where it was used, it formed an extremely huge river and a waterfall, which hit the place where Lee Su was destroyed by the lightning. In an instant, only the position of the seven saints' supreme glory was shaken. Lee Su, who was destroyed by the terrible thunder, was accompanied by the power of the falling long river. There was actually time flowing inside, flowing backwards, and the destroyed things were flowing back. After recovering and landing, Lee Su's face turned blue, and he couldn't help but screaming. Fuck. He almost died. No, to be precise, he was already dead. His consciousness was scattered, and he was about to be completely silent forever. He stood on the forgotten river. He drank half a bowl of Mengpo soup, but he forced it out, and was pulled back. At this moment, deep in his heart, there was no joy or excitement, only palpitations and convulsions. Damn it. Did he really bring out the 69 heavenly tribulations? Most likely, damn it wasn't. After all, compared to the previous ones, this time's heavenly tribulation really killed him, leaving him no chance of survival. In an instant, his mind couldn't help but reflect on his past experiences in the fragments of the world. Needless to say, the 69 heavenly tribulations came again. Lee Su, he was gone again. Time went back. Time went back. He appeared again. Lee Su's face turned blue and white. The great terror of death was no joke. The shock brought to him by the instant of disappearance was beyond imagination. The feeling of eternal silence could never be understood by those who had not experienced it once. The self collapsed. Everything was scattered. 1 second of experience was as long as a century. Damn it. Lee Su couldn't help but want to curse, but the next second, with the sound of thunder, he was gone again. Then, he appeared again. Then, again, and again. Lee Su, who had disappeared 8 times and looked back, had an extremely empty look in his eyes. He was completely numb. He had seen how he had grown from an embryo to a human form through the memories of the revolving lantern. As for the earlier ones, they really had nothing to do with him. Boom. Finally, the 69 heavenly tribulations, the last destructive power of the thunder tree fell, covering Lee Su and destroying him. This time, the power was even greater, far exceeding the previous ones by far, almost the sum of the previous 8 times. There was nothing left, everything was completely annihilated, the void was shattered, and a huge, terrifying black cavity was formed. Of course, the power of the long river vibrated in the next second, and time went back directly, and Lee Su was reversed again. With a plop, Lee Su fell into the huge pool formed by thunder. The terrible 69 heavenly tribulations on the sky disappeared, and the surging long river gradually returned to calm. If it weren't for the huge thunder pool, everything would seem to have never happened. Floating in the thunder pool, Lee Su stared at the void at this moment. His pupils were really without any brilliance. Even if time went back, his thinking had huge problems. His consciousness had been defeated too many times, and could not be reorganized for a while. Not only that, at this moment, there was light in the depths of his widened pupils. That was the light of the Tao, with pictures shining inside, and unusual pictures were presented. The last time he died, he did not see the revolving lantern, nor did he feel the eternal silence, but his mind entered another world. It seemed that, because of too many deaths, although the true spirit returned again and again, it also set off again and again, so it took him to another place on the 9th time, an indescribable world. There was an extremely huge road lying there, with billions of true spirits flowing, and an endless and majestic figure standing. The terrifying road flowed on his spine, and billions of true spirits chased in between. This process only lasted for a short moment, a glimpse, a corner of the light. Lee Su's mind was boiling, and the Daoji was shaking. There was too much information contained in it, so terrible that it couldn't bear it and cracks appeared. What is that? Before he could utter the remaining word, Lee Su fainted completely. Both his body and mind were under excessive fatigue and could no longer support him to continue waking up. This sleep was very long, very long. It took him 10 days to wake up from deep sleep and regain consciousness. Shaking his head, Lee Su was a little dazed. He had experienced something beyond his imagination. Even after sleeping for so many days, he still couldn't come back to his senses. Sitting in the same place, he was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath. Although the process was very tragic, the ending was undoubtedly the same as always, with an amazing improvement. Even the strength of the physical body has increased by almost 1 level. Although it seems not much, for Lee Su who has already entered the limit level, this level of improvement is actually very terrible. In a sense, it can no longer be considered an improvement, but a transcendence. Of course, for Lee Su, the focus of this breakthrough has never been on his body, but on the river. There is no doubt that a river has undergone earth-shaking changes. It has been widened 10 times and reached an astonishing height, which can withstand the passage of his Dao fruit and open the next stage and achieve the Tao. Not only that, Lee Su's mana has also changed. Because of the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the golden aura has become more and more intense, and the concentration has been tempered and has been amazingly strengthened. It is already comparable to an immortal. Although he is not yet an immortal, he is comparable to an immortal in terms of body, soul, Dao fruit, golden elixir, and mana. This undoubtedly makes Lee Su feel that once he breaks through, even if he cannot directly step into the realm of Zhuangzi, he will definitely be at the peak level of Xiangzi. The distance from Zhuangzi is most likely whether the heavenly palace is complete. There is no excitement, no happiness. After Lee Su silently felt his own situation, the corner of the picture he saw after the 9th 69 heavenly tribulation appeared in the depths of his mind again. In an instant, 2 questions emerged in his mind. Where is that? Then who is it? Chapter 472, Leaving Wuzhuang, the evil waits. The vast amount of thunder liquid in the thunder pool was absorbed by him. These thunder lights flowed along his body until they reached his sea of consciousness and disappeared. Of course, they did not disappear, but were swallowed by the heavenly palace under the sea of consciousness. Because of the thunder punishment, the heavenly palace became more and more ill, and there was a terrible power gathering and nurturing inside. At this moment, Lee Su no longer dared to move the exquisite tower that suppressed the sea of consciousness. There is no doubt that once it is moved away, the heavenly palace will probably rush out of his sea of consciousness immediately, completely materialize in his mind, descend into reality, and become an immortal. Exhaling, Lee Su stood up. Although the inner long river has been widened to accommodate his Dao fruit, Lee Su is not in a hurry. He is waiting for the long river to stabilize, especially the one above his head that is connected to the world long river. It is still violent, and terrible energy keeps falling, being absorbed by him along the inner long river, and finally entering his Danshan and the 7 caves. The increase in the strength of mana gave him a larger storage capacity. Not only that, the rich mana itself was constantly entering his Danshan and Angshan. Both were vibrating, and the inside was getting bigger and wider. The total upper limit of mana was constantly increasing, and it had not yet been completely calmed down. Judging from his own situation, it would probably take about a month to completely stabilize. He opened his world book and looked at the other rewards he had obtained in addition to the widening of the long river. First of all, it was undoubtedly the chaos matter. It was the chaos mud. This time, he got a lot. Almost several times more than before. Lee Su had an idea and took it out directly, merged it with his own consciousness, and swallowed it in one gulp. He took a deep breath, and the quality of consciousness was being improved. The realm that was originally unstable due to the breakthrough was integrated into his consciousness as the chaos matter merged into his consciousness, and he was controlled little by little. This thing has to be said to be very magical. At this stage, it can only increase the strength of consciousness, but even so, it is already incomparably magical. The strength of consciousness has always been determined by the soul, but this thing can directly act on consciousness and transform it. This alone is enough to be said to be very amazing. To be honest, the chaos divine mud played a huge role in this thunder tribulation. Although he experienced 9 destructions, it did not cause much impact in the end. After less than 10 days of cultivation, his thinking was completely restored. This thing has the meaning of eternity and is almost indestructible. In addition to the chaos divine mud, there is another new thing, the great Dao crystal. This thing gave Li Su a great shock. It is the Tao itself, the purest substance. Touching it is like touching the origin of the great Dao directly, which can enhance the strength of the practitioner's own great Dao. After a slight feeling, Li Su put away his thoughts and let it continue to stay in the world book. This thing is not for the divine ability realm, but for the immortal realm. He can't use it at this stage, mainly because it is a waste. Li Su's Dao fruit has been completed. Unless his realm is improved, and his supernatural power evolves into his ultimate Dao, the effect of absorbing the Dao crystal will be very poor. It will only improve his perception of Dao, but not the strength of Dao itself. In addition to the above 2 new things, Li Su couldn't help but look at another one. That was the treasure of Wuzhang Temple that he had eaten not long ago, the ginseng fruit. He actually got 3 directly. You should know that this time he consumed a lot of vitality, and a full 1/3 of his lifespan evaporated directly. Although there are not many left, but lifespan is something that no one would dislike for being too short, right? Forget it. Shaking his head, Li Su did not take it out. The main reason is that, although ginseng fruit can increase lifespan, it does not mean that it can increase strength infinitely, but there is a limit. For example, Li Su, in terms of his current realm, the length of life brought by eating one is undoubtedly the maximum limit. Eating more will only replenish it, and cannot break through. Eating like this will undoubtedly form a huge waste, but he still has more than 30,000 years. In addition to the above, the last thing is the heart of the world, 1/3. This thing is a bit strange. There is no breath, no sense of touch. The appearance is like a cracked heart, presenting a crystal shape. There is only a description written on it, and a complete world heart can be transformed into a heavenly palace. It is also related to the immortal realm. In addition, he has obtained the world key and the world voice, and he was given one of each. Counting, he now has 4 world keys, and can enter 4 times without counting the number of times, and can ask questions twice at the same time. I remember that the first time he had to use a world key, Mr. ZHU thought he was useless, and specifically told him that he would go to the myth world to find a way to get him the key. When they mentioned this thing, their expressions were very solemn. This thing is very unusual. Just increasing the number of times would not make them, who are already at the peak of the immortal realm, so their attitude would not be so high, and the difficulty of obtaining it is too high. In the myth world, where immortals may die as soon as they go out, it is undoubtedly not worth it for just that little effect. It's a pity that his realm was too low at that time, and because of what happened later, he didn't have the opportunity. After thinking about it, Li Su closed his world book and did not use these things. He was not too far away from the immortal realm. Some things in this world may only be touched after advancing to the immortal realm. After thinking about it, Li Su did not hesitate and jumped out of the world fragments directly. This time his plan for traveling was completed, although there were a few small accidents in the relay, such as the thing that infected him and the knocking on the head of the bodhisattva. The former is undoubtedly very problematic. The latter is likely to be ominous in the future. The look in the bodhisattva's eyes before leaving did not seem to be indifferent. However, it must be said that this time, it was undoubtedly very fast. The time in the world fragments was not as long as the time he was unconscious. Outside, it was still calm and silent, and the ruins of Wuzhang Temple stood there without any changes. However, as his eyes swept over, he was inexplicably stunned. Because not far away, on the steps, there were many scattered fragments like shells. There was no doubt that there was no before entering. Unfortunately, it was broken very thoroughly, and it was completely impossible to see what its original prototype was. Somewhat curious, Li Su walked up slowly, and as he walked, he looked around. If there was any change, he would run away immediately. The road did not change at all. He walked up the steps step by step, until he came to the broken shell. Reaching out, Li Su could not help but touch it. There was no reaction. Although there was a strong breath on the shell, there was no consciousness at all. It was just a dead object. However, this breath made Lee Su's pupils shrink. It was far beyond Daluo, but not as good as a saint. It was close to the saint level. Moreover, this thing was very fresh, and there was a smell flowing on it, which had just fallen off not long ago. In an instant, Lee Su's face changed color, and he suddenly raised his head. His consciousness kept scanning around him, and cold sweat could not help but fall down. After a long time, his body was almost stiff, and his nervous heart was slightly relaxed. Did the owner of this thing leave? Of course, he could not have thought that the thing in front of him was an abnormality that was killed by his 3 sticks. Just kidding, this is a near saint. The monkey brother he leaned over was only a Zhuangzi at that time. How could he kill a near saint? It would be difficult for Daluo. After looking back and forth for a long time, Lee Su made sure that there was no living person in Wazhuang Temple. The golden light flashed on his hand, opened the Buddha kingdom, and directly put the shell in. No kidding, this is the material of the near saint. Even if the consciousness is completely gone, the level is very high. It is a treasure. Take it out and auction it for a palm-sized piece, and you can make a lot of money. Moreover, after a little feeling, this thing itself is extraordinary and can be used as a top-level refining material. Until all were put away, there was no movement around. Lee Su exhaled a long breath and was completely relaxed. Although he didn't know the reason, the owner of this thing was indeed not here, otherwise he should have taken action against him long ago. Calculating the time, he stayed in Luoyang for 3 days, spent most of the day coming here, and was delayed for 7 days after entering the world fragments. It's almost 11 days. There are still about 80 days before the bet in the 1000-year war. It will take about a month to stabilize the realm, and then to achieve enlightenment. With his Dao fruit situation, the difficulty should not be very great. When the day of the bet comes, he should have just completed both Dao foundations. After the bet is settled, he can make a breakthrough, and then it is Shen Shen Xiaoyu who will go to the Middle East. In terms of time, it is just in time. At this moment, the only problem is probably whether the weirdness that appeared before he entered the Wazhuang temple has subsided. There should be no problem. After all, the 2 major forces of Buddhism and the inner ghost gate are there. Unless Luo Cheng is fine, once there is a problem, it will inevitably alarm Daluo to come and investigate, and even say that the saint will end up. Although the weirdness is very powerful, it is only relative. At least, it failed to invade himself and take over his body. For those who have a deeper understanding of the Dao and have walked out of the Dao, this kind of infection is not invincible. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su glanced at the ruins of Wazhuang Temple and couldn't help but echo the corner of the scene he saw in the Fairy Mountain. Although Zinio and Daxon also appeared in the script, he was undoubtedly much worse than the earthly immortal master sitting in the end of the catastrophe in the Fairy Mountain. They were both full of secrets, the former pretending to be people and the latter pretending to be stars. The latter almost left him with an indestructible impression. Lee Su bowed and clasped his fists and saluted. "Senior, thank you for the ginseng fruit." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of Wazhuang Temple without looking back. "Brother, don't you really say anything to him?" Mengai's voice sounded until Lee Su left the position. "What to say? If you can get there, you will meet sooner or later. If you can't, it's useless to say it." King Feng shook his head. At this stage, he should grow up here steadily. He is not qualified to touch and know the existence there. When he achieves the Daluo realm, he will naturally be able to sense it. "Let's go. The external evil will disappear, and we should go to the master." "Yeah." Mengai nodded. King Feng raised his head and said softly, "Grandpa ginseng fruit tree." As soon as the words fell, Wazhuang Temple shook inexplicably, and towering trees appeared in the void, and under the trees were fruits like babies. Unlike the baby that Lee Su ate, they were very large, surrounded by avenues, and a fruit was avenue, intertwined with the meaning of eternity, instantly covering the entire Wazhuang Temple. The whole space shook, and the next second, it plunged into the void and disappeared. At this moment, outside Wazhuang Temple, Lee Su, who came out, suddenly changed his face, and there was an abnormality in his pupils. That weird thing was actually squatting on him. Fuck. Lee Su's face changed, and without thinking, he turned back and planned to return to Wazhuang Temple to nest. However, the next second, he saw the wonder behind him tremble, and it actually compressed itself, and then turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. Nimmer. Lee Su's face turned green, his eyes were wide open, staring at the fleeing Wazhang temple, and thousands of grass mud horses ran wildly in his heart. Damn you! He roared, and the Dao fruit glowed. In an instant, 7 avenues formed in his pupils, and he slashed directly at the other party. Having experienced it once, it was naturally impossible to let it enter his heart. As soon as it entered the corner of his eyes, he was slapped out by him. Puff. Obviously, Lee Su's reaction was so amazing, and so terrible, that he didn't expect it. The evil body squatting outside Wazhang temple, unable to enter it, shook and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Its pupils widened, its face slightly changed, and it was going to take further action. Who is Lee Su? He has extremely rich combat experience. If he can't return to Wazhang temple, it is doomed. The guy in front of him must be killed. He shook his footsteps, and his figure directly penetrated the void, and appeared in front of the thing actively. At this moment, his pupils glowed, and there were thousands of colors in them. That was the Tao, that was the law. He did not capture the other party through the 5 senses of the creature, but discovered it from the Tao rhyme and divine consciousness. Starlight flows, and the galaxy is cleansed. The galaxy body refining technique exploded, and the power of 180 stars gathered out. A punch hit the void. The fist was like a star, and it smashed directly on the opponent's body. Starlight was like a shuttle, and the starry sky was like rain, bursting in an instant. Galaxy body refining technique. The ultimate perfection of the golden elixir. The opponent's pupils shrank. Obviously, he didn't expect that the opponent could find out where he was. He was punched in the chest, but his face did not change, because he had an unparalleled physique, which he obtained from a Luo Cheng not long ago. In addition to its own characteristics, it is least afraid of this kind of physical combat method. The galaxy body refining technique is undoubtedly the ultimate physical body method. Seeing the opponent's face, Lee Su smiled. He punched like this on purpose. The purpose was to make the opponent careless and relax. With the perfection of the 7 Saints Dao fruit, it was easy for him to change the nature of the attack. This thing in front of him was obviously not a real substance. A simple physical attack would either not hurt it, or have a low effect. He is not stupid. Boom. There was a loud bang, accompanied by the power penetrating the body. The opponent's pupils shrank. Unbelievable. This attack is not hitting the body, but hitting its soul. Xingxiao pierced into his body, bloomed directly, targeting the soul, and strangled it madly. No. Its face changed drastically, and its pupils showed a look of shock. The power of the soul was too overbearing. It was not only tearing it apart, but also expelling it. This body was just obtained. Although it has been in harmony for a certain period of time, it has not reached 100%. Moreover, the soul of the body is buried deep in the sea of consciousness, and has not been completely infected and expelled. A black shadow was directly shaken out of the body by Lee Su's punch. The huge star directly skipped the body, and pressed heavily on the other party's body. Ah. 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 It screamed miserably. The direct attack on the soul not only knocked it out of the body, but also annihilated its soul. Flying back all the way, his soul was shattered, being squeezed by the terrible star, pierced by the starlight and starlight from the star. Black blood spilled all over the ground, and after landing, it made a hissing sound, and bursts of black smoke came out, with a strong and incomparable stench. After a successful attack, Lee Su turned around and ran. Suddenly, his eyes were shocked, because the evil was beaten out of the flesh. The covered and twisted person was exposed. It was a little bald. It was the Buddhist disciple from Luo Cheng, a genius, above the myth. Lee Su frowned, stretched out his hand, to grab the other's chest. The texture was good, very solid. Feeling the direction, he picked up the other without hesitation, and started running wildly. Like lightning, he rushed out. As for why he wanted to save this strange guy, he also practiced the method of the Western twin saints after all. The Buddhists said that fate suddenly appeared, which meant it was wonderful. Asterisk and percent and dash. Behind him, a shrill scream sounded. The other party finally got rid of the suppression of the stars, and it went crazy. It didn't get a good body, but lost one. What will be waiting for it when it goes back? It can't be imagined. It rushed out and chased Lee Su frantically. This evil is in a very high realm. It is not a golden elixir, but a celestial being, and it is probably the kind that breaks 10, which is very scary. It is very fast, so fast that it is unbelievable. One chasing and one escaping. The distance between the two is constantly closing. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out a distance of tens of thousands of miles. The more you run, the more frightened you are. Lee Su in front couldn't help but be shocked. He has 15 fires. No, it should be 16 fires, but he can't get rid of it. Damn, the living people above 10 fires are as rare as pandas, but why are they all dead? Behind, the evil chasing was also extremely frightened. It can get the physical body of a Buddhist disciple, so it is naturally extraordinary. It was a genius in life and a genius after death. He is a celestial being, close to the Zuan level, but he still can't catch up with a giant and after thousands of miles. Damn, what a joke. With a bus, Lee Su broke through something, and a smile appeared on his face the next second. The strange Dao rhyme is gone. This is the normal Dao rhyme. Of course, he didn't listen, and continued to run like a rabbit for 100 miles before stopping. Looking back, he saw the figure chasing him closely, who was about to catch up, but finally had to stop in the strange Dao rhyme, roaring in anger. Lee Su couldn't help but let out a big breath. His legs softened, and he sat down on the ground without grace. Of course, the monkey carried out was put on the ground by him, and his big hand pressed on the other's chest, panting. 10 seconds, thousands of miles, this consumption, even Lee Su couldn't hold it. But why do I feel soft in my hands? HMM. With a slight sound, the little monkey rescued woke up. He opened his eyes, a little dazed, and asked 3 questions in life. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Awake. Lee Su grinned. Saving a life is a great cause and effect. Buddhists are most afraid of cause and effect, and he has undoubtedly saved the other person's life. This debt is huge. The monk was startled, and turned his head. The next second, his face froze, and he found that Lee Su was pressing his chest with a smile on his face. Thief, die. The little monk's face turned blue and purple with anger. There was a Buddha in his pupils and ancient bells around his body. He raised his white hand and made a seal with one hand. Immovable seal, fundamental seal, and flower picking seal. Buddha, listen to my command. The relic Buddha light is added, and the dragon subduing and tiger subduing Arhat returns to his position and destroys. The man was still lying on the ground, and the big move burst out directly. 2 terrible phantoms appeared. Their faces were hideous and full of anger. That was the image of subduing the devil. Lee Su's smile froze. His face turned dark. He actually turned his kindness into enmity for this thing. His pupils were gleaming with anger. He thought there should be good people in Buddhism, but he was so disappointed. Starlight shot up from his palms, and the heaven-cutting hand was born. Break. He swept his palm, and directly spread it into the core of the other part his Taoism, and suddenly pinched it. But, with a light sound, the Buddha's shadow trembled, and the pattern of existence was caught by Lee Su, twisted, and unable to form and descend. Heaven-cutting hand, are you from GGO? The little monk jumped up. His eyes became even redder, as red as a rabbit, like a cat with its fur standing on end, and roared, Infinite world honored one, the Buddha of all heavens and longevity, GGO lunatic, I will kill you. He waved his hands at the same time, and seals were formed in the void. 10, 100, 1000. Unbelievably, there seemed to be a problem with the time on his hands, and they became dull. In the blink of an eye, he actually formed 3000 seals. The King of Immovable, the Lord of Wrath, the 3 phases of Sakyamuni, the Mingwang, appear. As the little monk pointed to the sky with one hand, an extremely large Dharma image flew out from him. 10 feet, 100 feet, or 1000 feet. It was all black, with infinite anger. It was the Mingwang who did not move, already surpassed the golden core, stronger than the 10 fire celestial immortals. Although he felt something was wrong, Lee Su took a deep breath, giving face without shame. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The starlight on his body became an immortal, connecting with the stars in the sky. The starlight vibrated and turned into a galaxy. there was a light piercing out of the galaxy, and as Lee Su raised his palm, a huge round of stars slowly flew up from the galaxy. The terrible starlight instantly lit up the force fields, which was not weaker than the other party's Mingwang Dharma image. The monk was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect that the other party had actually practiced the galaxy refining body art, and this strength obviously exceeded the limit of the golden core. This person is. After a pause, the little monk gnashed his teeth. His eyes became redder. No matter who he is, he must die. Not dying is not enough to appease the public anger, especially those bastards of GGO. Feeling the other party's killing intention, Lee Su's pupils also turned red. For those who want to kill him, let alone men, even women, he will kill them without hesitation. Don't stop. A loud voice sounded, and a terrible force fell. In an instant, no matter the stars in Lee Su's hand or the divine appearance on the other party, they were directly suppressed and returned to their own bodies. The little monk was startled, and couldn't help but raise his head and said, "Master." Lee Su heard the words, and his black little face immediately used a green light. He couldn't help but give himself a big slap. It was also cheap. Why did he have to save people with more hands? Wouldn't it be better to let him be trapped in it? Of course, he didn't run away, and he couldn't run away. The level difference was too far. However, he was not afraid, but slowly raised his head. The jade crown on his head was still there. He was a Taoist of GGO. He didn't believe that the other ancestor was just like that damn monk, making trouble. "Master, this man is a disciple of GGO. He touched me. Please, master, help me." The little monk was very excited and said, "Huh." The voice was a little trembling and surprised. Lee Su below couldn't help but feel a chill. He was disgusted and raised his head directly, angrily saying, "Are Buddhist disciples so shameless? I saved you with good intentions. It's okay if you don't thank me, but I touched your chest. Who am I disgusted by? If I hadn't run tens of thousands of miles, sat on the ground with weak legs, and landed with you in my hands, I would have touched you. Bah, I was holding your chest to rest. Men and men, you are not disgusting, but I'm disgusting." After the words fell, there was no sound above. After a while, the whites of the monk's eyes turned red, and his compassion turned into the ultimate murderous heart. He roared, "Little thief, I will kill you. Come on, who is afraid of who?" Lee Su took a stance. What if the ancestor came? Don't I have an ancestor? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Information worth 100 million. The little monk was unable to do anything. After all, the saints who arrived at the scene were not 1, but 5. In addition to the Buddhist saints, there were also saints from GGO, Chanjiao, Giman, and Hishan. They caught the Buddhist aura here at the first time, and rushed over immediately. The little monk was brought to his side by the Buddhist saint, and there was one more person beside Lee Su. The middle-aged uncle was constantly looking Lee Su up and down, making sure that the other party was fine, and the aura seemed to have improved. He was stunned. This is really weird. When I saw the other party earlier, he was already above the myth, the gods on the other side. At this point, the only way to make progress is to break through the current realm and enter the level of celestial immortals. As a result, the other party actually went a step further in the Giandan realm. What's going on? However, the saint of GGO soon narrowed his eyes. In this case, it is not impossible to invest this talent, not to mention the holy realm, and Aluo is also put aside. As long as he becomes an immortal, I'm afraid that there will be few opponents at the level of celestial immortals and Zhuangxin. Apart from anything else, the 10,000 years war seems to be worth watching. On the other hand, although the Buddhist saint had a dark expression when he heard that the little monk was touched by someone, his face looked better when he heard that it was Lee Su who saved him. After all, his disciple had disappeared with Lua Cheng 10 days ago. It is impossible that there is no reason for him to suddenly appear after not appearing for so many days. And he can see that the Taoist below does not know the situation of the little monk. The most important thing now is not whether the disciple was touched or supported by someone. The whole Luo Cheng disappeared, leaving only some abnormal Taoist rhymes. The saints could not find the source of cause and effect and were hindered by the same holy power. This is a big deal and must be put first. So the old monk grabbed his own Buddhist son and said, "Child, you and your uncle and fellow disciples investigated the case in Luo Cheng together. What happened in the end?" The little monk was startled because he had just woken up and his consciousness was undoubtedly still a little chaotic, and something happened, so he was furious. Now, with the words of the old monk, he immediately recalled something. He frowned slightly and memories flashed in his pupils. Soon his face became very bad and very ugly. "I remember that my uncle, my master, and a group of fellow disciples arrived in Luo Cheng and found that Luo Cheng had changed a month ago. There was an inexplicable weirdness at night. The people who saw it would disappear the next day without any trace, and even the cause and effect would not be left. Even the people at home would completely forget this person, as if he had never existed. So my uncle arranged for me to wait in place until night fell and wanted to find out the situation. The result." At this point, the little monk showed a painful look in his eyes, as if he had a bad memory. The arrival of night made him encounter great terror. Just thinking about it made his soul extremely uncomfortable, and blood overflowed from his 5 senses and 7 orifices. Seeing this, the old monk's soft Buddha light suddenly tilted down, covering the little monk's soul and repairing it. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the little monk's painful expression was calmed down little by little, and his heart was cleansed. After a while, the young monk bowed and said, "Thank you, ancestor. Go on." The old monk waved his hand. Taking a deep breath, the young monk slowly said, "A figure suddenly appeared in our sight. It should be strange without a doubt. Its power has never been seen before. From the moment it appeared, it moved from outside my sight to the center little by little. With that movement, my body began to lose control, and I was completely unable to stop it. In the end, it was the uncle who forcibly used Buddhism to seal my mind and sink my soul into the depths of the sea of consciousness. Obviously, he did not resist the attack. It was the uncle who was in the realm of Zhuangzi who sealed his soul into the depths of the sea of consciousness to prevent it from being completely possessed." After listening to the words of the young monk, the brows of several saints present frowned at the same time. From sight to heart, this should be the possession of the body? Because of the relationship between the practice, Buddhist disciples are naturally resistant to this kind of possession. "Have you seen our disciples?" A voice sounded. It was the saint of the inner ghost gate. He was covered by black hair, and it was hard to tell whether he was a human or a ghost. Although his breath was all restrained, red light could be seen in the intertwined black hair, and there was a terrible power deep inside. This person was not simple. He was one of the 3 saints of the inner ghost gate, called the ghost saint, who cultivated ghost power to become a saint. His name cannot be mentioned, and his body cannot be imagined, otherwise something ominous must happen. The little monk shook his head. "The brothers of the ghost gate don't know." The uncle said that, if the ghost gate can capture this evil, then ask about the specific situation afterwards. If not, we will suppress it. Therefore, although 2 brothers of the ghost gate secretly observed us, the others were not there. When the incident happened, everything happened too fast, and there was no sound of fighting before. In an instant, the 5 saints frowned even deeper. The Buddhist sect is like this. Are the disciples of the ghost gate like this too? After all, dealing with ghosts every day, the defense of the ghost gate on the surface of the soul is even more amazing, and they have also practiced strange methods. Under normal circumstances, they are the ones who take over other people's bodies, and few people can take over their bodies in turn. Nowadays, Buddhist disciples who have resistance and ghost disciples who have countermeasures are almost all seized and taken away without resistance. This is undoubtedly very serious. The method of seizing is not uncommon in the mythology world, although few people will use it, unless there are some special circumstances. After all, seizing is a big problem. The fit between the body and the soul cannot be explained in a few words. The relationship between them begins from the moment the embryo is formed. The true spirit carries all the memories of the embryo, and the embryo will also blend with the true spirit indefinitely. Why can people see their entire life in an instant between life and death? because from the moment the embryo is formed, it has been constantly writing all the information of the body to the true spirit. Usually, seizing lacks this part, especially the stage from the formation of the embryo to the birth. That is the initial key, which is not in the soul light, but is engraved in the depths of the true spirit. Therefore, the art of seizing is not as good as the method of reincarnation. I thought that the large-scale disappearance of people in Luocheng was that people were taken to the depths of the underworld and became blood food. Now that the little monk said this, is this a large-scale acquisition of the flesh and seizing? What does the other party want to do? The depths of the underworld are not suitable for the survival of flesh and blood creatures. The environment there is extremely harsh. Just breathing can kill all life forms below the Giandan level. It takes a celestial being to barely adapt to the shallow level. Going further down requires a Zhuangzi. The environment near the center will be difficult for the Daluo. As for the deep core, the saints dare not easily touch it. It is highly toxic and can corrode and pollute even the avenue. Obviously, they can't run out to take a few bodies back. He immediately turned his head and looked directly at Li Su, the freshly baked Taoist of Jijiro. Since the other party said that he saved the Buddhist disciples, it means that he should be the first person who encountered that weirdness, and not only did not get possessed, but also rescued the person who was possessed. There should be more information. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Li Su was undoubtedly still a little nervous. The uncle next to him was most likely a Jijiro saint, who was his current thigh. But as a Giandan, even if there was a treasure to suppress the inside, as long as he didn't directly explore his sea of consciousness, there should be no problem. Li Su was still a little uneasy. Don't be afraid, just tell us what you know. The Jijiro saint didn't speak, but the Buddhist saint spoke softly, and Li Su's nervousness could be seen. TSK. The Jijiro saint smacked his lips, a little unhappy. What's wrong with this kid? The boss is right next to you, with such a thick leg. What are you afraid of? Can't I protect you? But as a GGO boss, he still said, speak. It's okay even if you can't explain it clearly. Just tell us everything you saw. We will make a judgment. As long as you don't lie, no one will do anything to you. Li Su exhaled, and after getting a surge, he immediately said, there is no problem in that aspect. It mainly involves some private information, which is related to personal interests. It's a loss to say it in vain. Old ancestor, otherwise you will pay the money. In an instant, the four saints were stunned at the same time, and the little monk couldn't help but widen his eyes. The GGO saint looked at Li Su in disbelief. This child, is he having a fever? What nonsense is he talking about? Is the money going to come from the old ancestor? His face turned black on the spot, and the GGO saint said without hesitation, you can say it or not, I have no money. Then I won't say it. Li Su followed suit and nodded. Hiss. The four saints on the opposite side took a breath at the same time, stunned by this conversation. Is this the kind of conversation that a saint of a sect and his disciples should have? Li Su exhaled. After resting for a while, his magic power was basically restored. He said directly, Ancestor, is there anything else? If not, I will go first to consolidate my foundation and prepare for the gambling war in 2 months. The GGO saint thought about it. He nodded and said directly, where to go? If there is no place, I will send you to the GGO's property in the upper domain and wait safely for 2 months. Is there a fee? Li Su was stunned and looked at the ancestor. Of course, even though it's my own business. No, I'm asking you, ancestor, if you charge me to take me there. If you don't charge me, I'll go. If you charge me, I'll just walk slowly by myself. The price of a saint's teleportation is not low, at least 100,000, and there's no upper limit. If the distance is a little farther, Li Su can go bankrupt with one teleport. The saint of GGO was stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned for a long time, and his face showed a look of gritting his teeth. After a while, he finally said, this time, it's free. The main thing is that what will happen in 3 months is very important, which is related to the income of the next 20 years. If Li Su disappears again, it will be a headache. Li Su narrowed his eyes, smiled and said, then I'll trouble you, ancestor. The saint of GGO took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and opened the door to send Li Su away, intending to turn a blind eye to the innocent. Wait. The saint of Chinjio couldn't help it. Fuck, it's related to the survival of the myth world. What do you mean by GGO? The GGO saint turned around and glanced at the other party. Although face was important, after thousands of years of baptism of GGO teachings, this thing was worthless compared to money. He spoke directly without any embarrassment. Don't expect me to pay. I will. The Chinjio saint couldn't help but grit his teeth. His face was very dark. The GGO saint smiled immediately, looked at Lisu and said, "Tell me, how much?" 10 million red gold. Lisu was quite uncertain and thought that the price should not be expensive. He said cautiously, "Of course, I can also let the fate card help me estimate the price." 10 million red gold? The little Buddhist monk not far away was shocked. Is this guy robbing? As a big sect, although it is not short of money, it doesn't ask for so much. It's just a small matter, and the fee is so shocking? Without even looking, the face of the saint of the Chan sect also turned black, and he said, "Little guy, don't be too greedy." Lisu nodded and said, "Then please wait a moment, senior. I'll let the fortune card estimate the price." In front of several saints, Lisu took out his fortune card, immersed his consciousness in it, integrated the information he knew, and let the fortune card help him calculate the money. Looking at Lisu's behavior, the saint of G sect couldn't help but take a breath at this moment and showed appreciation for the disciple in front of him. Yes, appreciation. Although he has been in the sect for a short time, his every move is undoubtedly a G sect person, a G sect soul. He was not angry. Lisu's words and deeds were undoubtedly based on the teachings of G sect. Therefore, if he really told the news directly, the saint of G sect would not feel anything. In fact, it was not just him. The other saints, although their faces were a little black, had different colors in their pupils. How many of them dared to do this in front of them? This spirit is extraordinary, although it is very annoying. After a moment, Lisu opened his eyes and couldn't help but look back at his own saint. The saint of GGO didn't say anything. He lost money, right? 30 million red gold? What are you thinking? There are not many news in this world that are worth so much. 30 million, for the sake of money. What's wrong with being shameless? Well, how much? My GGO fate card evaluation is the most fair and just, and everyone present knows it. Lisu took a deep breath and said a little excitedly, 36 million merit points. How much? The face of the saint of GGO changed. This guy was talking about merit points, not red gold. He couldn't help but sense it, and then widened his eyes. Good guy, it's actually true. The internal charge of GGO is 10 million merit points. This is much more expensive than the red gold just now. Look at the expression of the saint of Changio. Very bad, very bad. However, why is it so expensive? You have to know that news is always just news. No matter how big it is, it can't be so expensive. With a slight frown on his brow, the saint of GGO suddenly said, "Does the news involve the saint realm?" "No, the ancient saint content." Yes. Lisu nodded naturally, "Isn't it? For something like news, the higher the level involved, the more expensive it will be." After hiding some unimportant memories, Lisu put the information of Wazuangwan in without hesitation. Sure enough. However, even if it involves the ancient saint, it shouldn't be so expensive. I'm afraid the news inside should be very unusual. For a moment, he was a little tempted and wanted to buy it. However, considering what the saint of Chinjio just said, he calmed down again. Who the hell would pay for something that can be done for free? The saint of Chinjio took a deep breath. He thought the little guy was bold, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually give a sky-high discount, and it was a discount. 36 million GGO merit points are 3 times more expensive than 30 million red gold. Under normal circumstances, 1 red gold cannot buy 1 merit point, and 3 are required. In other words, it is close to 100 million red gold. The saint of the Chan sect turned around and said calmly, 20 million for each family, or you can buy your own. Although the Chan sect is rich, it is not a fool. There is no reason for one person to pay for this kind of thing. Let's listen together. The other 3 people couldn't help but twitch their lips. Although it was not much, they felt uncomfortable. They had just agreed to use only 2 million. The saint of the G sect smiled. He did not object and nodded directly. 20 million red gold is cheaper than more than 10 million merit points. The news involves the ancient saint. For him, even if it costs 50 million, it is worth it. Okay, you give me the money, and I will transfer the merit directly. How about it? Okay. The transaction was completed quickly, and Lee Su didn't let him speak. The saint of the G-sect directly took out the memory content that Lee Su sent into the life card. Soon, a picture appeared. First, it was an unprecedented world, and there was a saint in it, and he was making a move. Then there was a map, marking a location between Zhanghang and Daheng in the central and western regions. Lee Su went there, entered a blessed land, and got a top-level treasure medicine and took it. Of course, there was a weirdness in this middle layer, which came out from the corner of his pupils, just as the Buddhist child described, and wanted to seize his body, but because Lee Su entered that special space, the process of seizing the body was cut off. Finally, Lee Su left that space, and was ambushed. When he came out, the weirdness reappeared, but this time Lee Su was obviously prepared. He used the avenue as a knife, and cut it directly, expelling it from his heart. Then he started to fight with the other party, and forced the weirdness out of the Buddhist child's body through attacks on the soul, and finally grabbed the Buddhist child's chest, and put it through. The Buddhist child was stunned for a moment. There was no doubt that the other party really saved him, and it was obvious that the other party had no special intentions, but just took advantage of it, and grabbed him and fled. In an instant, he felt much more comfortable, but his face was still very ugly, because the other party was too rude, and had no grace. Ginseng Fruit Tree, the master of earthly immortals. You can resist by using the way to become a soldier, and you can target it through attacks on the soul. The 5 saints were shocked inexplicably, and the content was undoubtedly shocking. More than 30 million, it must be said. Very reasonable. The first one aside, the second one is also very significant. The biggest trouble of this incident is that, because the other party is protected by the power of the Holy Realm, it is impossible to know their specific means, so it is difficult to target them. In fact, if the saints take action directly, it would be much simpler. It is just a simple cover, and under the cover, although they are all saints, it is difficult to detect. Undoubtedly, Lee Su did not bring much news, but it gave the saints present a lot of ideas. At least they will not be so passive next time. After looking at each other, the figures of several saints of the Chenjiao disappeared directly. Lee Su's news is undoubtedly crucial, almost equivalent to a complete analysis of this strange situation, which directly greatly reduced the crisis caused by this strangeness. However, the Buddhist saint did not leave immediately, but looked at Lee Su and said, "Little donor, thank you for saving my Buddhist son. The grace of saving life is a great cause and effect. As mentioned earlier, Buddhist practice pays attention to fate. The grace of saving life is undoubtedly a great cause and effect. It is natural to pay back debts. It is not impossible to play rogue or something. But if you have ideas about the future and want to ascend the holy road, then you should not even think about this idea. Otherwise, something will go wrong. Especially for the Buddhist side, it will make your own Buddha heart lack, forming an extremely terrible worldly disaster. Of course, if you want to become a demon, it is simple." The old monk smiled and said, "According to the teachings of Jijiao, it is undoubtedly very simple to cut off such cause and effect, but my Buddhist sect does not pay attention to worldly things, and cannot afford so much money. How about the old monk teach you a Buddhist technique? How about this to offset it?" The little monk was stunned when he heard this. Although he knew that he owed a great favor, he didn't expect that his ancestor would actually plan to use Buddhist skills to compensate. That was his own avenue, and he would not show it to others easily. In ancient times, there was a story of seeking scriptures. There were Eastern holy monks who went to the West to seek the true scriptures after going through all kinds of difficulties. Even so, they did not get the law easily. The first time they left, they took a basket of white paper. It was not until the second time that they gave money and took away the real scriptures. It can be seen that the law cannot be passed on lightly. Lee Su was also stunned. Pass on Buddhism to him? Lee Su couldn't help but turn his head and look at his own saint. Sure enough, his own saint's face was very dark. Is this considered digging a pit in front of him? The Buddhist skills are completely different from the foundation of Taoism. The former cultivates the mind to seek me, and the latter cultivates the realm to seek the Tao. What Buddha is the Tao? That's bullshit. Nonsense. The holy realm may be okay. After all, different paths lead to the same destination. But the levels of Jianden, Xiangsan, and Zhuangsan are undoubtedly completely different. Not only that, even if you really learn it, you should know that the Buddhist practice has a great influence on the mind. After all, the original intention of the two saints in the West was to repay their debts and find a new way. The practice naturally has the effect of saving people, which will form a natural good impression of Buddhism. Old bald donkey, what do you mean? Doesn't my GGO have the method of the holy way? The old monk smiled and said, don't worry, Zao Deo Iao, I naturally know the importance. It's just to cut off the cause and effect. The practice is not the core of this religion, nor is it a way of initiation. It is the ancient Heart Sutra, which can be regarded as a good relationship. The eyes of the GGO saint flashed. He had heard of the ancient Heart Sutra. This method is just a general law. Although it is also a way to cultivate the mind, it is not as extreme as other Buddhist teachings. It was created by the high monks in the southern central plains, and focuses on the self-mind. Moreover, the most important thing is that this method is not carried out by initiation, so the impact is naturally very low. He stopped talking and let Li Su deal with it himself. The ancient Heart Sutra is not bad, and there are places worth learning from. Seeing that his ancestor did not speak, Li Su nodded directly and said, okay. The old monk nodded, raised his hand, and a page of scriptures appeared, and flew to Li Su. Li Su took the scriptures, glanced at them, and then happily put them away. This old monk really had bad intentions. There was nothing wrong with the content of the Heart Sutra, but this was not the Hinayana Dharma, but the Mahayana Dharma. If you really practice it, you will inevitably be affected. They dug a pit and wanted to bury him. But is he afraid? Of course not. As a disciple of the two saints in the West, Buddhism was created by them. There will be no higher existence than these two, so he does not need the so-called Buddhist skills at all. The reason why he accepted it was to find an excuse for himself, an excuse to openly display the magical powers of Buddhism. As for saving people, it is not certain who will save whom. The transaction was completed, and the Buddhist saint also took the little monk directly and disappeared. Just take a look at this Heart Sutra. As soon as the other party left, the GGO saint spoke. Li Su nodded. Disciple understands. The GGO saint didn't say anything else, and said directly, okay, I will send you to the GGO industry in the upper domain, and then you just stay there obediently until the gambling war is over. Chapter 474, Jishan City, Upper Domain. Located between the red and dark red areas on Zhaoguohua's map, it is a beautiful, yet extremely dangerous location. The beauty lies in the concentration of extraordinary particles in the upper domain, which is very amazing, more than 10 times that of the middle domain. Such a rich concentration of extraordinary particles has led to the fact that this place has many immortal mountains and caves, strange treasures everywhere, and countless immortal flowers and divine herbs. The mountains here fly above the sky, and the rivers also flow in the sky. They absorb spiritual energy and float above the clouds, hanging high above the world, like a fairyland. Not only that, the most concerning thing is that this place is connected to the outside world. Above the clouds, where the immortal mountains are located, you can enter another world by just reaching out your hand. There is chaotic energy over there, thin air, and endless stars dotted in it. These stars are almost the size of rice grains. In the depths of the outer world, a huge ocean is formed, and the end is almost invisible at a glance. Of course, if you identify the larger starlight and fly towards it, Dalao may be able to get close after spending several years. Once you get close, you will find that this star is huge and there is a terrible force gathered in it. Once it exceeds a certain limit, it will produce an extremely terrible suction force, pulling people over and making it impossible to escape. Usually, it is very dangerous. Even if you are a Dalao, if you accidentally fall into some stars, you may be killed. After talking about the beautiful wonders, let's get back to the dangers. As an upper domain, the danger here can be imagined. It is too close to the GD, and is at the door of the underworld. There is almost no peace in the 365 days of the year. Sometimes, the sky will rain blood, and it will last for 3 to 5 months, continuously. The earth has turned into a bloody ocean, and it is still endless. Sometimes, there will be a cold light like moonlight shining out. The earth is covered with silver frost, and the sky is frozen into strange ice flowers. Sometimes, there will be ghost soldiers going out, with a huge number of millions or tens of millions. They are wearing armor, holding weapons, and have ferocious expressions, as if they are going to fight a decisive battle with someone. Once they appear, the diorame between heaven and earth will condense, and all magic can't be used, covered by terrible killing intent. Sometimes there are mountains made of knives flowing out. Sometimes it's a sea of fire. Sometimes iron trees grow on the earth. Sometimes it's like a steamer. Sometimes there are red hot iron pillars, and sometimes big rocks keep falling. The line under the clouds is like hell, and the scenes of the 18 layers of purgatory alternate with each other. And there is no doubt that no matter what kind of person falls into it, it will take less than a moment for the flesh and blood to turn into mud, the bones to turn into ashes, and the true spirit cannot escape, and is swept away by it, and there is no trace since then. Giant and stage cultivators are like ants here, and only celestial immortals have a little capital to survive. Only those above the Zhuangzi realm have a certain amount of capital to survive in this terrible place. Asterisk 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 Li Su was sent here by the GGO saint. In the east of the western regions, there is only one high mountain that stands above the clouds within 1,000 miles. That is called Jishan City. It was formed by the GGO saint who used his great magical powers to move a full 100,000 nearby mountains. Rather than calling it a mountain, it is better to say that this is a vast land. This city is connected by formations, and the Great Dao runs through it horizontally and vertically, and the Great Truth is imprinted on it, and it is covered by the Dao network. There are 108 Dao characters engraved on the Dao network, which complement each other, and release shocking power at all times. There are thunder and fire intertwined, and space storms can be seen surrounding it. In order to ensure that there is enough water in the city, the saint went to the outer space and caught 10 huge Mercury stars. There was water in them that seemed to have no end. They opened a hole in each of them, turning into a waterfall, flowing down from the top of the mountain, surrounding Jishan City, washing away all the filth and falling down, and it has not stopped for 10,000 years. In this city, there are sun, moon, and stars above, and 4 seasons of wind and rain below. It's like a world within a world, beautiful and breathtaking. It's a wonder and a magnificent view. There is no doubt that it is the central city and the largest city in the upper domain. Even the other major sects cannot compare with it. Perhaps someone will ask, what is the purpose of such luxury? Is it to show off? This seems to be a tradition of GGO. The ancient Jinao Island and the 10,000 immortals coming to pay homage can be said to have great effects. Now, Li Su can tell you that that thing is no longer insulated from the current GGO. What Jinao Island and the 10,000 immortals coming to pay homage are all lessons of vomiting blood. Standing at the gate of Jishan City, looking at the information on the life card, Li Su's expression was very dark. The entrance fee is 1 merit point. And staying in the city, every month, you have to consume a merit point. Yes, on the bottom floor. Jishan City has a total of 1,000 floors, and each floor you go up, the merit point consumed increases by 1. That is to say, if you stay on the first 1,000th floor for a month, you will have to spend 1,000 merit points, which is as valuable as killing 1,010 fire golden pills. This is just staying inside, and does not include accommodation, training, food, entertainment, etc. If you want to carry out those activities, the daily consumption price can range from a minimum of 10 bronzes to no upper limit, depending on the class. Is there no upper limit? Someone here will ask, it's so expensive. Is there anyone living in Jishan City? Yes. Li Su, who was standing at the door, was told that the floors below the 700th floor were currently full, and if he wanted to go in, he could only go up from the 700th floor. Li Su, who just thought he had made a fortune, instantly smelled a smell of poverty. That's right, this Jishan City is used to make money. The originally beautiful suspended city, at this moment in Li Su's eyes, was like a pixie ooh, and visible money was falling into it. The one in front, are you going in? Just when Lee Su's face was very dark, a voice sounded behind him. Obviously, although he was sent here by the saint, he did not take the legendary VIP channel exclusively for Daozi. To be frank, GGO does not have such a thing. The so-called Daozi has no privileges in other aspects, except that he can get a 30% discount on certain things. Just to mention, the entry-level disciples are 95%, the formal disciples are 9, the outer disciples are 85, the inner disciples are 8, the true disciples are 75, and the Daozi is 7. This is the only treatment given by GGO. Therefore, when Lee Su came, he waited in line for a long time, almost doubting his life, before it was his turn. Do you want to go in? Nonsense. Of course you go in. When I was queuing just now, it showed that the lowest entry was the 670th floor. When he waited for him, it directly changed to the 700th floor and above. If he doesn't go in, he will have to live on the 900th floor. If he takes another turn, the higher you go, the fewer vacancies there are. Although the size is the same, there are only 1,000 places on the 1000th floor, 2,000 on the 999th floor, and 3,000 on the 998th floor. From this point on, the lower the floor, the more people can live. After all, I spent 1,000 times the money of the first floor, so the treatment is naturally very good. I guarantee that you will be anxious and hot after living there for 3 days. Looking at the more than 700 merit points deducted from the life card, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. A little toothache, equivalent to 2,100 red gold. Why didn't he ask when he came? How good would it be to ask? Ask, see if he will come. You ask so much. Why doesn't Lee Su leave? Why doesn't he want to leave? I just ran to the teleportation array to ask. The upper domain is completely different from the middle domain. If the realm is not enough, there is no ground for you to walk. Now the blood rain season outside has just passed. Not to mention that the blood rain itself is highly corrosive. The immortal can only resist it for 3 seconds at most. It will soon be the knife mountain season, the kind of steel knives up and down, left and right, and each steel knife is almost equivalent to a full strength attack by the immortal. In Lee Su's case, he can probably resist 180,000 knives, no doubt. Very awesome. The knife mountain is not fast either. It can only stab him about 3,000 times per second. He can actually hold on for about 36 seconds after 108,000 knives. It is undoubtedly amazing, and can shock countless eyeballs. Then, he will have to ride a crane to the west. There is no way to go in the upper domain when you are in the Giant stage. Therefore, the only way is to teleport. However, Jishin City is located deep in the upper domain and there is no channel to teleport directly to the middle domain. You have to transfer first. There are 1080 teleportation nodes in the entire upper domain. There are 108 groups in total, corresponding to the 10 central suspended cities. Jishin City is not in these 10 groups. It is a separate one, and is listed on the most edge node. If Lee Su wants to go there, he has to pass through more than 50 nodes from Jishin City to reach Shangming City, where the Shangming sector of the teleportation array leading to the middle domain is located. And flying to Shangming City, one node is calculated as 1000 merit points, which is exactly 54,000 merit points. You ask how people from outside get here, if it is so expensive? Did they lose everything? Of course not. Teleportation has speed, right? The super slow train stops at every station, while the super express only stops at the terminal. The price is completely different. In addition, the price is different for a single person, and for multiple people. If multiple people take the super slow train, 54 nodes only cost 54 ed gold coins. For those who can survive in the upper domain, this amount of money is still enough. How much can I spend if I live here for 2 months? The price has risen by 20,000 points. So, Lee Su didn't even look back, and signed up to enter the city. The 730th floor. It was where he stayed, and it could accommodate a population of 270,000. When he was outside, he couldn't see it, but after entering, he immediately found that Jishin City was very big, very big. Moreover, he cast a spell to cover it. Standing at the edge, he could see circles and layers of houses, people, and commercial streets, which became bigger and bigger as he went down. Countless people were surging back and forth like ants, and he seemed to be stepping on them, looking down from above. But if you look up, you can see the sky, day and night, sunlight, moonlight, and stars, sometimes rain, wind, and snow. This unique perspective instantly gives you the feeling that you have paid for all the 730 merit points. Moreover, while it is magnificent, there is also a trace of regret. That is, there is an island hanging in the center, as if telling you that there is something higher above. Here, there are mountains, rivers, and lakes. The mountain is in the center, and the river water falls from the sky, forming a huge waterfall, passing through the center of the mountain. Some of it falls in this world, and the rest flows down. With the hollow mountain as the center, there are countless buildings, and there are just 270,000 residential houses, all of which are small 3-story independent buildings with an area of about 700 to 800 square meters. The road is straight and flat, and the roadside is planted with exotic flowers and plants, and there are towering trees. In the direction of the lake, there are egrets. They are pleasing to the eye and full of spirituality under the nourishment of spiritual energy all year round. On the lawn, there are small animals, deer, rabbits, horses, all of which are spiritual animals. The extraordinary particles in the upper domain are more than 10 times those in the middle domain, so here on the 700th floor, it is probably more than 10 times that multiplied by 7. It is so dense that you can feel your elm rising when you take a breath. The environment is extremely pleasant. The most important thing is that you are not allowed to fight in Jishan City. If you must fight, please go to the challenge platform. There are duels of all kinds, including life and death. The battlefield will be set up according to the realm of both parties. If you are willing to provide it for people to watch, the one who survives can get dividends afterwards. After the challenge, there are also special places for refining equipment, refining medicine, and trading. You can use, buy and sell for a certain fee, and there is no upper limit. It is a one-stop service and consumption. As for anything related to money, there is only what you can't imagine, and there is nothing that GTO can't do. For example, in the southern corner, there is a large palace-like building. People come and go there. Some look excited, some look crazy, and some are discouraged. According to the introduction of the Fate card, there is a casino over there. Next to the casino is a brothel, and it is a place for both civil and military cultivation. There are all kinds of things in it. People, monsters, ghosts, insects, trees. As long as you have the need and dare to go, there is everything. And on the opposite side of the south, there is a large amusement park in the north, with rotating magic discs, flying swords, pirate magic ships, riding dragons, and being fire phoenixes. It is so dazzling. Lee Soo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Well, let's go to see the house first. Chapter 475, Bad Luck. The housing area is divided into 10 blocks, and the further you go in, the more expensive it is. This housing area may look flat from the outside, but from the inside, it is separated layer by layer. That is to say, whether you are at the innermost or the outermost, you can see the scenery below, the countless living beings. At the same time, the water flowing out is naturally not polluted, but the direction is undoubtedly from the inside to the outside. Those exotic flowers and plants are naturally more expensive the further you go in, and the spiritual beasts are more spiritual the further you go in. So there is no need to talk about the price, right? Lee Soo naturally chose the outermost room. Visual things have no meaning to him. After resting for a few days, Lee Soo found that the stability of the inner Long River mainly depends on the gradual adaptation of the internal body. After controlling it with willpower is not obvious, Lee Soo is completely idle. The practice of the Jindan realm is basically exhausted. The Heart Sutra that was obtained a few days ago is also. It has mastered 2 kinds of Buddhist supremes. This highest level only involves the mind method of Buddha fruition, which is naturally not difficult for Lee Soo. Buddha fruition. There are also differences. The strongest is undoubtedly the world-honored one, which involves the saint path, and the others are just average. He has also cultivated the heart sword to the limit, and the galaxy body refining art is the same. He thought it could be developed infinitely, and 180 stars is the maximum limit, and it cannot be improved. Although he can get more, there is no need. With the sky-severing hand, there are already 4 gates, enough for him to cover up and transform. Especially the Heart Sutra. With it, Lee Su can basically use the glazed golden body in the Pure Land of the Buddha without any scruples. Enough. Therefore, next he plans to make some money first. Just after entering the city, he lost nearly 800 merit points. The consumption is really terrible. It feels that more than 40 million merit points are not enough. He still owes a large sum of money for the sky-severing hand. Although the saint gave him an overdraft limit of 100 million, Lee Su has no habit of borrowing. The main reason is that he was cheated too badly in his previous life and became a moonlighter for a long time. Let alone saving money, he was extremely anxious when he saw the notifications from the text messages every once in a while. I wanted to change jobs several times, but when I saw the text message, I was paralyzed. I must never have such an experience again in this life. It just so happened that he also had the means. Whether it was refining equipment or refining pills, he was proficient in both. By the way, Yuking Yuan Shishianzan also had relevant skills in this area, which came from the Yuking chapter. Through the understanding of the essence of all things, he could understand everything. Raw material extraction, great. When practicing to a high level, you can even directly extract materials from the void and directly forge them. The side businesses of the 3 bosses are all amazing. In their respective fields, they are undoubtedly authoritative monopolies. When I went to the trading field, Lee Su couldn't help but dazzled. There were so many tasks, millions of them. There were all kinds of needs, 70% of which were related to practice, 2 layers were related to enjoyment, and 1 layer was for medical treatment. It can be said to be dazzling and countless. Lee Su thought about it, and in order not to be too conspicuous, he chose a long-term task of refining bronze. The benefits are not bad. When the purity exceeds 90%, the refined copper can get 5% profit. After 90%, the profit will increase by 1% for every 1% increase in purity, up to 15%. In other words, the more you refine, the higher the purity, and the more you get. For a cultivator, you can make money with your eyes closed. Going directly into the workshop, Lee Su entered a room under the arrangement of relevant personnel. The ore is over there, put it over there after the refining is completed. He pointed to both sides and said, please note that, if the purity is less than 90%, it will be considered as waste. If there is a problem with the refining, you will have to compensate for the loss. The ancient copper mines here all come from one place. 100 kilograms of copper ore can refine about 35 kilograms of ancient copper. 5 kilograms is considered as loss. If it is less than 30 kilograms, you have to pay for it yourself. Do you understand? And if the loss exceeds 1000 kilograms, you will be expelled, and all living beings will be listed as unwelcome objects. The other party's tone was very heavy, with a warning. After that, he ignored Lee Su and walked out directly. Lee Su looked at the other party in surprise. How could this thing be wasted if it was refined? And there was actually a loss of 5 kilograms out of 35 kilograms. The profit was greater than he thought. The door was closed, and Lee Su waved his hand directly, and 100 kilograms of ancient copper ore flew over. The other party mentioned it, so he naturally prepared to be more careful to avoid accidents. After all, he had never used the refining technique. He took the route of fighting, and rarely involved in life assistance. Solution. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the ancient copper ore split by itself in an instant. A pile of ancient copper, a pile of stones, and a little bit of other precious metals. The content was very small, 100 kilograms, and less than 1,000th of silver. After confirming that it was almost lossless and perfectly refined, Lee Su immediately let go of his hands and feet. After throwing 30 kilograms to the other side, he continued to attract more. 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. In about an hour, he directly analyzed about 100,000 kilograms of ancient copper ore. More than 35,000 kilograms of ancient copper with a purity of 100 were obtained, as well as 2 kilograms of bright silver, and 1 kilogram of black iron. It seems that iron is not used as a trading metal in currency. It should be, because this thing is not very conductive to spiritual power. Although it is extremely hard, it is probably not popular at the moment, when the technology is not enough. If you want to use it well, you must have superb skills to use bronze, bright silver, and even red gold as veins and knock it in. Lee Su blinked his eyes. In this case, he might be able to collect some, and it would be good to refine some weapons and sell them. It's almost done. Let's stop here today. Don't go too far. Looking at the harvest after 2 hours, Lee Su nodded with satisfaction and got up and left. Prepare to go to the trading site to see the task of refining weapons. Although the refining of raw materials is good, you have to sell finished products if you want to make a lot of money. Asterisk 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 brother, what should I do? What should I do? While Lee Su continued to refine the ore, in another room not far away, a giant unstage disciple turned pale and looked completely panicked. He made a serious mistake in the refining just now, and he destroyed about 10,000 kilograms of ancient copper ore. 10,000 catis of ancient bronze is not actually very valuable, but the owner of the weapon refining workshop hates those who are not down to earth and follow the routine the most. If you don't have the ability, then take your time. If you are greedy for speed and want to be fast, failure is the most unacceptable thing. After all, ancient bronze is cheap, but the materials in the future are not cheap. What if it is bright silver? What if it is red gold? Therefore, he specially set a rule that those who come to his workshop to learn weapon refining or just want to make money have a limit on the amount of refining and destruction. Once it exceeds the limit, they will be expelled forever and are not allowed to step into his workshop again. This is already very serious, not to mention that this disciple is now taking the assessment and wants to become the disciple of the workshop owner. Once discovered, he is completely finished. Not to mention becoming the disciple of the workshop owner, he will never be able to step into this workshop. The person who was called also had a very ugly face. How many times have he been told to be careful, be very careful, but it turned out like this. He knows the master's character best. Once the situation is reported, his brother will probably be kicked out immediately. Moreover, this is not just a problem for his younger brother. Once it really becomes like that, his own evaluation will also be affected. After more than 10 years of hard work, he finally made it. Although he has average talent, he is efficient and satisfied his master, so he got his current position. As a result, his brother caused such a big mess for him. If the two were not born from the same mother, he really wanted to flush this bastard into the toilet. Don't panic. The older man's eyes flickered and he growled, "Do you want people outside to hear it?" The giant boy quickly shut up, but it was obvious that his expression was still extremely uneasy and anxious. The big one opened his mouth and said coldly, "You stay here, don't do anything, wait until it's over. Everyone has left, then come out, understand?" "But, no buts, from now on, don't do anything, do you hear me?" Okay. Brother, where are you going? Where else can I go? Of course, I'm going to give you a slap on the ass. He opened the door and walked out. The other party's face was very gloomy. He went directly to the workshop hall and looked through the information registered today. Damn. 10,000 catis of copper ore. Where can he find a scapegoat? There are almost no newcomers who can come up with that data. They all have a certain reputation here. If it is changed, I'm afraid the other party will make a fuss the next day. He kept looking through it. Finally, his eyes paused and stopped. Yang Jian. Jiandan period. First registration. The amount of refined copper ore is 100,000 catis, and the amount of refined copper ore is 30,000 catis. This. In an instant, his pupils lit up. New here. Moreover, the amount of refined materials was neither too much nor too little. Although his brother had wasted 10,000 jin, he had actually refined quite a lot before, about 22,000 jin. If this furnace had not been wasted, he would have passed the first stage of the disciple assessment. Although the workshop gave a loss of 5 jin per 100 jin and a standard of 90%, in fact, that was just the minimum. The mediocre ones were not to be expected at all. Only when the purity exceeded 93% and the loss was not more than 3 jin per 100 jin, it would be recorded, the status would be improved, and they would be able to touch higher grade materials. Ancient bronze was just a test. The refining of bright silver and red gold was the beginning of making real money. If you can further improve, and the purity can exceed 95%, you will have the opportunity to participate in the entrance disciple test of the master of the workshop. Once you pass it, you will be a registered disciple and truly embark on the road of refining. Moreover, the master of the workshop here is not ordinary, he is Daluo. Once you become his formal disciple, your status will be completely different. It's him. He took a breath. It was really lucky. At this critical moment, there was such a guy who could take the blame. Although it was a bit cruel, he could only blame his bad luck. It wouldn't have been like this a few days ago. Even if the loss of the refined bronze was lower, he would have hesitated. 100,000 katas of copper, or 30,000 katas of bronze, just barely passed. The person left, just right. Without any hesitation, he directly exchanged Yang Jian's room number with his brother's room number. After doing everything, he exhaled. Of course, this is not over yet. He took out his jade card and connected with the person who rarely contacted him. Isn't this senior brother Huang? Why did you think of contacting me today? Do you have red yellow powder? Yes. What do you want to do? Make counterfeit coins? Ancient copper coins are not valuable. What if they are discovered? No. Do you have it? Yes. How much do you want? 20 kilograms. Hiss. What do you want to do? Don't worry, I'm not just making counterfeit coins. What's there to worry about? Although it is forbidden to use red yellow powder to refine ancient copper, this thing itself is not a forbidden item. When do you want it? Now? Wait. After hanging up the call, there was a hint of coldness in his pupils. If you don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles. Since you have done it, you have to do it to the end. Refining waste copper, ore can only prevent it from entering the workshop at most, but if the other party makes trouble, it will still be troublesome. Adding red yellow powder is different. This thing is originally an all-chemical product. The value of ancient copper, ore is too low. If the refining purity is too high, it will be very troublesome. Therefore, we want to make a substance that can directly refine ancient copper. So, there is this thing called red yellow powder. As long as it is added during refining, the bronze will be quickly decomposed. However, there is a problem with such refining, that is, the red yellow powder will penetrate into the bronze and become unable to be decomposed, which means that the quality will be greatly reduced. Moreover, this decrease in purity is difficult to see, and there is no problem in making it into bronze coins, but once it is used to refine tools, there will undoubtedly be big problems. Therefore, it is strictly prohibited. No one is allowed to use red yellow powder, especially in this workshop, and they will be held accountable. Recently, the workshop is just preparing to produce a batch of weapons, which requires a large amount of bronze. If this batch of bronze is sent over, the result can be imagined. Thinking of this, a ruthless look appeared on his face. Since he has done it, he must do it thoroughly and never give the other party a chance to turn over. Don't blame me, you can only blame your bad luck. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.